Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The crypt of the silent choir. The darkness pressed in on Thomas from every side, a suffocating force that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. He stood motionless, his breath coming in shallow gasps as the crypt around him seemed to shift and contract, as though the very space was alive, aware of his presence. For a long moment, he was paralyzed by the sheer weight of the atmosphere. The whispers of the choir echoed in his mind, weaving in and out of his consciousness like an ancient melody, now more urgent than before. They weren't merely calling to him, they were beckoning him, drawing him into their world, into the deep abyss where the boundaries between life and death no longer existed. As his heart thudded painfully in his chest, Thomas struggled to keep his thoughts clear. He had to escape. He had to find a way out of the crypt before it consumed him completely. His hands were slick with sweat, his fingers trembling as they brushed against the cold, smooth stone of the altar. The inscription on the altar burned in his mind, the strange symbols twisting and warping as though they had come to life. "Join us." The words seemed to pulse in his mind, like a distant echo of a forgotten memory. They weren't just an invitation. They were a demand. Thomas turned quickly, his feet stumbling over the uneven floor, his eyes darting to the exit. But the door, the one he had entered through, was no longer visible. It was as though the very architecture of the crypt had changed, shifting to trap him within its walls. His pulse raced as the whispers of the choir grew louder, rising in a crescendo that seemed to shake the very foundation of the crypt. With a gasp, Thomas spun around, his eyes wide with panic. The figures of the choir had not moved from their seats, but something was different. Their eyes, which had once been hollow and empty, now glowed faintly with a sinister light. A soft, ethereal glow, like the gleam of a dying star, emanated from within their sockets, casting shadows that writhed and twisted around the room. They were waiting. Thomas's breath hitched in his throat as a figure began to rise from one of the benches. The figure's movements were slow, deliberate, as if every step it took was measured by a hidden rhythm. Its face was pale, gaunt, and twisted, its lips stretched into a cruel, silent grin. The figure's eyes locked onto Thomas, and in that moment, he felt a coldness seep into his very soul. The others followed, one by one, rising from their seats like marionettes, their movements stiff and unnatural. As they stood, Thomas could hear the soft rustling of their robes, like the sound of dead leaves fluttering in the wind. They were the choir. And they had been waiting for him. The sound of their breathing filled the crypt, a low, rasping sound that seemed to echo off the walls, amplifying the sense of dread in the air. Thomas's legs trembled beneath him, but he forced himself to take a step backward, his eyes scanning the room for any sign of escape. But there was nothing. The crypt was a maze, an endless labyrinth of stone, each turn leading deeper into its suffocating embrace. One of the choir members, a woman with hollow cheeks and long, flowing black hair, took a step toward him. Her mouth opened, and Thomas felt the air grow colder as the first note of a song escaped her lips. It was not a song of beauty. It was a song of mourning. A dirge, low and mournful, vibrating with the weight of centuries of sorrow. The sound seemed to fill every corner of the crypt, reverberating off the stone walls and echoing in Thomas's skull. The longer he listened, the more he felt the song taking hold of him, drawing him deeper into the crypt's darkened heart. He pressed his hands against his ears, but it was no use. The song seemed to come from within his own body, like a pulse in his veins, like the beating of his own heart. It was impossible to escape, and then, one by one, the others began to join in. The men, the women, the young and the old, all of them singing in unison, their voices rising into a haunting, dissonant choir. The music was not of this world. It was ancient, filled with sorrow and anguish, a melody that seemed to transcend time itself. The air grew thick, suffocating, as the temperature dropped. Frost forming on the stone floor and creeping up the walls. Thomas felt the cold seeping into his skin, his bones, as the music swelled, building in intensity. It was a sound that didn't belong in this world. A sound that seemed to tear at the very fabric of reality. In the center of the crypt, the altar began to glow, the symbols carved into the stone pulsing with an eerie light. The air was thick with the power of the chant, and Thomas could feel it coursing through him, through every fiber of his being. It was calling to him, pulling him toward the altar, drawing him into its orbit. His legs moved on their own, carrying him forward despite his protests. His mind screamed for him to stop, to break free, but his body betrayed him. He was helpless, unable to resist the pull of the crypt, the call of the choir. As he reached the altar, the figure in the center, the one with the dark, flowing robe, stepped forward. Its face was hidden in shadow, but its eyes gleamed with an otherworldly light, cold and knowing. "You've come," the figure said, its voice like the scraping of stone, harsh and ancient. "The final piece. The one who will complete the choir." Thomas opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. His throat was dry, his tongue heavy, as if it too had been silenced by the crypt. The choir's song grew louder, more insistent, a final, overwhelming crescendo that filled every corner of his mind, of his soul, and then, without warning, the room began to spin. The walls twisted and distorted, the crypt itself contorting like a living thing. The sound of the choir, the song of the damned, became a deafening roar. The air around Thomas thickened, closing in on him, suffocating him. The ground beneath his feet seemed to vanish, and for a moment, he was falling, tumbling through the darkness, pulled deeper and deeper into the heart of the crypt. Then, everything stopped, the song ceased. The crypt became silent once more. The cold receded, leaving only an oppressive stillness in its wake. Thomas opened his eyes. He was no longer in the crypt. He was standing on a barren, windswept plain. The sky overhead dark and heavy with clouds. In the distance, he could see the faint outline of the crypt, its silhouette rising like a dark tower against the horizon. The winds howled around him, and he could feel a strange, gnawing emptiness inside him. He was not alone. The choir was with him, their voices still echoing in his mind, their songs still pulsing within him. He had joined them. He had become one of them, and now, there was no turning back. The crypt's curse had claimed him, and he would sing with the choir for eternity. Part 2. The winds howled outside the crypt as Thomas stood alone on the barren plain, a vast emptiness stretching before him. The sight of the crypt loomed in the distance, like a dark, sinister presence, its silhouette flickering as if it were fading in and out of reality itself. Thomas's body was numb, and his mind felt as though it were floating in a fog, disconnected from everything around him. He no longer knew if he was awake or trapped in a dream. The choir's song still echoed in his ears, distant and haunting, but growing louder with every breath he took. It was like a part of him now, woven into the very fabric of his being. His thoughts began to spiral, his mind trying to make sense of what had just happened. He could still remember the cold stone of the altar beneath his fingers, the eerie glow that had enveloped the crypt, and the terrifying eyes of the figures, those hollow, yet glowing orbs that had fixed upon him with a knowing gaze. But more than that, there was a gnawing sense of dread, a feeling that something far worse was yet to come. The crypt hadn't released him. It had only prepared him for what lay ahead. Thomas's gaze returned to the dark silhouette of the crypt. He knew he had to go back. The choice had been taken from him, but deep down, he understood that his path would not be one of escape. The crypt had claimed him, and he had entered its labyrinthine depths without fully understanding the cost. With hesitant steps, he turned away from the vast plain, its winds whipping past him, and began walking toward the crypt once more. Each step he took felt heavier than the last, the very earth beneath him seeming to resist his movement, as if the land itself did not want him to approach. But Thomas couldn't stop. He had no choice. The crypt was calling him back, pulling him in with an invisible force. As he drew closer, the once distant whispers of the choir returned, their voices now clearer, more distinct, as if they were echoing from the very walls of the crypt itself. The wind no longer howled, instead, it was replaced by an unsettling silence, the only sound being the rhythmic beat of Thomas's heart in his ears. He reached the towering stone door of the crypt, the cold stone covered in intricate, twisted patterns that seemed to shift when he looked at them. For a moment, he hesitated, but then, as though compelled by an unseen force, he placed his hand on the cold metal of the door. The surface was smooth and unnervingly warm to the touch, as if it were alive. The door creaked open with a low groan, as if it had been waiting for him. A wave of cold air rushed out from within, carrying with it the faintest echoes of the choir's song. Thomas stepped inside. The crypt had not changed. It was as he remembered, dimly lit, with the thick smell of decay and ancient dust clinging to the air. But something was different this time. The air felt heavier, thicker, as though it was charged with a presence. The shadows seemed to move with purpose, dancing across the walls like living things. Thomas's breath quickened as he descended the steps deeper into the crypt. The oppressive silence weighed on him like a physical force, pushing against his chest. Every step he took seemed to bring him closer to something that he couldn't see, something that lurked just beyond his vision. At the bottom of the stairs, he found himself back in the heart of the crypt, standing before the altar where the choir had once sung. But now, it was empty. The figures were gone. There was no sign of the haunting faces or the eerie glow in their eyes. The altar, too, was devoid of the strange symbols that had once pulsed with light, but Thomas could feel them. The figures were still there, watching him, waiting for him. Their presence lingered like a thick fog in the air. As his eyes scanned the room, they landed on a small, unlit torch set into the wall beside the altar. For a moment, he considered walking past it, but something in his gut told him otherwise. He approached the torch slowly, the flickering shadows around him seeming to deepen the longer he stared at it. The torch was cold to the touch. He grasped it firmly, feeling the weight of it in his hand. As he lifted it from its place, the crypt seemed to shift. The walls groaned as if awakening from a long slumber. And the distant whispers of the choir grew louder, now audible in the very air around him. In a flash of movement, the crypt seemed to stretch and warp. The stone walls moved, the floor cracked beneath his feet, and the air grew thick, suffocating. The light from the torch flickered violently, casting erratic shadows across the room. The air was no longer cold, but burning hot, the temperature rising as if the crypt itself had come alive, reacting to Thomas's presence. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to grow, twisting and contorting into dark shapes. Figures appeared in the darkness, their faces obscured by their long, tattered robes. They moved slowly, dragging their feet as they approached. Their eyes glowed faintly, the same eerie light Thomas had seen earlier. Without a sound, one of the figures stepped forward, its hollow eyes fixed upon him. It raised a skeletal hand, its long fingers brushing against the air as if conducting an invisible orchestra. The whispers grew louder, growing into a low hum that vibrated in Thomas's chest, like the steady beat of a drum. He could feel it now, deep within him. The pull. The crypt was not merely a place, it was a force, a living entity, and it was using him. The song of the choir, the cold stone altar, the hollow-eyed figures, they were all part of something much greater, something far darker than he had ever imagined. Thomas tried to move, but his body refused to obey. He was rooted to the spot, the song reverberating through his body, filling every inch of him. He was no longer a spectator, he was a part of it. The figure in front of him raised its other hand, and Thomas felt an overwhelming pressure in his chest. The crypt had claimed him, and now, it was claiming his soul. The choir began to sing again, their voices harmonizing in a haunting, mournful melody. The sound echoed through the crypt, vibrating in the very air around him. Thomas could feel the music tearing at his thoughts, wrapping around his mind like a vice. It was no longer a song, it was a command, an ancient, inescapable command, as the figures circled around him. Their voices rising in a crescendo, Thomas's mind began to break. He had thought he could resist. He had believed that he could escape the crypt's grasp, but now he realized the truth. There was no escape. The crypt had no end. It was a place outside of time, where souls were trapped forever, drawn in by the song of the choir. With one final breath, Thomas let go. The song filled his entire being, his last thoughts swallowed by the endless, eternal melody. The crypt had claimed him, and now, like the others before him, he would sing forever with the choir, his voice joining theirs in an endless refrain. The walls of the crypt closed in around him, the air growing thick and heavy. And in the distance, the faintest whisper of the song echoed once more, as the choir welcomed its newest member. Part 3. The cold night air outside the crypt was unsettling, pressing against Thomas's skin as he lay on the damp earth, but his body no longer felt the sharpness of the chill. His chest felt hollow, and his breath shallow, as though the very essence of his existence was draining away. But this wasn't the end. No, this was just the beginning. The crypt was waiting. For hours, maybe days, Thomas had been unaware of his surroundings, lost in a mindless haze. He couldn't recall how he had left the altar, how he had walked out of the crypt, or even how he had collapsed on the damp earth outside. All he knew now was the overwhelming presence that had followed him, an invisible weight that pressed down on him, pulling him back, as though the crypt's dark grip had not fully released him. No matter how hard he tried to move, he found himself drawn back. Each breath he took seemed to deepen the connection between him and the crypt's ancient power. The whispering voices began to return, softer at first, as though the crypt was reaching out to him in his unconscious state. The song, now distant, was growing louder once again. It filled his mind like a storm, crashing over his thoughts, pulling at him, until every inch of his body responded to its pull. Thomas's eyes snapped open. He was standing, though he had no memory of rising. The world around him was dim, the pale light of the moon casting long shadows over the crypt's dark silhouette in the distance. The winds had stopped, and the land lay still, suffocated by an unnatural silence. The crypt was waiting. His legs moved on their own, as though some unseen force had taken control. His body obeyed, despite his own resistance. His mind screamed to turn back, to flee, but the pull was undeniable. The crypt beckoned, and his feet led him toward it, step by step, each footfall harder than the last. The ground beneath him seemed to stretch and shift, the earth itself trembling as if it recognized the terrible journey he was on. With every step, the whispers grew louder. It wasn't a song anymore, it was a chant, an urgent call that wrapped itself around his thoughts. The words were foreign, unintelligible, but their meaning resonated within him like an ancient memory, one that had been buried deep within his soul. The crypt was not merely a place, it was a living, breathing entity, a force older than time itself. And it had chosen him. The door loomed before him, massive and cold. The same symbols that had once pulsed with eerie light were now etched deeply into the stone, their edges glowing faintly. He didn't think to knock. The door opened before he could even reach it, as if it had been waiting for him all along. Inside, the air was thick and oppressive, like the weight of 1,000 years pressing down on him. The distant hum of the choir's song filled the space, a low vibration that seemed to rattle his bones. The walls were shrouded in darkness, but the faint light from the crypt's altar illuminated the path ahead. It was here, in this very room, where he had first encountered the figures, the choir, and their hollow eyes. The same figures stood motionless in the corners of the crypt, their eyes glowing faintly, watching him with silent expectation. The altar was no longer cold, its surface pulsing with an eerie, otherworldly light, a sickly green glow that illuminated the room. The stone beneath his feet was warm now, almost alive, as if the crypt itself had become a part of him, drawing him deeper into its grip. Thomas stepped forward, his body moving in time with the haunting song. It wasn't his choice, it was the crypt that moved him now. He reached the altar, his heart pounding in his chest, his mind struggling to regain control. But there was no use. The crypt had taken everything, his will, his thoughts, his very soul. There was nothing left but the song. A figure appeared before him, stepping out of the shadows. It was a tall, imposing figure, its face obscured by a dark hood. The figure's eyes glowed with an eerie light, and the soft hum of the song seemed to emanate from it, reverberating in the air around them. "You have returned," the figure said, its voice a low, unsettling whisper. It sounded familiar, yet foreign, like a long-forgotten memory trying to break free. "You cannot escape. Not now. Not ever." Thomas tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come. His throat was tight, as if something was choking him from the inside. The figure stepped closer, its presence suffocating, the shadows wrapping around Thomas like a heavy cloak. "The crypt is alive," the figure continued, its voice a soft, ominous murmur. "It feeds on those who enter, trapping them in an endless cycle. The choir sings because it must. The souls of the lost are bound to the crypt, their voices joining the eternal song." Thomas's body trembled as the figure's words sank in. He realized the truth then: the crypt was not just a place of death. It was a prison, an ancient tomb that trapped the souls of the unfortunate, weaving them into its eternal song. And now, Thomas was a part of it. There was no escape. The figure raised a hand, and the shadows around Thomas seemed to twist, pulling him forward toward the altar. He wanted to fight, to resist, but he couldn't. The crypt's grip was too strong. "You will sing with us," the figure whispered, as it raised its hands toward the ceiling, the shadows swirling around them. The choir's voices grew louder, their song filling every corner of the crypt, enveloping Thomas like a suffocating blanket. He felt the pull, deep within his chest, the desperate urge to join the song, to lose himself in its haunting melody. And then, with one final breath, Thomas gave in. His soul, his very essence, was drawn into the choir, his voice joining theirs in an eternal, undying refrain. His body remained, lifeless, standing before the altar. His eyes, once filled with fear and confusion, were now empty, hollow, like all the others who had come before him. The crypt was never empty. It would never be empty. It had claimed another soul, and the song would continue forever. As the choir sang, their voices echoing through the crypt, the door slammed shut, sealing it once more in silence. Outside, the winds began to howl again, but the crypt was undisturbed, hidden in the shadows of time, awaiting the next lost soul. And so, the cycle continued. The crypt of the silent choir would sing for eternity. Part 4. The quiet night settled over the valley, a heavy fog weaving its way between the trees, cloaking everything in an unnatural silence. The air was thick with an unsettling stillness, as if the very world was holding its breath, waiting for something. And, deep within the valley, the crypt waited too, hidden beneath centuries of shadows and forgotten secrets. Thomas, now nothing more than a lost soul, his body bound to the crypt in eternal servitude, had joined the ranks of the choir. His voice, though once full of life and individuality, now echoed in perfect unison with the others, cold, hollow, and endless. But even in this state, there lingered a faint glimmer of awareness within him. A memory of who he had been, a desperate yearning to break free from the song that bound him. It had been days, or perhaps weeks, since Thomas's final surrender. Time, in the crypt, seemed irrelevant. It bent and twisted in strange, unfathomable ways, much like the shadows that enveloped the place. His soul was trapped, but his mind still fought, struggling to comprehend the enormity of his situation. Yet, there was no escape, no way to sever the connection between him and the crypt. The choir had claimed him, as it had claimed so many others before. The altar, still bathed in that sickly green glow, pulsed in rhythm with the haunting melody, as though it too was alive. The crypt had a consciousness of its own, a presence that could feel, that could hunger, and it was always searching for more. In the darkest corners of the crypt, the souls of those who had entered, had sought answers, had been lured into its embrace, drifted in a limbo of despair. They were aware of their fate, but unable to escape it. For every soul that joined, the song grew louder, stronger, more insistent. It was an endless cycle, each soul feeding the next, each voice strengthening the crypt's hold on the living world. And yet, even as Thomas's soul faded into the dark symphony, something was different. Something, deep within the crypt, was changing. The fog outside the crypt thickened, swirling like a living thing. It crept closer, winding its way toward the entrance, creeping under the stone walls, seeping into the very foundations of the crypt. It was as if the world itself was beginning to fight back, to resist the pull of the crypt's influence. The wind howled, fierce and violent, as though it too was attempting to break free from the crypt's grasp. As the fog pressed against the stone walls, something stirred in the heart of the crypt. A presence, ancient and powerful, began to awaken. It had been dormant for centuries, locked away beneath the crypt's foundations, waiting for the right moment to rise again. The crypt, once a symbol of eternal silence, was no longer just a prison. It was becoming something else, something far darker. Inside the crypt, Thomas could feel it too. The air was thickening, the atmosphere heavier than before. The whispers of the choir grew more intense, more frantic. The souls around him were restless, their voices no longer in perfect harmony, their once eternal rhythm beginning to falter. The crypt was stirring, as if it were alive, and Thomas could feel its insatiable hunger, its desperate need for something more. It wasn't just the song anymore. The crypt was calling out, not just to souls, but to something else, something much older. Suddenly, the crypt shook, a low rumbling that seemed to come from deep within the earth itself. The altar flickered with a sudden surge of dark energy, its light pulsing erratically, like a heartbeat gone wrong. Thomas, despite the layers of influence that had bound him to the crypt, felt a flicker of something, a sense of dread. This wasn't just another shift in the rhythm of the song. Something was wrong. The figure that had once appeared to Thomas, the one that had led him into the crypt, reappeared in front of him, its form flickering in and out of existence like a shadow struggling to maintain its shape. The figure's face was hidden by a hood, its eyes glowing an intense, unnatural blue. "You should not have returned," the figure said, its voice an eerie, trembling whisper. "You have awoken what should not be awakened. The crypt is changing." Thomas's heart raced in his chest, his thoughts racing as the crypt continued to rumble. The crypt had never acted this way before. It had never been so alive, so restless. And that feeling, the feeling of something ancient, something powerful stirring beneath them, was growing stronger with each passing second. "What do you mean?" Thomas forced himself to ask, his voice barely above a whisper. "What's happening to the crypt?" The figure's eyes narrowed, and the crypt seemed to quiet for a moment, the song ebbing as the figure's voice became heavier, more solemn. There is something beneath us. Something older than even the crypt. It has been bound here for centuries. Its power sealed within the walls. But now, the barrier is weakening. The crypt is not just a prison anymore. It is a vessel. The rumbling increased, louder now, shaking the very stones beneath their feet. The altar's glow had become almost blinding, and the shadows that clung to the crypt's walls seemed to stretch and writhe, like they were alive, reaching for something. You have awoken it, the figure continued. And in doing so, you've begun to unravel the bindings that have kept it at bay. The crypt was never just a tomb, it was a prison. A prison for an entity that should never have been freed. Suddenly, the ground beneath them cracked open with a deafening sound. The earth splitting wide, and from the depths of the crypt rose a shape, a shadow that defied form, a mass of darkness that writhed and squirmed as it rose. The crypt groaned, its stone walls creaking as if it were in agony. Thomas staggered back, his breath caught in his throat. The figure that had warned him of this catastrophe was now stepping away, its form flickering as if it were disintegrating. It's too late now. You have already fed it. You have already invited it in. The crypt's rumbling intensified, and the shadow-like form began to take shape. It was not human, it was something far older, something beyond comprehension. Its presence was overwhelming, suffocating the air around them. And then it spoke, not with words, but with a voice that echoed in Thomas's mind, a terrible, guttural sound that reverberated through his very soul. "Your soul is mine," it whispered, its voice like thunder. "And soon, all will join in the song." The crypt quaked violently, and in that instant, Thomas realized that the crypt was no longer merely a vessel for souls. It was now a conduit, a gateway. And whatever had been bound within its walls was no longer contained. The figure was gone, leaving only the overpowering presence of the dark entity in its place. The walls of the crypt began to collapse, the air growing thick with a power that threatened to consume everything in its wake. Thomas felt the pull to join the entity, to be consumed by the darkness, to lose himself in the never-ending song, but something deep within him still fought, still clung to the vestiges of his former life. He couldn't let go, not yet. With one final, desperate breath, Thomas turned and ran, his body moving against the pull of the crypt. The walls seemed to close in around him, the shadow stretching, but he pushed forward, knowing there was no going back. The crypt was no longer a place of silence. It was a place of chaos, a place where the old, the forgotten, and the damned converged. And as Thomas fled, he realized that the crypt would never stop calling. It was only a matter of time before it claimed him once more. The crypt's haunting song would never fade, it would only grow louder. Part 5. The fog was relentless, suffocating the world in its eerie embrace. The moon had long since disappeared behind the dark clouds, leaving the night in absolute darkness, save for the occasional flash of lightning that illuminated the sky in jagged strokes. The ground was slick with the wetness of the mist, and the only sounds that could be heard were the distant echoes of the crypt's haunting song, carried on the wind like the whispered chants of the damned. Thomas stumbled through the dense fog, his breath ragged, his legs trembling beneath him. He had no idea how far he had run, nor did he know how long he had been fleeing. Time had lost all meaning, each step drawing him further away from the crypt. Yet the heavy pull of its influence seemed to chase him relentlessly. The crypt, with all its twisted power, was alive, a sentient being that fed on the souls it had claimed, and no matter how far Thomas ran, he felt as though it were always one step behind. His heart raced, and the air around him seemed to thicken with every passing second, as though the fog itself were becoming more oppressive, more determined to drag him back to the place he had tried so desperately to escape. He glanced over his shoulder, half expecting to see the crypt looming in the distance, its green glow rising above the trees, its hunger reaching out for him. But there was nothing. Just the relentless fog and the dark silhouette of the forest stretching out in all directions. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The eerie whispers had followed him into the fog, quiet at first, like the rustling of leaves in the distance, but growing louder with each passing moment. The song, that unholy melody that had once been so distant, now surrounded him, filling the air with a chilling resonance. It was as if the crypt's choir had found its voice again, its endless song reverberating through the very atmosphere, winding its way into his thoughts, his mind. The sound was maddening, a symphony of lost souls, and it seemed to be everywhere, seeping into the edges of his perception, echoing through the fog. He tried to push the sound from his mind. But it was impossible. The more he ran, the more it filled his ears, growing louder, more urgent, until it was all-consuming. The ground beneath his feet seemed to shift, the fog thickening, and he stumbled, his foot catching on something hidden in the mist. Thomas fell hard, the air knocked from his lungs as he crashed into the cold, damp earth. He groaned, pushing himself up, his hands trembling as they brushed against the wet leaves and soil. The fog clung to him, wrapping around him like an invisible shroud, pressing in from all sides, suffocating him. His chest tightened, his breath coming in shallow gasps as he struggled to rise to his feet, but as he looked up, his blood ran cold. Through the dense fog, a shape was moving toward him. At first, it was just a silhouette, barely distinguishable from the mist, but as it drew closer, he could see it more clearly. The figure was tall, its body thin and elongated, its features hidden beneath a tattered cloak that billowed around it like smoke. It moved with unnatural grace, its every step purposeful and deliberate, as if it were hunting him, searching for him, drawing nearer with each passing second. Thomas's heart pounded in his chest, his breath catching in his throat. He knew what it was, even before it emerged fully from the fog. It was the figure, the one he had seen before, the one that had led him into the crypt. But now, its form was different, more solid, more real, and its presence was suffused with a deep, terrifying power. The figure was no longer a mere messenger of the crypt. It was something else, something darker, something far more dangerous, and then, with a voice that was both familiar and alien, the figure spoke. "You cannot escape," it whispered, its voice like the wind, cold and hollow. "The crypt calls for you. It always calls." Thomas staggered back, his hands instinctively reaching for a weapon, but there was nothing. The forest was silent now, the whispers of the crypt's song fading into the background, replaced by the suffocating presence of the figure before him. The figure stepped closer. Its glowing eyes piercing the darkness like twin lanterns, casting an eerie light upon its features. "I told you," it murmured, its voice barely more than a breath. "You cannot escape the song. The choir will have you. You are part of it now." Thomas's blood ran cold as he realized the truth of the figure's words. The crypt was more than a prison. It was a curse, and it had marked him. His very soul had been claimed by the crypt, and no matter how far he ran, no matter how hard he tried to fight it, it would always call to him. It would always be there, lurking just beyond the edges of his consciousness, pulling him back into its depths. The figure reached out, its skeletal hand brushing against Thomas's shoulder with a coldness that seeped into his bones. He could feel the chill of death radiating from its touch, could sense the power that flowed through the figure, an ancient, insatiable force that had once been bound by the crypt's walls, but now roamed free in the fog. "You belong to the crypt now," the figure hissed. "And when the song reaches its crescendo, you will join the choir. Forever." Thomas tried to push the figure away, but his body felt weak, his limbs trembling with exhaustion. The figure's grip tightened, and he could feel the pull of the crypt, that dark, irresistible force, drawing him back, tugging at his very soul. "No!" he cried, struggling against the figure's hold. "I won't go back. I won't." But the figure only smiled. A cruel, mocking expression that sent a shiver of dread down his spine. "You have no choice, Thomas," it whispered. "The choir has already claimed you." And then, with a sudden, sharp movement, the figure's hand wrapped around his throat, lifting him off the ground, choking the life out of him. Thomas gasped, his vision swimming as he clawed at the figure's arm, but it was no use. The crypt's influence was too strong, the figure's grip too unyielding. Just as darkness began to close in around him, the world spinning and fading, Thomas heard it, the song. It was rising, louder than ever before, a chorus of wailing souls, an endless, haunting melody that filled the air, reverberated in his skull. It was the song of the crypt, the song that would claim him, that would drag him back into the depths from which he had fled, but there was something else in the song now. A shift. A new rhythm. A new voice, rising above the others, stronger, more powerful, and for a moment, Thomas felt hope. A fleeting glimpse of something, a chance to escape, to fight back. The figure's grip loosened for just an instant, and in that moment, Thomas drew in a breath. With all the strength he could muster, he pushed against the figure, his feet kicking against the ground, his body fighting the overwhelming force that sought to drag him back into the crypt's grip. The song was calling him, but this time he would not go. This time, he would break free. He would silence the choir. Part 6. The fog was suffocating, pressing in like an ancient, unseen force determined to smother him in its cold embrace. Thomas gasped for breath, his lungs burning, his body weak from the struggle. The figure, its skeletal fingers wrapped around his throat, was still trying to drag him back into the darkness, its cruel, mocking smile sending waves of terror through his veins. But something had changed. The crypt's power, the force that had once seemed so unstoppable, was beginning to lose its grip on him. The song of the choir, once a steady, menacing hum in his mind, had faltered, its eerie melody now faltering, as if something was disrupting its harmony. Thomas could hear a new rhythm, a new beat, emerging from the chaos. Louder and more powerful than before, the figure's grip tightened once more, a desperate attempt to reassert control over him, but Thomas's mind was no longer trapped in the crypt's grasp. He was aware now, aware of the truth that had eluded him for so long. The crypt was not invincible. The choir was not all-powerful. There was a way to silence it, to break free from its twisted influence. With a violent cry, Thomas summoned every ounce of strength he had left. His hands shot up to the figure's arm, grabbing hold of its icy wrist, and he wrenched it away from his throat. The figure snarled in fury, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light, but Thomas was no longer afraid. He kicked, his feet striking the figure's chest with all the force he could muster. The figure stumbled backward, losing its balance for a brief moment. The fog around them seemed to swirl and shift, almost as if the very air itself was reacting to the struggle. Enough! Thomas shouted, his voice hoarse but filled with a sudden surge of defiance. "You will not control me." The crypt's power, once all-encompassing, trembled in the face of his will. The whispers of the choir began to fade, replaced by an unnatural silence. For the first time since entering the crypt, Thomas felt a fleeting sense of calm, a realization that he could fight back, that he was not entirely powerless. The figure, still reeling from Thomas's blow, glared at him with seething fury. "You think you can stop us?" it hissed, its voice like the scrape of bone against stone. "You are a part of us now, Thomas. You always have been." Thomas shook his head, wiping the sweat from his brow as he struggled to catch his breath. The figure's words were meant to frighten him, to weaken his resolve, but he refused to give in. He had been trapped in the crypt's grip for far too long, and now he had a chance, just a fleeting moment, to escape, and he would take it. The fog around him began to swirl more violently, as if the very atmosphere was fighting to drag him back into the crypt. The ground beneath his feet seemed to tremble. A deep, rumbling sound filling the air as the crypt's power began to lash out one final time, but Thomas did not falter. He felt a sudden surge of energy, a primal instinct awakening within him. The crypt's song had not just been a curse, it had also been a warning. And now, he understood. The choir was not simply a force of darkness, it was the souls of the lost, the souls of those who had been consumed by the crypt's hunger. They had been silenced, trapped in the crypt for eternity, but their voices were still there, echoing through the mist, through the fog, through the very fabric of the world. Thomas realized that he had the power to release them. The figure let out a low, guttural growl, its form flickering in the fog like a shadow that could not quite hold itself together. It reached for Thomas once more, its hand extending with unnatural speed, but Thomas was ready. He stepped back, moving with a fluidity that was no longer hindered by fear. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes and focused on the sound of the choir. It was faint, but it was there, deep within his mind, vibrating through his very soul. The souls of the lost were trapped in the crypt's song, their voices distorted and twisted, but they were still there, calling out for release, and Thomas could hear them now, no longer a discordant wail but a chorus of yearning, of pleading, of longing for freedom. He reached out to them, calling to them, willing them to break free from the chains that bound them to the crypt. A wave of energy surged through him, a force greater than anything he had ever felt. The crypt's power began to unravel, the walls of the crypt itself beginning to tremble as the song faltered, the voices of the choir breaking free from their prison. The figure screeched in rage, its form flickering and distorting, as if it were being pulled apart by an unseen force. Its eyes burned with hatred, and it reached out one final time, but Thomas was no longer afraid. The crypt's power was failing. The song was dying. The figure let out one last, desperate cry before it collapsed into the fog. Its body vanishing as if it had never existed at all. The silence that followed was deafening. The fog around Thomas began to thin, the oppressive weight of the crypt's influence lifting as if it had never been there. The night was still, the world holding its breath, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Thomas was truly alone. He stumbled backward, his body finally giving way to exhaustion. His heart was racing, his breath shallow, but there was a feeling of triumph in his chest, a sense that he had not only escaped the crypt but had freed its prisoners, the souls that had been trapped within its walls for so long. The fog continued to recede, and as the first light of dawn began to break through the mist, Thomas realized that the nightmare was over. He had survived, but more importantly, he had freed the silent choir. The crypt's curse was broken, its grip finally severed, and the song of the lost souls had been silenced. With one final, weary glance over his shoulder, Thomas began to walk away, leaving the crypt behind. The fog lifted completely, and the first rays of the sun bathed the world in light. It was a new beginning, a chance for redemption, and for the first time in a long time, Thomas felt at peace. The crypt, its whispers silenced, faded into the past, and Thomas walked into the future, free. Part 7. The morning light that crept over the horizon seemed to carry a warmth that Thomas hadn't felt in what felt like an eternity. It was as if the crypt had robbed him of every sense of comfort, every whisper of peace. Yet now, as the sun rose above the fog that had once been suffocating, he could almost taste freedom in the air. For a moment, Thomas stood still, soaking in the stillness of the land around him. The eerie silence that had haunted the crypt, the distant, mournful whispers of the choir, all of it was gone. The fog that had once clung to the earth like a relentless shroud had evaporated, leaving only a crisp, fresh air in its place. The world, though damaged and scarred by what had occurred, was healing. The crypt was gone, and with it, its terrible hold over the souls it had trapped, but that peace, fragile as it was, did not last long. Something tugged at the edges of his awareness, a lingering feeling of being watched, of something lurking just beyond his understanding. The horrors of the crypt had been purged from his mind, but the deeper part of him knew that the fight was far from over. The crypt may have been silenced, but its curse had not been fully erased. There was something more, something unfinished, that Thomas had yet to comprehend. As the last remnants of fog vanished, Thomas turned away from the crypt, but something made him pause. His eyes traced the forest around him, the trees swaying gently in the morning breeze. The earth beneath his boots felt solid again, the weight of centuries of suffering no longer burdening the land. But something deep inside, a primal instinct, urged him to look deeper into the woods, where shadows lingered. A shiver ran down his spine as he started walking toward the forest's edge, drawn by an unknown force. His feet carried him through the brush, and the further he ventured, the more he felt the strange pull grow stronger, as if the very ground beneath him was urging him onward. It wasn't a voice that called to him, but something far older, a sensation that reached into his core, whispering to him, after what felt like hours of walking. Thomas found himself in a clearing, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. The trees around him stood like silent sentinels, their twisted branches forming a canopy above that blocked out the sun's rays. The clearing seemed to pulsate with an unseen energy, the air vibrating with power. A strange, low hum, not unlike the choir's song, echoed through the trees, though faint and far off, just enough to be unsettling. In the center of the clearing stood an old, weathered stone archway, half covered in moss and vines. It looked ancient, far older than the crypt, perhaps older than anything Thomas had ever seen. As he stepped closer, the hum in the air intensified, making his heartbeat quicken. There was something about the archway that seemed familiar, but he couldn't place it. The air felt thick with an oppressive force that made his breath catch in his throat. It was as if the archway was not simply part of the physical world but an entryway to something deeper, something far darker. He reached out a trembling hand toward the arch, and the moment his fingers brushed the cold stone, a wave of darkness washed over him. His vision blurred, and for a split second, the world around him seemed to warp. The trees groaned and swayed unnaturally, as if the very land was bending to a will that was not his own. His mind spun, disoriented by the surge of power that flowed through him. But then, just as quickly as it had come, the sensation receded. The clearing became still again, and the air seemed to grow heavy with an ancient, lingering presence. Thomas stepped back, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew what he had felt. It wasn't a figment of his imagination. The crypt had been silenced, but this archway, was something far more dangerous. He could feel it in the depths of his soul. It was as if the crypt's curse had been merely a gateway, a door to something far worse. He stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do. The humming sound, though softer now, still reverberated in the air. It was calling him. There was no denying it. Despite everything he had gone through, the darkness in this place was undeniable, but something deep inside him also told him that he couldn't leave it like this. The crypt had been silenced, but this power, this malevolent force, was still there, still lingering, waiting for the right moment to break free. It was his choice now, confront it head-on or leave it to continue its creeping influence over the land, waiting for another soul to fall into its grasp. Taking a deep breath, Thomas made his decision. He wasn't going to run. Not this time. The moment he turned toward the archway again, the humming grew louder. His pulse quickened as his feet carried him forward. Each step felt heavier than the last, as if the earth itself was trying to pull him back, trying to stop him. But Thomas pushed on, his mind focused on the unknown, on the power that lay beyond the archway. With one final step, he crossed the threshold. Everything around him changed. The air grew colder, darker, as though he had passed into another realm entirely. Shadows danced around him, flickering in the corner of his vision. The trees around him appeared twisted, their trunks gnarled and ancient. The ground beneath his feet seemed to shift, as though it was alive, pulsing with dark energy. The humming intensified, vibrating through his very bones. He felt it in his chest, in his soul, and he could no longer deny it. The choir, the souls of the lost, they were here, trapped within the very fabric of this place. And then, as if responding to his presence, the whispering began, but this wasn't the same voice as before. The choir's psalm was different, darker, filled with an unnatural sense of urgency. The whispers clawed at his mind, their voices a cacophony of pain, of despair, of warning. "Leave this place," they whispered, their voices a mix of grief and rage. "You cannot escape it." But Thomas, his resolve firm, continued onward. He was no longer afraid of their warnings. He had come this far, and now, he had to see it through to the end. Ahead, he saw a shape moving in the distance, a figure cloaked in shadows. It was tall, almost towering, its features obscured by the darkness. The figure turned toward him, and Thomas felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of recognition. It was the figure from the crypt, the one who had tried to claim him. But now, it was different. Its form flickered and shifted, as though it was not entirely of this world. "You've come," the figure said, its voice a low, rasping whisper. "But you will not leave." Thomas felt a chill settle over him, but he didn't back down. He had come too far to stop now. "Why?" he asked, his voice steady despite the fear that gripped him. "What is this place? Why is it so powerful?" The figure tilted its head, its hollow eyes glowing faintly. "This is the heart of the curse. The crypt was just the beginning. Here, the souls of the lost are bound by an ancient force. And you, Thomas, are its key." Thomas's mind raced as the figure stepped closer, the shadows surrounding it seeming to pulse with a dark life of their own. "The crypt," Thomas said, his voice trembling, "is a doorway." "It always was," the figure smiled, though the expression was twisted, more like a grimace. "You were always meant to come here, Thomas. You were always meant to see the truth." With that, the figure raised its hand, and the shadows around Thomas seemed to surge forward, wrapping around him like cold tendrils. But just as they touched him, a brilliant light erupted from within him, pushing the shadows back. Thomas's heart thundered in his chest as the light burned brighter, his body pulsing with newfound strength. He had finally realized what he had to do. He had to destroy the source, the core of this malevolent force. The figure screeched in rage as Thomas summoned the light, the last flicker of hope fighting back against the darkness. But the light was growing stronger, pushing the shadows away, unraveling the curse piece by piece, and with one final surge of energy, the light burst forth, and the shadows, the whispers, the very essence of the curse, were consumed in the blaze of light. For the first time in what felt like centuries, the land around him fell silent. The figures, the dark forces, the crypt itself, all of it vanished into the light, never to return. As the last of the fog lifted, and the light of dawn touched the earth once more, Thomas stood alone, victorious. The curse was broken, and the choir, the lost souls, were finally free, and Thomas? He was free too. The echoes of the crypt, the whispers of the lost, were gone. Only peace remained, and as he turned to leave the clearing, the sun shining brightly above him, Thomas knew that the nightmare was over. Part 8. The dawn was breaking in full now, casting a soft, golden light across the land. The thick fog that had clung to the earth for so long had finally dissipated, allowing the fresh morning air to sweep through the forest. Everything seemed so peaceful, so still, as if the world itself was taking a deep breath after the torment it had endured for centuries. And yet, in Thomas's heart, something still gnawed at him. Though he had vanquished the crypt and silenced the choir, there remained an unsettling thought, a faint but persistent whisper in the back of his mind. Had he truly destroyed everything? Had the curse really been broken? Or was there something he had missed, something deeper, darker, and far more insidious than he could comprehend. The sun cast long shadows across the forest floor as Thomas walked slowly through the clearing, feeling the earth beneath him solid and warm once more. It was hard to ignore the feeling of being watched, that creeping sensation that always seemed to follow him in places like this. His footsteps were measured and cautious, every sound amplified in the silence. After a few moments, Thomas stopped and turned to face the archway, the entrance to the cursed realm where everything had begun. The arch itself now appeared different, less ominous somehow, but still ancient, as if it had witnessed things no human should ever see. Its stones were cracked and covered in vines. But its presence felt alive, waiting. A low rustling sound, like the whisper of 1,000 voices, echoed around him. It was a sound he had heard before, the same strange hum that had pulsed through the crypt, the same unsettling vibration that had filled the air. The hairs on his neck stood on end as he stepped closer to the archway, a mix of curiosity and dread swelling within him. Suddenly, the air around him thickened, growing heavy and dense, and the temperature dropped. His breath came out in visible puffs as the forest darkened, though the sun still hung high above in the sky. Something was wrong. The feeling that had once been a distant whisper was now a roar in his ears. From deep within the earth beneath him, a vibration reverberated through his feet, sending a tremor up his spine. He could feel it in the very core of his being, an ancient power awakening, something that had been lying dormant, waiting. For a brief moment, he wondered if everything he had done had been in vain. Could this really be the end? Or was it merely the beginning of something far worse? Thomas closed his eyes, focusing on the sensation, allowing himself to feel the pulse of the earth beneath him. It was ancient, primal. It was calling to him. There was something here, something more than he had understood, more than he could have possibly anticipated. His eyes snapped open just in time to see the air around the archway shimmer, distorting as if reality itself was bending. A figure emerged, its form wreathed in shadow and fog, but its presence unmistakable. It was the same figure from the crypt, the one who had watched him, the one who had whispered to him in his dreams. This time, though, it was not the vague shape of darkness. It had form, something both human and yet not. Its eyes glowed with a faint, otherworldly light, and its mouth was twisted into a semblance of a smile, but it was a smile full of malice, full of promises that chilled Thomas to his bones. "You thought you had escaped," the figure spoke, its voice a cold, rasping whisper. "You thought the curse had been broken. But you were wrong, Thomas. The choir is not gone. It never was." A wave of dread washed over Thomas as the figure stepped forward, its form becoming more distinct, more real with each movement. The fog around it seemed to pulse and swirl, as if it were part of the figure itself, feeding off its presence. "You see," the figure continued, its smile widening. "The crypt was only one layer, one small piece of a much greater puzzle. The choir. They are the keepers of the song, and their voices are not bound to a single place, a single time. They have always been with you, Thomas. Even now, they are listening." The world around him seemed to warp once again, as if the ground beneath his feet was no longer solid, no longer a part of reality. The forest blurred, the trees bending and twisting like phantom shapes in the distance. The figure's laughter echoed, hollow and mocking, sending an icy chill through Thomas's veins. "You cannot run," the figure whispered, its voice wrapping around him like a suffocating cloud. "You cannot escape the choir. They are part of you. And you are part of them." Thomas's mind reeled, struggling to comprehend what was happening. He had defeated the choir, or so he thought. He had burned the crypt, silenced the song, but now, the truth was beginning to sink in. The crypt had merely been a manifestation, a place where the curse had anchored itself. But the true power of the choir, of the darkness, had been much older. Much deeper, and it had never truly been contained. "I'm not like you," Thomas managed to say, his voice shaking but firm. "I destroyed your crypt. I silenced your choir. You have no power over me anymore." The figure laughed again, its form flickering like a candle in the wind. "Oh, but you still don't understand, do you? The crypt was not the source. The crypt was just a conduit. The choir is the sound of the world itself. Their song is the rhythm of life, of death, of everything in between. It's not something you can destroy." The ground beneath Thomas's feet cracked, and the figure's hand shot forward, reaching out to touch him. But before the cold fingers could make contact, a blinding light erupted from within Thomas, forcing the figure back, sending it reeling into the shadows. For a moment, everything was silent. The figure disappeared into the fog, its laughter fading like a distant echo. The light from Thomas's chest flickered, then dimmed, leaving only the remnants of the still morning air. Thomas stood motionless, his breath heavy in his chest. The figure's words echoed in his mind. The choir was not gone, and the curse had not been truly broken. It was far from over, but Thomas knew one thing for sure: he had to find the heart of the curse, the true source. The crypt had been a doorway, yes, but it had led him to a greater understanding. Now, he would have to dig deeper, fight harder, and face the darkness that had haunted him all his life. The forest around him seemed to sigh, the breeze whispering through the trees like a warning. It was time to go back. The journey was not yet finished. And somewhere deep within the heart of this cursed land, the true battle still awaited. The crypt was silent, but the choir was still calling, and Thomas would answer. Part 9. The mist was heavier now. It hung in the air like a blanket, muffling every sound and distorting the light. Thomas could feel it, the presence of something ancient and unseen, lurking just beyond his reach. The sensation was overwhelming, as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting. The trees, normally towering and solid, now seemed to sway and shift, their branches reaching toward him like skeletal hands, their leaves rustling with something more than just the wind. Thomas took a deep breath and moved forward. His mind was still reeling from the encounter with the shadowy figure, the whispered words echoing in his mind like a haunting lullaby. The choir is not gone. It never was. Those words had sunk deep into his bones, and now, with every step he took, he felt their weight pressing against him. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the path became less clear, the ground beneath him uneven and treacherous. The once familiar trees now seemed to close in around him, their twisted trunks and gnarled roots reaching out like fingers, blocking his way. It was as though the forest itself was trying to keep him from going any further. The air was colder here, and the farther he walked, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. It was as if he had crossed into a different realm, one where time and space were no longer bound by the rules of the living world. The silence that had once been calming now felt suffocating, as if the very land itself were holding its breath. Thomas's heart raced. He had thought he understood the crypt, the curse, the choir. But now, with each passing moment, he realized how little he truly knew. He had been so focused on the crypt, on the physical manifestation of the curse, that he had never stopped to consider the full extent of what he was up against. The choir was not just a group of voices, it was something far older, far more powerful than he had ever imagined. And it was still out there, waiting. He paused for a moment, trying to steady his breath and collect his thoughts. His mind raced with questions. How could he defeat something that was tied to the very fabric of existence itself? How could he fight a force that had been there long before him and would likely remain long after he was gone? Suddenly, he heard it, a faint sound, barely perceptible over the eerie quiet of the forest. It was a whisper, soft and melodic, but unmistakable. The song. The choir's song. It drifted through the trees like a distant memory, a song that seemed to pull at his very soul, beckoning him to follow. Thomas's heart pounded in his chest as he began walking toward the sound. He didn't know where it was coming from, but he could feel its pull, drawing him deeper into the forest. It was as though the song was alive. A living, breathing entity that thrived on fear and despair. It was the very essence of the curse, the dark heartbeat of the world, and it wanted him. As he moved forward, the mist grew thicker, swirling around him like a fog of forgotten memories. The trees seemed to bend and twist, their branches clawing at the air. The path had long since disappeared, and now he was walking through a labyrinth of dark, shadowy shapes. He couldn't tell if the fog was real or if it was an illusion, a trick of the curse that had taken hold of his mind. The song grew louder, filling the air with its haunting melody. It was beautiful, in a way, like a lullaby for the dead, but there was an undercurrent of malice beneath it. A sense of something twisted and wrong, lurking just beneath the surface. Thomas felt a chill crawl up his spine as the music seemed to wrap itself around him, closing in, smothering him, and then, as he stepped forward once more, he saw it. The clearing was unlike anything he had seen before. It was an open space, surrounded by ancient stone pillars, their surfaces carved with strange, indecipherable symbols. The air was thick with an unnatural stillness, and in the center of the clearing stood an altar, old and weathered, its stone surface etched with more of the same cryptic symbols. On the altar lay a figure, a woman, pale and lifeless, her eyes closed as if in eternal sleep. Her hair was dark and flowing, draped over her shoulders like a veil. She wore an intricate gown made of some shimmering material that seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. Her body was perfectly still, but Thomas could feel an undeniable presence, an energy, radiating from her. It was her, the woman from the crypt. The one whose voice had sung the song. The one who had called to him from the shadows. Thomas's breath caught in his throat as he approached the altar, unable to tear his eyes away from her. He didn't know why, but he felt as though he had seen her before, perhaps in a dream or a vision, or maybe even in the crypt itself. But now, seeing her here, in this place, he knew one thing for certain: she was part of the curse. She was the final piece. As he drew closer, the whispers grew louder, more frantic. The choir's voices seemed to be closing in on him from all sides, singing their mournful song in perfect harmony. He could feel the power of the music, pulling at him, drawing him in. The figure on the altar seemed to beckon to him, her hands outstretched, as though inviting him to join her in eternal slumber. Thomas's mind raced. He knew what he had to do, but a part of him, some primal part of his being, was reluctant. The choir's song was beautiful, alluring, and for a brief moment, he almost felt as though it could bring him peace. But then, the darkness that had clung to him since the crypt came rushing back, and he remembered the terrible truth: the choir was not a force of peace, but one of destruction. It was a parasite, feeding on fear, on suffering, and on death. With a sudden surge of resolve, Thomas stepped forward and placed his hand on the altar. The moment his skin made contact with the cold stone, the air around him crackled, and the song grew deafening. The figure on the altar opened her eyes, dark, empty voids that seemed to suck in all the light around her. "Join us," she whispered, her voice sweet and hollow. "Let the song become you." But Thomas shook his head, his heart pounding in his chest. "No," he said, his voice steady despite the terror gnawing at him. "I won't join you." With a scream that shook the earth, the woman on the altar began to disintegrate, her form crumbling into dust and ash. The ground beneath Thomas's feet trembled violently as the air itself seemed to tear apart. The choir's voices reached a deafening crescendo, their cries a maddening, shrill wail, and then, suddenly, it all stopped. The fog lifted, the trees stilled, and the world returned to an unnatural silence. Thomas stood alone in the clearing, the remnants of the altar scattered around him like broken shards of a forgotten world. The song was gone, the choir silenced. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, he could hear nothing but the sound of his own heartbeat. He had done it. He had broken the curse. He had destroyed the heart of the choir, and with it, the darkness that had plagued him for so long. But even as he stood there, a small, lingering part of him wondered, was it truly over? Or had he merely severed one head of a much larger serpent? Only time would tell. Part 10, Finale. The silence in the clearing was suffocating. For a long moment, Thomas stood motionless, staring at the remnants of the altar where the woman had once been. The air was still, no longer thick with the oppressive weight of the choir's haunting song. The fog that had surrounded him now dissipated, and the trees stood tall and quiet, their branches no longer reaching for him. The forest, once alive with whispers and unseen eyes, now felt distant, almost as though it had become a place from another time. It was as if the very fabric of the world had exhaled, releasing a breath it had been holding for centuries. But something was wrong. Thomas felt it, a gnawing sensation deep within him. A feeling that lingered at the edges of his consciousness, as if a thread had been pulled loose, leaving a trail that he wasn't sure he wanted to follow. The choir's song may have been silenced, but the echoes remained. Something was still out there, hidden beneath the surface of the world, waiting. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, but his heart still raced. Despite his triumph, despite the crushing sense of victory that should have filled him, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was not alone. There was a coldness in the air, a subtle shift in the atmosphere that spoke of something unfinished. It was as if the curse had merely retreated, biding its time, waiting for the next opportunity. He looked around the clearing, his eyes scanning the desolation. The ground was marked with remnants of what had been, the pieces of the altar, the scattered stones that had once borne the weight of the woman's figure. The symbols etched into the stones now looked faint, fading as if they had never existed in the first place. But then, as his gaze settled on one of the pillars, a faint shadow moved across the surface, like a whisper, flickering at the corner of his vision. Thomas blinked and turned toward it, his pulse quickening. For a moment, he thought he had imagined it. The shadows in the clearing were playing tricks on his eyes, and fatigue clouded his mind. But when he looked again, the shadow was still there, faint but undeniable. It rippled, almost like a wisp of smoke, slipping through the cracks of reality. He stepped forward cautiously, each movement slow and deliberate. His feet sank slightly into the earth, the cool, damp soil giving way beneath him, as though the ground itself was unwilling to let him go. The air around him grew colder, and the familiar eerie hum of the forest returned, almost imperceptibly. It was like the world was holding its breath, waiting for him to make the next move. The shadow on the pillar flickered again, and this time, it didn't retreat. Instead, it coiled like a serpent, twisting in on itself. A figure began to emerge from the darkness. Its shape shifting and unclear, yet undeniably present. Thomas's heart skipped a beat. For a moment, time seemed to stretch, as though the world itself had stopped. The figure took form, a tall, thin silhouette draped in tattered black robes, its face obscured by a hood. Its presence felt wrong, unnatural, like something that had never belonged in this world. The air around it seemed to distort, warping as though reality itself was bending under the weight of its existence. Thomas stood frozen, caught between the instinct to run and the need to understand what was happening. The figure raised its hand, the sleeve of its robe dragging against the ground like a whisper. It was an ancient being. One that existed beyond the veil of time, beyond the boundaries of human comprehension. For the briefest of moments, the figure's face was revealed, pale, ashen skin stretched over hollow bones, empty eyes that gazed into Thomas with an unnerving intensity. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, it was gone, slipping back into the shadows as if it had never existed. Thomas staggered back, his breath shallow and quick. His mind raced, unable to process what he had just witnessed. He had destroyed the choir's physical presence, broken the curse, but something remained, something far older and more insidious than anything he could have imagined. The choir wasn't just a force of voices, of songs sung by the dead. It was a manifestation of something darker, something that had been waiting, biding its time. Even after the crypt had fallen silent, the figure had been a messenger, a reminder that the curse was not truly gone. It was as though he had merely struck at the surface of a much deeper well of darkness. The choir, in its many forms, was bound to the land, bound to the very essence of the forest itself, and so, as the last vestiges of the fog lifted, Thomas understood the truth. The battle had only just begun. The curse was not something that could be vanquished with a single act of courage. It was something that would endure, something that would persist across the ages. It was a force that had been woven into the very fabric of existence, and it would never truly be erased. The choir might have been silenced for now, but the whispers would return. With that understanding came a sense of calm resolve. Thomas knew what he had to do. His journey wasn't over. He had stopped the choir in one form, but there would always be more to face. The crypt had been a warning, a door open to something far more vast and terrifying than he had ever known. And as long as the land of Black Hollow Bay stood, the whispers would always be there, waiting to call to those who dared listen. And so, Thomas turned and walked away from the clearing, the distant song of the choir echoing faintly in his mind. He had come for answers, and though he had found some, there was still much to uncover. The road ahead would be long and fraught with danger, but he was no longer afraid, for in the end, it wasn't the curse that haunted him, it was the truth. The truth that there was always more, always another shadow lurking in the dark, waiting to be revealed, and Thomas was ready to face it. The Curse of Eldritch Falls, Part 1. Eldritch Falls was a town like no other. Nestled deep within the fog-shrouded hills of a forgotten corner of New England, its isolation was both a blessing and a curse. For generations, it had been untouched by the modern world, a relic from a bygone era. The roads leading to Eldritch Falls were winding and narrow, and often, the mist that clung to the ground seemed to shift with a life of its own, blocking the view of travelers and hiding the town from view. It was almost as if the town wished to remain hidden, a secret the world had long since forgotten. The people of Eldritch Falls lived simple, quiet lives. The town was small, with only a few hundred residents. Most of them descendants of the first settlers who had come to the region centuries ago. Their homes were quaint, nestled along the streets, surrounded by old trees that seemed to have grown as ancient as the town itself. The air always felt heavy, the weather unpredictable, and a sense of unease hung over the town like a dark cloud. For all its charm, however, Eldritch Falls harbored a dark secret, a secret that had been passed down through generations, whispered among the elders, but never openly discussed. It was said that the town was cursed. A curse born out of an ancient ritual that had been performed long before anyone could remember. A curse that bound the souls of the town's people to a fate worse than death. No one spoke of it aloud, but everyone knew it, deep down in their bones. And then came Rachel Carter. Rachel had never intended to find herself in Eldritch Falls. She was a journalist from the city, fresh off a successful article that had taken her to the most remote corners of the world. Her career was soaring, and her editor, always eager for a sensational story, had suggested she investigate the mysterious happenings in the tiny town. It had piqued her curiosity. Strange things had been happening in Eldritch Falls for years, disappearances, whispers of curses, and strange, unexplained phenomena that seemed to defy all logic. For Rachel, it was the perfect story. When she arrived, she was immediately struck by the atmosphere of the town. The mist clung to everything, wrapping the town in a soft, ethereal blanket that seemed to hide the past. The houses were old, their once bright paint faded and peeling, and the streets were eerily quiet. There was no bustle of people, no laughter of children playing in the streets, no distant hum of cars or voices. The air was thick with silence, broken only by the occasional creak of an old door or the flutter of a bird in the trees. Rachel made her way to the local inn, a creaky old building that seemed to groan under the weight of its own history. Inside, the proprietor, a man named Elias Gray, greeted her with a polite but distant smile. His eyes were clouded, as if he carried some burden too heavy to bear, but he offered no words of caution as Rachel introduced herself. "You're here for the story, I take it?" Elias asked, his voice gruff but strangely kind. I can't say I'm surprised. There's always someone looking to uncover the truth. Rachel nodded, her curiosity piqued. I've heard strange things about this place, she said, trying to sound casual. Disappearances, unexplainable events, that sort of thing. I'd like to know more. Elias's face hardened slightly, but he didn't refuse her. Instead, he led her to a small room at the back of the inn, dimly lit by a single candle. The walls were adorned with faded portraits of long-dead ancestors. Their gazes unblinking, watching Rachel as she sat down at the table. You should know, Elias began, his voice lowering as if to keep the words from escaping into the wrong ears. This town has its share of secrets. Eldritch Falls is not what it seems. The curse. It's real. It's been here for generations. Rachel leaned in, sensing the weight of his words. Tell me more, she urged. Elias paused for a long moment, his eyes flickering toward the window, as if checking to make sure no one was listening. It started long ago, in the late 1600s. The first settlers came here looking for a fresh start, a new life away from the troubles of the world. But there was something in the land that called to them. They believed it was a blessing, something they could harness, something that would make them wealthy beyond measure. He fell silent, and Rachel could feel the tension in the room. What happened? She pressed. Elias exhaled slowly, as if the story he was about to tell had weighed heavily on his soul for decades. They performed a ritual. A ritual meant to bind the land to their will, to grant them prosperity. But they didn't understand what they were dealing with. It wasn't a blessing, it was a curse. The ritual called forth something ancient, something dark, and it forever changed Eldritch Falls. The town's fate was sealed. Rachel felt a chill run down her spine as Elias continued. His voice barely a whisper now. They say that the ritual was completed, but the consequences were terrible. Those who performed it were doomed to suffer for eternity, trapped in the land they had sought to control. Their souls were bound to the town, unable to leave. And so, Eldritch Falls has been cursed ever since. Rachel sat back, her mind racing with the implications of Elias's words. A curse that had lasted for centuries. She had heard rumors before, of course, but this felt different. There was something about the way Elias spoke that made her believe he wasn't just telling a story for her benefit. And what about now? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Is the curse still active? Elias's eyes locked onto hers, his expression grave. You'll see for yourself, he said. The curse doesn't let go. Not easily. And those who come here seeking answers, they often find themselves trapped, just like the others. Rachel's heart raced as she looked out the window at the fog-covered town. She had come here to uncover the truth, but she now realized that the truth might be more than she had bargained for. As night fell over Eldritch Falls, the mists grew thicker. Strange sounds echoed through the streets, whispers that carried on the wind, shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. Rachel lay awake in her room, her mind unable to rest. The walls of the inn seemed to close in on her. The shadows lengthening and twisting in the corners of the room, the town was watching her. And it was waiting. The Curse of Eldritch Falls, Part 2. Rachel woke with a start, her body drenched in cold sweat. The room was pitch dark, the only light the faint glow of moonlight filtering through the thin curtains. For a moment, she thought she was still dreaming, caught in the web of nightmares that had plagued her sleep. But the cold, damp air that filled the room made it clear she was awake, and something was very wrong. She rubbed her eyes and looked around, trying to shake off the feeling of dread that had settled deep in her chest. The town was eerily quiet. No sounds of birds or wind, no distant hum of life. Just an oppressive silence that seemed to suffocate everything. Rachel sat up, her mind racing. The whispers, the shadows. They were still fresh in her memory. She had to get to the bottom of this. The curse Elias had spoken of, the strange, unexplainable occurrences that had been happening here for years, she couldn't just leave without understanding what was going on. Her editor would expect answers, and she was determined to find them. But a part of her, deep inside, wished she could just turn back. Something about the town felt alive, watching her every move. Suddenly, there was a soft knock on the door, and Rachel froze. She hadn't heard anyone approach. Who could it be at this hour? Her heart pounded in her chest as she cautiously stood, moving toward the door. She glanced around the room, looking for something to defend herself with, though she knew it was foolish. Whatever was going on in Eldritch Falls, it wasn't something she could fight off. Rachel. Elias's voice drifted through the door, low and heavy. Are you awake? She hesitated for a moment, then opened the door. Elias stood there, his face more worn than she remembered. There were deep lines beneath his eyes, and his hands trembled ever so slightly. His gaze flickered nervously over her shoulder, as if making sure no one else was watching. I'm sorry to disturb you, he said softly, stepping inside before she could respond. There's something I need to show you. Something you need to see. Rachel frowned, uncertainty creeping into her thoughts. What's going on, Elias? What did you mean about the curse? I thought it was just a story. It's not just a story, Elias interrupted, his voice tight with urgency. I should have told you this last night, but I didn't think you'd believe me. You need to see it for yourself. Rachel's gut twisted. She followed him out into the hallway and down the creaky stairs of the inn. As they passed the empty dining room, the flickering of the old candlelight made the shadows dance unnaturally along the walls. The town felt alive, but not in the way it should. The air was thick with something unspoken, something ancient. They stepped out into the misty night. The cool fog swirling around their ankles. The streets were still empty, but Rachel could feel the weight of the town pressing in from all sides. The tall trees along the road appeared like dark sentinels, their twisted branches reaching out like fingers in search of something to grab. Elias led her down the narrow path that wound toward the edge of town, the mist growing thicker with every step. The silence was deafening, and Rachel's footsteps felt far too loud in the stillness. It was as if the very ground beneath her feet was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. They reached a small clearing at the edge of the woods, where the fog parted slightly to reveal an ancient stone structure. Rachel's breath caught in her throat as she stared at it. The building was half sunken into the ground, its walls cracked and weathered, the stones dark with age. A feeling of dread filled her, but she couldn't pull her gaze away. "This is the old church," Elias said quietly. "The one where the ritual was performed. The one that started it all." Rachel looked up at him, eyes wide. "You're telling me the curse started here?" "Yes. It was here that the first settlers made their pact. They thought they were making a deal with something powerful, something that would give them prosperity. But instead, they sealed their fate. And the fate of everyone who has come here since." Elias paused for a moment, his eyes flickering to the ground. The curse. It never truly went away. It just waited, hiding beneath the surface. Rachel felt a chill run down her spine. What does that mean? What's happening to this town? Elias's face darkened, and he lowered his voice. "It means that the town is bound to something darker. It means that anyone who stays here too long is drawn into it, whether they want to be or not. The souls of those who died in the ritual are trapped here, unable to leave. And anyone who comes here seeking answers, they risk becoming part of it." Rachel shook her head in disbelief. "That's insane. How do you even know this?" Elias's gaze met hers. "I've lived here my entire life. I've seen it, Rachel. I've seen the way the mist moves, how the shadows grow longer at night. I've heard the whispers of the dead, calling out from the dark. They're still here, waiting for someone to unlock the truth." The air around them seemed to grow colder as Elias spoke, as if the very town itself was listening. Rachel's hands trembled as she reached out and touched the cold stone of the church's entrance. It felt as though the building was alive, its surface pulsing with a strange energy. "I've never been brave enough to enter," Elias said, his voice barely above a whisper. "But you're different. You can handle it." Rachel swallowed hard, her mind racing. What was she getting herself into? She had come here to find a story, to uncover the truth behind the strange happenings in Eldritch Falls. But now, she wasn't sure she was ready to face what lay ahead. "You have to," Elias said, his voice urgent. "If you don't, no one else will. The town will consume itself if the curse is never broken." Rachel nodded, her heart pounding in her chest. She didn't know if she believed everything Elias had told her, but one thing was certain: she couldn't turn back now. With a deep breath, she stepped forward, the mist swirling around her, and entered the church. Part 3. As Rachel stepped over the threshold, a heavy silence enveloped her, thick and oppressive. The air felt ancient, like the weight of centuries was pressing down on her shoulders, trying to pull her into the earth beneath her feet. She hesitated for just a moment, but Elias's voice, faint and trembling, echoed in her mind. "You have to do this, Rachel. You're the only one who can stop it." With a deep breath, she pushed forward. The door behind her creaked as it swung shut, sealing her inside the darkness. Her eyes adjusted, and she could make out the faint outline of a long, narrow aisle leading up to an altar. The walls of the church were covered in dust, and the floor was worn smooth by years of neglect. But it was the silence that unsettled her the most. Not even the usual creaks of old wood or the soft shuffle of her footsteps filled the space. It was as if the church itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. Elias had stayed just outside, his silhouette barely visible in the mist. He had warned her not to go too far in without understanding the full extent of what had happened here, but there was no turning back now. Rachel pressed forward, her heart racing, her skin crawling as she moved further into the church. The air grew colder, more stifling, and the darkness seemed to deepen the further she walked. As her eyes slowly adjusted, she noticed strange carvings etched into the walls, faded symbols she couldn't understand. They seemed to shift, just at the edge of her vision, as if they were alive. The once stalwart wooden pews were rotting, some toppled and scattered in disarray, while others had completely decayed. The very bones of the church felt like they were deteriorating. She reached the altar, where something glinted faintly in the low light. As her eyes focused, she saw an old, cracked stone tablet, adorned with more of those strange symbols, and what looked like remnants of candles. Their wax melted into strange patterns that resembled twisted, writhing figures. She ran her fingers lightly over the tablet, tracing the symbols, feeling a subtle, cold vibration hum beneath the surface of the stone. The sense of being watched was suffocating. Rachel's breath caught as she heard something, a faint whisper. She paused, her heart in her throat, straining to hear. The whisper was so soft, barely perceptible, but it was there. It was as if the very walls of the church were murmuring in their sleep, voices rising from the stone itself. Her pulse quickened, and she tried to shake off the fear that clung to her. She could hear words now, just a murmur in the wind, but they were impossible to understand. The whispers grew louder, like distant, desperate voices calling out, begging for help. Rachel felt her stomach twist, a cold shiver running down her spine. The air was thick with unease, as though the very atmosphere was pulling at her, urging her to leave. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed through the church, so sharp and clear that it made Rachel jump. She spun around, but saw nothing in the dim light. The silence returned, only now it felt heavier, as if the walls themselves were closing in. Her hand instinctively reached for her camera, a desperate attempt to ground herself in something tangible. She clicked it on and pointed it into the darkness, the faint red glow of the recording light illuminating the surroundings. But nothing on the screen appeared as it should have. The walls, the floor, the pews, all of them were distorted, twisted in a way that defied logic. Shapes that shouldn't exist were shifting, writhing in the corners of her vision. There were faces, screaming faces, some contorted in terror, others frozen in anguish, like echoes from another time. Her heart thudded violently in her chest as she backed away from the altar, the camera shaking in her hands. She needed to leave, but the entrance she had come through, the door, was no longer there. Panic rose in her throat as she turned in all directions, trying to orient herself in the suffocating darkness. The church had changed. It was no longer the building she had entered. It was an oppressive maze, twisting in unnatural ways, and the air was thick with an overwhelming sense of dread. She could hear the whispers more clearly now, and though they were incomprehensible, they felt more like a warning. Her breath came in ragged gasps as she stumbled forward, hoping to find the exit. But as she took another step, she noticed something that made her freeze. A figure was standing at the end of the aisle, just beyond the altar. A tall, shadowy silhouette. For a moment, Rachel thought it was Elias, but the figure was wrong, too still, too silent. She couldn't make out any details, but she knew it wasn't human. Her skin prickled, and a knot tightened in her stomach as the figure took a step forward. The shadows around it seemed to shift, move like liquid, stretching and crawling along the walls. The whispering grew louder, more frantic, as if urging her to flee. Then, the figure spoke. It was a voice like dry leaves scraping across the ground, ancient and rasping. "You shouldn't have come, Rachel." The words were laced with a bitterness so cold it made her blood run icy. Her heart pounded, but her feet refused to move. She was paralyzed, caught in the figure's gaze, or perhaps trapped in whatever strange force was emanating from it. The room seemed to close in on her, the walls bending, the ceiling pressing lower. The very space around her felt distorted, warped by something dark and ancient. Who are you?" she managed to ask, her voice a trembling whisper. The figure didn't answer at first. It tilted its head slowly, its hollow eyes glowing faintly in the darkness, just enough to send a wave of terror coursing through Rachel's veins. The air was heavy with something else now, something foul and unholy. The whispers seemed to be coming from every direction, all around her, yet their source was nowhere to be seen. "Does it matter?" The figure responded, its voice filled with disdain. "You have already seen too much. The curse is upon you. The town will claim you, just as it has claimed everyone before you." Rachel's heart raced as she took a step back, the realization hitting her like a blow. The curse. It wasn't just a story, a myth. It was real. The figure stepped closer. Its long, dark form gliding silently across the floor. With every movement, the shadows around it deepened, consuming the light from the room. She couldn't breathe. The air felt thick, suffocating. It was as though the walls themselves were closing in, tightening around her chest, crushing her. Suddenly, the whispers grew louder, almost deafening. They were no longer just voices, they were faces, memories, all clamoring for attention. Rachel's mind spun as images flashed before her eyes, people, long dead, reaching out, their faces twisted in agony, begging for release. Some were screaming, others were silent, their eyes hollow and vacant. The figure was almost upon her now, its presence suffocating. "It's too late, Rachel. The town will never let you leave. The curse will follow you until your soul becomes one with the shadows." The figure raised its hand, and the air grew colder, sharper, until it felt like ice against her skin. Rachel's breath came in ragged gasps, her chest tight with terror. Her mind screamed for her to run, to escape, but her body refused to move. Then, just as she thought she might be swallowed whole by the darkness, there was a burst of light, bright and sudden. The figure recoiled, vanishing into the shadows, leaving only the oppressive silence in its wake. Rachel's vision blurred as she stumbled backward, gasping for air. The church, the shadowy figure. The whispers, they all faded into the distance, leaving her standing alone in the cold, empty room. With shaking hands, she turned the camera off. She didn't know what she had just witnessed, but she was certain of one thing: Eldritch Falls had claimed her now. And there was no escape. Part 4. Rachel stumbled backward, her heart pounding as she tried to process what had just occurred. Her hand still gripped the camera, but her vision blurred, her thoughts scattered. The light from the camera seemed distant, as if it were flickering far away in a deep cavern. The air around her had grown unnaturally cold, and the silence in the church had become oppressive, like a living thing, watching her, waiting. The figure, the shadows, and the whispers, they were real. Everything that had been dismissed as myth and folklore was alive and more terrifying than she had ever imagined. She knew now that she wasn't just caught in some ghost story, she had walked into the heart of an ancient curse. And eldritch falls had claimed her in ways she didn't fully understand. But one thing was clear, there was no turning back. With shaky legs, Rachel made her way toward the entrance, but as she neared the aisle, her heart skipped a beat. The door was gone. She blinked in disbelief, her pulse racing. The church had shifted, as if the very space itself had contorted, reshaped into something she didn't recognize. There was no door, no exit, just an endless corridor of decaying stone and twisted shadows. The weight of it settled over her like a shroud, a crushing heaviness that threatened to consume her. "Elias," she whispered, her voice trembling. She hadn't even realized she'd been calling for him until the words left her lips. Desperation clawed at her chest as she spun around, scanning the church for any sign of him. But there was nothing, only darkness and the echoes of whispers that grew louder with every passing second. Her breath was shallow, quick, and she had to fight the overwhelming urge to scream. Every part of her wanted to break down, to fall to the floor and let the madness of the place take her. But Elias's warning echoed in her mind, and she knew she couldn't give up. She couldn't give in. "You're the only one who can stop it." With a surge of determination, Rachel wiped the tears that had formed at the corners of her eyes. She needed to find out what was happening, what the curse truly was, and how to break it. She had no choice but to push forward. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the aisle, her footsteps echoing off the cold stone beneath her. The whispering grew louder again, but now, it wasn't just words she heard. It was laughter, low and guttural, like 1,000 voices layered on top of each other, swirling in the air. Each step she took felt like an eternity, the tension in the air building with every moment. The altar was still ahead of her, its presence a looming darkness, and Rachel couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for her there. She glanced over her shoulder once more. Elias was nowhere in sight, and yet she felt his presence. Distant but still there, pulling her forward. The symbols on the altar were familiar now, their strange carvings etched deep into the stone. She had seen them before, on the tablet at the entrance, on the crumbling walls of the town, and in the visions that haunted her mind. Each symbol seemed to throb with energy, like they were alive, like they were calling out to her. Rachel knelt beside the altar, her hands trembling as she traced one of the symbols with her fingers. The stone was cold to the touch, but it hummed, like it was vibrating just beneath the surface. She could feel the power pulsing from it, and it made her stomach churn with a sickening sense of dread. It was as if something was pushing against her, trying to drag her deeper into its hold. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet began to rumble, a low vibration that started in her bones and spread outward. Rachel gasped and looked around, her eyes wide with panic. The church was shifting again, the walls warping, as though the very structure of the place was alive, breathing. The whispers had become clearer, more insistent, as if they were coming from all directions now, pulling her in, urging her to listen. Then, in the center of the church, the altar began to glow. A faint, eerie light pulsed from within the stone, growing brighter with each passing second. Rachel's heart skipped a beat as the whispers crescendoed into a roar. She felt an invisible force tugging at her, as if the very air around her was charging with energy, ready to explode. Her body trembled as she stepped closer to the altar, the glow now blinding her, forcing her to squint. Out of the light, a figure began to emerge. At first, it was just a shadow, barely discernible against the intensity of the glow. But then, it took shape. The figure was tall, skeletal, its body a twisted silhouette of bone and shadow, its face nothing more than a hollow void. It stood there, in front of her, its presence overwhelming, as if it were the embodiment of the curse itself. Rachel stumbled backward, but her feet felt frozen in place. The whispers grew louder, filling her mind with maddening thoughts, images of things she couldn't comprehend. The figure's hollow eyes seemed to lock onto hers, and in that moment, she felt the weight of centuries of torment, centuries of pain. It spoke, its voice like the grinding of stones against each other, rasping and filled with an ancient fury. You cannot escape. The curse is eternal. The town will claim you, as it has claimed all who have come before you. There is no breaking it. Rachel tried to speak, but her throat was dry, her words lost in the torrent of whispers that flooded her mind. The figure loomed closer, its skeletal hands reaching toward her, as if it were pulling her into the very heart of the curse. She could feel its cold fingers grazing her skin, sending waves of icy terror through her veins. The force around her was growing stronger, like an invisible storm, its energy building with every passing second. Just as the figure's hands were about to touch her, the church suddenly shook, the walls groaning as though they were being torn apart. The ground beneath her feet cracked, and the altar's glow intensified, blinding her with its brilliance. Rachel's pulse raced as she realized the truth. She wasn't alone. The figure wasn't the only thing in the church. There were others, countless others, lingering in the shadows, waiting for their moment. The whispers grew to a deafening roar. The light from the altar flickered, and in the briefest moment of clarity, Rachel saw the truth. The curse wasn't just a curse. It was a living entity, an ancient force that had been feeding on the souls of Eldritch Falls for generations. And now, it was hungry for hers. Part 5. Rachel's heart hammered in her chest, her breath coming in sharp, frantic gasps as the overwhelming presence in the church threatened to consume her. The darkness and whispers swirled around her, each one like a blade scraping against her skin. The figure, its hollow eyes locked onto hers, drew closer, its bony fingers outstretched as though it were beckoning her to step into the abyss. Her mind raced, trying to find a way out, but every inch of her being screamed for her to flee. Yet, her body felt paralyzed, as if the very air itself was holding her captive, binding her to this forsaken place. The altar's light had become blinding, and with each flicker, she could hear the voices of the lost souls trapped in Eldritch Falls. Each one calling out, pleading for release. You cannot leave, the figure croaked, its voice now a cacophony of whispers, as if multiple souls were speaking at once. You belong to us. You always have. Rachel staggered backward, feeling the cold fingers of dread crawl up her spine. She had read about the curse, heard the stories, but nothing had prepared her for the suffocating weight of it. The town had been cursed, yes, but it wasn't just the buildings or the land, it was everything. Every shadow, every stone, every whisper was part of it, alive and hungry. And now, Rachel understood, the curse was not just a force to be broken. It was an entity, a sentient, malevolent being that fed on fear. On the souls of those who dared to venture too close, the ground trembled beneath her feet, and the walls of the church seemed to distort, bending and twisting as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling. The whispers became louder, angrier, and more frantic. Rachel closed her eyes for a moment, trying to focus, trying to clear her thoughts. She remembered Elias's warning, how he had told her to never stay in one place for too long, to keep moving, to find the source of the curse before it found her. Taking a deep breath, she forced her legs to move, her steps shaky but determined. She couldn't let the entity in front of her consume her, she couldn't let the whispers drown her. The figure in front of her seemed to ripple, like a mirage, flickering in and out of reality. The air around her was thick with energy, crackling as if the very atmosphere was on the verge of collapsing. Rachel turned away from the altar, her feet instinctively moving toward the only exit she could see, the door that had been blocked before, but now stood open. The wooden beams creaked above her, and the door swung wide, beckoning her out into the night, but as she stepped through, the world around her shifted. The fog was heavier now, thicker than it had been before. It swirled around her in dense clouds, obscuring her vision and distorting the familiar landscape. She was no longer outside the church, but within it, standing in the very center of Eldridge Falls. The buildings that had once seemed abandoned were now alive with a dark energy, their windows glowing with an unearthly light. Rachel's breath caught in her throat. The town was different now, twisted and contorted, like a nightmare come to life. The familiar streets had transformed into winding, labyrinthine passages that seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction. The trees, once solid and rooted in the earth, now reached out like gnarled fingers, their branches clawing at the air, as if they were alive. And there, standing in the middle of the street, was the figure from the church, its presence looming over her like a shadow. The town was not just cursed, it was alive, a living entity that had grown and fed off the darkness for centuries. Rachel's mind raced, the horror of it all sinking deep into her bones. She had to keep moving. She had to find the source of this nightmare before it was too late. The whispers followed her, echoing in her ears, louder now, like a chorus of the damned. She couldn't escape them, couldn't outrun them. But she could fight back. The knowledge from Elias's research, the strange symbols she had seen in the church, in the town, it all started to make sense now. In the distance, she saw a light flicker, a lantern hanging in a window. It was the only sign of life she had seen. And without thinking, Rachel sprinted toward it. Each step felt like it took her deeper into the heart of the curse, but she had no choice. She had to reach that light. As she approached the building, she saw a figure standing in the doorway. It was a man, his face obscured by shadows, but there was something familiar about him. Something comforting. It was Elias. "Rachel, you made it," he said softly, his voice gentle but tinged with an urgency she hadn't heard before. "You're not too late. But you must listen. The curse is awakening. You've seen what it can do, what it will do. You need to end it now." Rachel's heart pounded as she stepped closer. She had so many questions, so many fears. But now was not the time. Elias stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter. Inside, the room was dimly lit, filled with shelves of old books and faded maps. It looked like a study, filled with relics of the past, things that hadn't been touched in years. But one thing stood out, a large, ornate book resting on a pedestal in the center of the room. It was open to a page, and the symbols on it were eerily familiar. The same symbols Rachel had seen at the altar, at the town's entrances, in her dreams. "This is the key," Elias said, his voice low and serious. "It's the only way to stop the curse from spreading, to sever the bond between the town and the entity that feeds on it." Rachel stepped closer, reaching for the book, her fingers trembling as she ran them over the pages. The text was written in an ancient language, but the symbols were clear. They were warnings, instructions, directions on how to break the curse, how to release the souls trapped in Eldritch Falls. But as she read, she realized something horrifying. The ritual required a sacrifice. The curse was not just a force that had to be stopped. It was something that fed on blood, on life, on the essence of those who sought to end it. And in order to break the cycle, one life had to be given in exchange. Rachel's heart sank as the realization hit her like a ton of bricks. She had no choice. She had to make a decision, sacrifice herself and save the town, or let the curse continue, devouring more lives in its wake. But before she could speak, Elias's voice cut through the silence. "You don't have to do this alone," he said softly, his gaze meeting hers. "We can end this together. We can break the curse." Rachel knew then that the answer wasn't as simple as a choice. They were both bound to the curse, both intertwined in a fate that neither could escape alone. The entity had already claimed them. But together, they might stand a chance, and so, Rachel made her decision. She would fight until the end, and if she had to sacrifice herself to free Eldritch Falls from its endless nightmare, she would. But she would not go alone. She would make sure that Elias, and every soul trapped in this forsaken place, would be free. Part 6. Rachel stood in the dimly lit room, her eyes fixed on the old tome that lay open before her. The weight of the decision she had just made settled in her chest like an unrelenting stone. Her mind raced, her thoughts a tangle of fear, confusion, and a desperate need to do the right thing. Every whisper of the wind outside seemed to carry with it the weight of the souls trapped in Eldritch Falls, those whose lives had been consumed by the curse. She had seen their faces in her dreams, their eyes hollow and full of sorrow, begging for release. She had no illusions now. This was bigger than herself. This wasn't just about breaking a curse, it was about freeing an entire town from an eternity of torment. Elias was standing beside her, his face pale, his eyes clouded with the same resolve that Rachel felt deep inside her. His voice, when it came, was quiet but firm. "We don't have much time," he said. "The curse is already starting to shift. The darkness is spreading faster than I anticipated. We must act now, or we may never get another chance." Rachel nodded, her throat tight. "What do we need to do?" Elias pointed to the open page in the book. It was a ritual, ancient and dangerous, that would sever the curse's hold on the town. But as Rachel studied the symbols on the page, she felt a shiver crawl down her spine. There was something unsettling about the words. The instructions were clear. But the more she read, the more the room seemed to close in on her, as though the very walls were pressing in, reminding her that there was no way out. You saw it yourself, Elias continued, his voice filled with urgency. The curse is tied to the land itself, to the town. We have to perform the ritual here, at the heart of Eldritch Falls, to sever its connection. The altar in the old church is the only place powerful enough to anchor the ritual. The thought of returning to that forsaken place made Rachel's stomach turn, but she knew they had no other choice. The church had been the source of the curse, the birthplace of the darkness that now twisted everything it touched. It was only fitting that they would have to return there to undo what had been done so long ago. We need to get there, Rachel said, her voice steady despite the storm of emotions swirling inside her. But how? The streets, they're alive with the curse. I don't think we can walk through it. Elias turned, his eyes narrowing as he glanced toward the door. We won't have to walk. There's another way, but it's not without its risks. The veil between our world and the curse's domain is thin here. The church, the altar, is a doorway. If we can open it, we'll be able to get there without walking through the cursed streets. Rachel hesitated, her hand instinctively reaching for the amulet around her neck. It was the only thing that had kept her from completely succumbing to the curse's whispers. But even as her fingers brushed against the cool metal, she wondered if it would be enough to protect them now. What do we have to do? She asked, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and determination. Elias turned toward the far wall of the room, his hand brushing against an old tapestry that hung there. Slowly, the fabric shifted, revealing a hidden doorway behind it. The air seemed to shift around them, thickening as Elias stepped toward the opening. This way, he said. Rachel followed, her heart pounding in her chest. She knew that they were crossing a threshold now, one that led them further into the curse's grip. But there was no turning back. She had made her choice. The narrow hallway they entered seemed to stretch on endlessly, twisting and winding, as though it were part of the cursed fabric itself. The walls seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, and every step they took was accompanied by the faintest echo of a voice, low, guttural, and filled with despair. The passage eventually opened into a large chamber, its ceiling high and vaulted, its walls lined with ancient symbols and carvings. At the center of the room was a pedestal, upon which rested a stone slab. The altar. The place where everything had begun. Rachel's stomach churned as she stepped closer, her eyes scanning the strange markings etched into the stone surface. This is it, Elias said softly. The ritual begins here. He pulled out a dagger from his belt, the blade gleaming in the flickering light of the lanterns. The blade was intricately carved, its hilt adorned with the same symbols she had seen in the book. It was an artifact, one that had been passed down through generations of those who had tried, unsuccessfully, to break the curse. Prepare yourself, Elias said. Once the ritual begins, there's no turning back. The curse will fight back. It will do everything it can to stop us. Rachel nodded, her hand trembling as she reached for the book that Elias had carried with him. She opened it to the page with the ritual, her fingers running over the symbols that seemed to burn with an ethereal glow. Her eyes flickered from the page to the altar, to Elias, and back again. Are you ready? Elias asked, his voice low but filled with resolve. "I have no choice," Rachel replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Elias nodded once, then turned to face the altar. The air around them seemed to grow colder, heavier. The darkness within the room seemed to deepen, as though it were alive, a presence that knew they were about to attempt something that had never been attempted before. It did not want them to succeed. With a swift motion, Elias drove the dagger into the stone slab, and the room erupted in a flash of blinding light. Rachel's body went rigid, her mind flooded with images, memories, and faces from the past. She saw the town before the curse, saw the people laughing, dancing, living. She saw the moment when the curse had first been invoked, the dark ritual, the sacrifice that had bound the town to the entity that now controlled it, and then, she saw the entity itself. It was vast, more immense than anything she could have ever imagined. It was a shadow, an endless, writhing mass of darkness that consumed everything in its path. The faces of the lost souls were trapped within it, their bodies and minds twisted beyond recognition. Their eyes were wide with terror, with hopelessness. They were not just victims, they were part of the curse itself. Rachel felt the entity reach out, its tendrils wrapping around her, trying to pull her into its abyss. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, but she fought them back. She had to stay strong. She had to finish this, now. Elias's voice broke through the chaos, and Rachel snapped her eyes open. Together, they recited the final words of the ritual. As they spoke, the air vibrated with energy, the ground trembling beneath them. The darkness around them began to shudder, to shrink away from the power of the words, and for a brief moment, Rachel felt a glimmer of hope, but the entity wasn't done. With one final, deafening roar, it surged forward, attempting to rip the world apart. Rachel clenched her fists, summoning every ounce of strength within her. She could feel the power of the curse trying to break her, trying to tear her apart. But she would not let it. Not this time. With one final, desperate cry, she pushed everything she had into the ritual, and then, everything went silent. Part 7. The silence that followed the ritual was unlike anything Rachel had ever experienced. It was as though the world itself had stopped. The air was still, the very atmosphere heavy with the weight of something profound. The oppressive presence of the entity had vanished, leaving only the faintest echo of its malevolent whispers, now distant and powerless. Rachel's breath came in shallow gasps as she slowly lowered her hands from the altar. She felt lightheaded, as if the energy that had coursed through her veins had drained out of her all at once. Elias was beside her, his face pale but relieved. The ritual had succeeded, at least, that's what they hoped. But the silence was too thick. Too unnerving to truly celebrate yet. What? What happened? Rachel whispered, her voice barely audible, as if the very act of speaking might disrupt the fragile calm that had descended on them. Elias's gaze remained fixed on the altar, his eyes dark with a mixture of exhaustion and awe. "We did it," he said, his voice hoarse. "The curse. It's over. The veil is lifted." But Rachel wasn't so sure. There was a strange pull, an unsettled feeling in her gut, a sense that something was still amiss, still lingering in the air like an unanswered question. She glanced around, her eyes scanning the chamber, searching for any signs of danger. "That's too easy," she muttered. We've been through too much for it to end like this. Elias didn't respond immediately. He simply stared at the altar, his brow furrowed in concentration. The atmosphere felt heavy, as though an invisible weight was pressing down on them both. "You're right," he said, after a long pause. "Something's not right." And then, just as the words left his mouth, the ground trembled beneath them, the floor of the church groaned, a deep, unsettling sound that made the hairs on the back of Rachel's neck stand on end. She looked down, her heart racing in her chest as the stones beneath her feet began to shift and crack. The altar, once steady, began to quake as if some great force beneath it was awakening. "No." Rachel breathed, stepping back, her mind spinning in panic. "No, this can't be happening. The curse, didn't we break it?" Elias was already moving, his eyes wide with realization. He reached out and grabbed Rachel's arm, pulling her toward the far side of the chamber. "We need to leave. Now." But as they turned to flee, the walls of the church seemed to warp around them, distorting as though the very fabric of reality was being torn apart. The once still air began to vibrate with an unnatural hum, the whispers that had once haunted the town now rising to a deafening crescendo. The spirits that had been trapped by the curse were not gone, they were free, but not in the way Rachel had hoped. The altar, which had been the focus of the ritual, now pulsed with an eerie light. A black, swirling fog began to spill from it, creeping along the floor like smoke, filling the room with a thick, suffocating presence. In the center of the fog stood a figure, tall and shadowy, its form barely visible but radiating a dark, overpowering aura. Its eyes, if they could be called eyes, glowed with a malevolent fire, burning with the wrath of the entity they had hoped to banish. The curse hadn't been broken. It had merely been transformed. "No, no!" Rachel shouted, her voice cracking with fear. "This is wrong. We're too late." Elias held her back as she tried to move forward, her body trembling. He was the one who had been most involved with the ritual, the one who had studied the curse for years. But even he looked terrified now. "We need to end this," he said, his voice cold with resolve. "We can't stop now. We'll have to destroy the altar. It's the source of the curse." Rachel nodded quickly, wiping the sweat from her brow. But the fog, no, the entity, seemed to move faster than they could react. As if sensing their intentions, it surged forward, the darkness swirling around them like a living thing. Before they could reach the altar, the floor beneath them cracked open, a massive chasm splitting the ground with a sickening sound. Rachel and Elias were forced to jump back as pieces of the floor crumbled away, revealing the void below. The shadows in the room twisted and writhed, their forms flickering like flames. Suddenly, a voice, a deep, guttural voice that seemed to come from all around them, spoke. "You cannot destroy what is already within you." The words echoed through the chamber, vibrating with power. The ground trembled again, and Rachel felt her knees go weak. She struggled to remain upright, clinging to Elias for support. "What do you mean?" Elias called out, his voice steady but filled with the remnants of fear. "We broke your hold over this place. This is over." The fog thickened, and the figure in the center began to grow more defined. Rachel saw now that it was not just a shadow, but a twisted, ghostly image of a man whose body seemed to flicker and shift, his face a horrifying mask of rage and sorrow. You may have severed the connection to the curse, the voice continued, its tone almost pitying. But the curse was never just a thing of this world. It is bound to the hearts of those who live here. It is a reflection of their desires, their fears, their sins. It is not bound by time or space. The figure stepped forward, and the fog parted in front of it, revealing the truth that Rachel had feared all along. The curse wasn't just tied to the land, it was tied to the very souls of the people who lived in Eldritch Falls. It was their darkness, their regret, their unspoken guilt that had fed it. And that had kept it alive all these years. The figure's eyes locked onto Rachel's, and she felt her breath freeze in her chest. "You are the last hope of this place," it said, its voice now a whisper, cold and filled with malice. "And you are the one who will ensure that the cycle repeats." Before Rachel could react, a rush of memories flooded her mind, memories of her time in Eldritch Falls, of the strange events that had plagued her since she arrived. The shadows that had haunted her dreams. The sense of déjà vu. The constant feeling that she had been here before, living in this nightmare for an eternity. The curse wasn't just something that had been placed upon the town, it was a cycle. A never-ending loop that fed on its inhabitants. The more they tried to break free, the more they fed it. Rachel's stomach churned as the weight of the revelation settled upon her. There was no escape. She wasn't meant to break the curse, she was meant to perpetuate it. The entity's laughter filled the room, hollow and mocking. You cannot run from it. It is within you. Part 8. The laughter of the entity echoed in Rachel's ears, filling her head with a maddening cacophony. The dark figure, its features still shifting in that otherworldly, fluid way, loomed before her, its eyes burning with the intensity of 1,000 lifetimes of anguish and hatred. The fog swirled around it like a cloak, casting everything in an impenetrable shadow, and for a moment, Rachel could hardly breathe. Elias, still holding onto her arm, felt the same crushing realization hit him with full force. He staggered back, eyes wide with shock. What does it mean?" he whispered, almost to himself. His voice was shaky, but it was clear that he was trying to fight back the terror that was rising in him. How is this possible? Rachel's heart pounded in her chest, each beat like a drum in her ears. She felt as though the ground beneath her was giving way, as though the very fabric of reality was stretching thin. The weight of the entity's words hung over her like a noose, and she could feel her connection to the town, the curse, growing stronger, too strong. "No," she whispered, shaking her head as she took a step back. "This isn't what we wanted. We didn't bring this back to life, we were trying to end it. We didn't ask for this." The figure stepped closer, its form flickering as it moved, still somehow floating above the ground, as if not entirely part of the world. Its voice came again. This time almost soothing, its tone low and ominous. "You misunderstand. You didn't bring it to life," the entity intoned. "It has always been here, in the shadows, in the bones of this place. You, like all who come to Eldritch Falls, are born of it. Your hearts are twisted by the same fears, the same regrets, the same sins as the people before you." Rachel's breath caught in her throat. She stepped back further, her mind racing. How could this be? She had tried so hard, had fought so long to stop the curse. She had followed every clue, every symbol, every whisper that had guided her down this dark path. How could it end like this? How could they be trapped, caught in a cycle they had no control over? Elias turned to her, his face filled with desperation. We have to stop it. There must be a way. There is no way, the figure interrupted, its voice booming now. The walls of the church seemed to shudder with the force of its words. The curse is not something that can simply be undone. It is as much a part of this town as the soil beneath your feet. You can never escape it, for it is you. Rachel felt the weight of its words sinking into her skin, like ice slowly creeping up her spine. She thought back to everything she had learned about Eldritch Falls, the strange disappearances, the mysterious deaths, the haunting whispers that led her here. All the evidence, all the signs pointed to one inescapable truth: the curse was more than just a curse. It was a reflection of the town's soul. And her soul, too, had been marked by it. The fog thickened, and the air grew colder, heavier. The figure moved even closer now, and Rachel could feel its presence pressing against her like an invisible hand. We are one, the figure whispered, as though telling her a secret. Your fear is mine. Your guilt, your sorrow, they have always been mine. There is no escaping that which lies at the heart of Eldritch Falls. Rachel wanted to scream, to fight back, but her voice failed her. Her legs felt weak, as though her very will was being drained. She reached out for Elias, but he seemed just as lost as she was, his face pale with terror, unable to find any words of comfort or strength. The figure laughed again, this time a sound like nails scraping against stone. You are bound to this place, Rachel. You and everyone before you. The curse is not something that can be ended. It is the reason Eldritch Falls exists. The reason it endures. You cannot fight fate. Elias's voice broke through her haze of fear, sharp and urgent. Then what are we supposed to do? What is left for us? If we're all part of this curse, if it's in our very souls, how do we survive? For a moment, there was silence. The fog in the room seemed to pause, and the figure's presence hung in the air like a dark cloud. Then, in a voice colder than the tomb, the figure spoke again. There is no surviving the curse. There is only embracing it. The words hung in the air, and for a moment, Rachel felt a wave of confusion wash over her. What did that mean? Was there some way to accept it, to stop fighting, to stop running? Before she could ask, the figure began to fade, its shadowy form dissolving into the thick fog. But its voice remained, an echo that lingered long after its form had vanished. Come back when you are ready to accept what you are. Rachel's mind reeled as the fog began to dissipate. The walls of the church seemed to return to their normal, solid state, though the air was still heavy with the oppressive presence of the curse. Elias's grip on her arm tightened, and she turned to him. Their eyes meeting in shared terror and uncertainty. We're trapped, Rachel said, her voice barely a whisper. There's no way out. We're part of it. Elias shook his head slowly, still in shock but determined to find a way. No. We have to fight. There's always a way. But as Rachel looked around the crumbling church, she couldn't shake the feeling that Elias's words were empty. The truth, as horrifying as it was, had sunk deep into her soul. She was bound to Eldritch Falls, as were all who came to it, as were all who were born here. The curse was no longer just something they could fight. It was something they were, something that had always been a part of them, and no matter how hard they tried, they would never escape. Part 9. The wind howled through the shattered windows of the church as Rachel and Elias stood in the eerie silence that had overtaken the space. The figure, the cursed being that had taunted them with its cryptic words, had disappeared, but its presence still lingered, as though the very air was thick with the weight of its message. The fog had dissipated only slightly, leaving a thick haze that obscured the once grand architecture, twisting the familiar into something alien. Rachel's breath was shallow, her heart pounding in her chest. The weight of the entity's words echoed in her mind, each one like a nail driving deeper into her thoughts. "You are bound to this place," it repeated over and over, its meaning sinking deeper into her consciousness. She could feel it, the curse wrapping around her like a suffocating blanket. Elias, his face pale and strained, glanced nervously over his shoulder, as though expecting the shadowed figure to appear again at any moment. "What now?" he asked, his voice barely more than a hoarse whisper. "What can we even do? It said we're a part of this, that there's no escaping it." Rachel didn't have an answer. The sudden, overwhelming realization that they were trapped here, tied to the curse that had plagued Eldritch Falls for centuries, made her stomach churn. Everything she had done, everything she had hoped for, now felt insignificant. She wasn't sure if she could fight anymore. But then, something stirred within her, a flicker of something that could only be described as defiance. The curse had taken so much, so many lives, so many souls, but she couldn't let it take hers. "Not without a fight. I can't just give in," Rachel whispered, more to herself than to Elias. "I can't let it win. If there's even the slightest chance. I need to try." Elias turned to face her fully, the concern in his eyes apparent. "We have no choice but to fight, Rachel. It's the only way to break free from this madness." His grip tightened on her hand. "Together, we can end this. We have to." Rachel nodded slowly, taking a deep breath. But as she did, a faint sound caught her attention, a whisper that came from the shadows beyond the crumbling altar. It was soft, almost inaudible, but it was there. It sounded like a voice, but it was a voice that was distorted, almost as if someone was speaking from the depths of the earth itself. Curiosity and fear mixed in Rachel's chest. She turned to Elias, her eyes wide with both anticipation and dread. "Did you hear that?" Elias stiffened, his eyes darting around the church. "I don't hear anything." Rachel stepped cautiously toward the altar, every step she took seeming to echo in the silence. The whispers grew louder, clearer, as though they were drawing her in. The voice spoke in a language she didn't understand, an ancient tongue that sent a chill up her spine, each syllable sending waves of cold terror through her body. "I've heard that before," she muttered, as memories of the old townsfolk came rushing back to her. They had spoken of the forgotten language, one that had been used long ago by the cursed founders of Eldritch Falls. a language that was said to summon the darker forces tied to the town's curse. She reached the altar, her hand trembling as she touched the cold stone. Beneath her fingers, the surface felt alive, pulsing with an unnatural energy. The whispers grew louder, sharper, as though the altar itself was calling to her, beckoning her to uncover its secrets. A vision flashed before her eyes, ancient symbols, blood-red and glowing, scrawled across the walls of the church, and beneath them, the hidden history of Eldritch Falls. The story of its curse, of the people who had bound themselves to the land in their desperation to escape death. The altar, Rachel breathed, realization hitting her like a tidal wave. The answer was here. This was where everything had started. The power of the curse had been sealed here, and it was here that they could either break it or fall into its grip forever. Elias, who had been watching her, stepped forward cautiously. "What is it? What are you seeing?" Rachel turned to him, her eyes wide. "The curse. It was sealed here, on this altar. This is where it began. And this is where we can stop it. But we have to understand how it works. We need to know what we're up against." Elias's face hardened, determination filling his gaze. "Then let's figure it out." Rachel nodded and pressed her palm to the altar, her thoughts swirling in a chaotic whirl of fear and focus. As she concentrated, she felt something stir beneath her touch, something dark and ancient. The symbols etched into the altar began to glow faintly, and she gasped as she saw the faint outline of a door, hidden beneath layers of dust and grime. It was a door that had not been opened in centuries. Without a word, she moved to the side, allowing Elias to join her. Together, they traced the markings on the altar, moving their fingers over the surface. As they did, the symbols began to shift, reconfiguring themselves into something entirely new. It was as though the altar itself was alive, responding to their touch, showing them the way forward. With a deep breath, Rachel spoke the words aloud, reciting the ancient incantation she had learned from the journal, the same journal that had brought her to this place. The altar rumbled beneath her hand, and the stone slowly began to move, revealing a hidden passageway beneath. The darkness within it seemed to swallow all light, but Rachel, driven by a desperate need to end the curse, stepped forward without hesitation. Elias hesitated, glancing back at the church's decaying interior one last time. "What if we're wrong?" he asked, his voice full of doubt. "What if we open the door and unleash something worse?" Rachel's expression was resolute. "We have no choice. We've come this far. We'll face it together, no matter what." They exchanged a final look of solidarity, and with that, they descended into the darkness below, the unknown world awaiting them. Part 10. The air grew colder as Rachel and Elias descended into the hidden passage beneath the altar. The walls of the narrow tunnel were damp, their surfaces slick with moisture, as if the very earth itself was trying to hold them back. The faint light from their lantern barely cut through the oppressive darkness, and every step echoed around them, a constant reminder that they were not alone. As they walked deeper, the whispers they had heard earlier began to return, this time louder and more insistent. The sound seemed to come from all directions, pressing in on them like a physical force. They could no longer tell if it was the wind, the voices of the cursed souls, or something more sinister. Every sound felt alive, filled with malice and despair, and Rachel could feel her heartbeat quicken as they pressed on. Elias glanced at her, his face pale but determined. "Are you sure about this? We don't know what's down there, what we're facing. We could be walking right into the heart of the curse." Rachel swallowed hard, the weight of his words sinking in, but she shook her head, refusing to let fear overtake her. "We have to do this. We've come too far. This is the only way to stop it." They moved forward, the passage growing colder with each step. The walls began to narrow, forcing them to walk in single file. The further they went, the more the air felt thick with energy. Like a presence was watching them from the shadows. Suddenly, the tunnel opened up into a vast chamber. The ceiling was high, lost in darkness, and the floor was uneven, covered in broken stone and crumbling remnants of what had once been a grand chamber. But it was the center of the room that caught their attention. In the middle of the chamber stood an enormous stone pedestal, covered in ancient symbols. The pedestal was bathed in a sickly greenish glow, and atop it, there was a large, dark crystal, its surface shimmering with a dark, pulsating light. The whispers grew louder still, now almost deafening, and it was clear that this was the source of the curse. This was what had bound Eldritch Falls to its horrific fate. The stone pedestal seemed to hum with an ancient energy, its power ancient, untapped, and yet disturbingly familiar. Rachel could feel it in her chest, the weight of it pressing down on her heart. It was as if the curse itself was alive, aware of their presence, and it was waiting for them to make a move. "That's it," Elias said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The source of the curse," Rachel nodded, her pulse quickening. "We need to destroy it. This is what binds everything, this crystal, this power. If we break it, if we stop it, we can free the town." Elias took a hesitant step toward the pedestal, his eyes fixed on the glowing crystal. "But how? We don't even know what it is. Or how it works. If we make the wrong move, we have no choice," Rachel interrupted, her voice firm. She could feel the presence of the curse pressing in on her, urging her to act. "We've already come too far. We'll figure it out, just like we always do." Together, they approached the pedestal cautiously, each step heavy with anticipation. The whispers had reached a fever pitch now, the sound almost unbearable, but Rachel remained focused. She had to do this. For herself. For Elias. For the people of Eldritch Falls. Rachel extended her hand toward the crystal, the warmth of her touch making the stone hum beneath her fingers. As soon as her skin made contact, the world around them seemed to shift. The room spun, and for a moment, Rachel felt herself slipping into a void of darkness. A rush of images flashed before her eyes, visions of the town, of the people who had suffered and died, of the ancient curse that had bound them all to this place. Then, everything went still, the air was thick with tension, as if the very walls of the chamber were holding their breath. Rachel could feel the energy coursing through her, its power both invigorating and terrifying. She had to act before it overwhelmed her. With a sudden, decisive motion, she pulled her hand away from the crystal, stepping back quickly. At the same time, Elias reached into his bag and pulled out the ceremonial dagger they had found earlier. It gleamed in the dim light, its blade ancient and sharp. "This should work," he said, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. Rachel nodded. We have to strike at the heart of it. We need to destroy the crystal itself. With all their strength, they both lunged at the pedestal, aiming for the crystal with all their might. The moment the dagger made contact with the surface of the stone, the entire room seemed to shake. The energy that had been coiled around them like a snake surged violently, knocking them both backward. The crystal shattered with a deafening crack, and the air erupted in a blinding flash of light. Rachel screamed as the light swallowed her, her body filled with an overwhelming sensation of both power and fear. She felt her limbs weaken, her breath growing shallow as the energy of the curse surged through her veins, but as quickly as it had come, the light began to fade, and the room returned to a sickly calm. The air was still thick with the remnants of the curse, but the pressure that had weighed down on Rachel and Elias had lifted, as though a heavy burden had been released. They lay on the cold stone floor, breathing heavily, disoriented by the blast. The whispers had stopped, and the oppressive presence that had filled the room was gone. Rachel pushed herself to her feet, her legs unsteady beneath her. She glanced over at Elias, who was slowly standing as well, his face pale but determined. "Did we do it?" she asked, her voice hoarse. Elias nodded, his gaze fixed on the shattered remains of the crystal. "I think we did." For a moment, they just stood there, staring at the remains of the pedestal, the silence of the chamber almost deafening. The curse had been broken, and the town of Eldritch Falls was free. But there was something else, something Rachel couldn't quite place. A feeling that lingered, even though the danger had passed. A quiet voice whispered in her ear, just loud enough for her to hear, "You can never leave. The curse will find you again." Rachel froze, her blood running cold. Elias turned to her, his face filled with concern. "What's wrong?" But Rachel didn't answer. Instead, she felt something cold brush against her skin, and for a brief moment, she thought she saw a figure standing in the shadows of the chamber, watching them with empty, glowing eyes. The curse wasn't over. Not yet. The dreaming grove, once, in a land far away, there was a forest so ancient that its trees seemed to touch the sky. This forest was known as the Dreaming Grove. It was a place that could only be found by those with a heart full of longing, a soul seeking peace, and a mind open to the wonders of the world. Its existence was whispered in the wind, carried on the soft breath of the earth itself. The grove was not on any map, nor was it known by many, yet it had been there for centuries, quietly watching over the land. The Dreaming Grove had a peculiar way of revealing itself. It was not a place one could simply walk to or stumble upon. It only appeared to those who truly needed it, those whose souls were burdened by the weight of the world, by worries that no longer had room to settle. And for those who did find it, the grove offered something extraordinary, a chance to rest, to heal, and to dream in peace. The forest's trees were tall and thick, with trunks that had twisted and wound together over the ages, their bark a soft shade of silver gray, almost glowing in the pale light of the moon. The air was cool and crisp, filled with the sweet scent of moss and earth. As one stepped into the grove, the sounds of the world outside seemed to fade away. The bustle of cities, the noise of everyday life, the constant rush of time, it all seemed to vanish, replaced by the soft rustling of leaves and the distant murmur of a gentle stream. But the most unusual thing about the Dreaming Grove was its ability to bring about vivid, peaceful dreams. The moment one stepped foot into the grove, it was as if the forest recognized the weary heart and knew exactly what it needed. The air was thick with a kind of magic, subtle but powerful. With every breath, the mind would slowly clear, the worries and anxieties of the day melting away, leaving only the calm embrace of the present moment. At the heart of the dreaming grove was a large, crystal-clear pond, surrounded by large stones that seemed to hum softly with an ancient energy. The pond was not just a pond, it was a mirror to the soul. As one gazed into its depths, the reflections that rippled across its surface were not of the world around them, but of their deepest desires, their most peaceful thoughts, and their quietest hopes. It was a place where one could look into the water and see the very essence of who they were, free of the clutter and distractions of life. Legend had it that the grove was older than time itself. The trees were thought to be the oldest living beings on the planet, their roots stretching deep into the earth, connecting them to every other tree, plant, and creature in the world. They whispered to each other in the language of the wind, and their leaves shimmered with the memories of 1,000 years. One evening, a weary traveler named Arya stumbled upon the grove. She had been searching for a place of solace for many years. Wandering from town to town, city to city, but never quite feeling at peace. Her heart was heavy with the burden of the past, of mistakes, regrets, and fears that had grown too loud to ignore. Her body was tired, and her spirit was weary. She longed for rest, for a place where she could simply exist without the noise of the world around her. It was in the midst of this search that she found the dreaming grove. At first, she thought it was an illusion, a trick of her tired mind. But as she stepped deeper into the forest, she felt something shift. The air felt warmer, softer. The forest seemed to breathe with her, as though it were welcoming her into its embrace. The trees whispered softly, their leaves rustling in a language she could almost understand, and the scent of earth and moss filled her senses. Arya walked deeper into the grove, following a winding path of soft moss and smooth stones. The further she walked, the more she felt the weight on her shoulders begin to lift. Her mind, once a cacophony of thoughts and worries, slowly quieted. It was as though the grove had reached into her soul and begun to ease the tension she had carried for so long. When she reached the pond, she sat on one of the smooth stones, gazing into the clear water. For the first time in years, she felt still. The reflection staring back at her was not one filled with regret or sorrow, but one of calm and peace. She felt an overwhelming sense of connection, to the world, to herself, and to the ancient forest around her. As Arya sat there, the grove began to weave its magic around her. The air grew even softer, and the rustling of the leaves seemed to lull her into a sense of deep relaxation. Her eyes fluttered shut, and soon she found herself drifting into a peaceful slumber. The dreams that came to her that night were unlike any she had ever experienced. In the world of dreams, she wandered through meadows of soft flowers, bathed in moonlight. She met friendly animals who spoke to her in gentle tones, and she came across hidden paths that led her to places of warmth and safety. There was no fear, no anxiety, just the pure, unadulterated joy of simply being. When Arya awoke, the sun was beginning to rise, casting a golden glow over the grove. She felt different, lighter, as though a great burden had been lifted from her heart. The grove had worked its magic, and she was no longer the same person who had walked in the night before. Her soul was at peace, and she felt as though she could breathe more freely than ever before, but as the morning light filled the grove, she knew it was time to leave. The grove, after all, was a place that could only be visited for a time. It existed not to stay, but to help. The magic it offered was not one to be clung to, but one to be carried with you, like a quiet whisper in the heart. Arya stood at the edge of the pond, gazing into the shimmering water one last time. She thanked the grove for its kindness and its peace, and then she turned to leave. As she walked back along the moss-covered path, she could feel the grove's presence with her, as if it had become a part of her very being. The dreaming grove faded behind her, but the peace it had gifted her remained. And in the quiet moments of her life, whenever the world felt too heavy, she knew she could close her eyes and find her way back there, to the peaceful heart of the forest, for the dreaming grove would always be there, waiting to guide those who sought rest, healing, and the quiet whisper of their own heart. Part 2. Arya awoke to the soft light of the early morning sun, a golden haze that filtered through the branches of the trees above her. She was no longer in the grove, but the peace she had felt the night before remained deep within her. The rest, the calm, and the weightlessness that had settled into her soul were not easily shaken, even as she walked back toward the path that led her out of the enchanted forest. As Arya journeyed home, she noticed the world around her seemed different. The bustling streets and busy marketplaces that once overwhelmed her with noise and chaos now appeared quieter, softer. It was as though her experience in the dreaming grove had opened a door within her, one that allowed her to see the beauty of life in ways she never had before. The sky, the trees, and the people around her now felt more alive, more connected. Days passed, and Arya continued on her way, always carrying the peace of the grove with her. It was in small moments, the quiet rustle of the wind, the soft murmur of a distant river, that she could feel the grove's presence beside her. She would sometimes catch herself smiling, remembering the soothing sounds of the trees, the smell of the moss, and the way the world felt when she had been part of that sacred space. But despite the tranquility that had settled in her heart, Arya knew that she had been marked by the grove in a way that went beyond just peaceful rest. The grove had whispered something to her, a quiet promise that lingered in the back of her mind, though she couldn't yet fully understand it. It called to her during the quiet of night, in her dreams, and during the rare moments when her thoughts were still enough to listen. It was not long before the pull of the grove became undeniable, and Arya found herself walking once more toward the forest's edge. It was not a conscious decision, but something in her heart told her it was time to return, that the grove had more to offer her, and perhaps more to reveal. There was something she needed to learn, something beyond the healing and the peace she had already experienced, as she stepped through the familiar trees. She felt an immediate change in the air. The wind carried the scent of damp earth and moss, and the whispers of the trees welcomed her return. The grove had not forgotten her, nor had she forgotten it. It felt as though the trees were embracing her, their branches arching overhead like the welcoming arms of old friends. The soft sounds of nature surrounded her, but now, there was something else, something more, just beneath the surface of the quiet serenity. Arya felt a strange sense of urgency, a feeling that there was something in the grove that she had yet to discover, something important, something hidden. Following the path deeper into the forest, she reached the pond at the heart of the grove once again. The water's surface shimmered in the dappled light, and for a moment, it was as though time had stopped. The trees, the air, the very ground beneath her feet were suspended in a stillness that felt almost eternal. Arya stood there, waiting, listening, feeling a stirring deep within her. The grove was offering her something, something that had to be understood before she could leave again. Suddenly, the air shifted. The temperature dropped slightly, and the sounds of the forest seemed to hush. From the depths of the pond, something emerged, slowly at first, a ripple across the glassy surface. Arya's heart raced, but her feet remained rooted in place. She felt drawn to the water, to the reflection that now rippled back at her. In the center of the pond, a figure began to take shape. At first, it was a shadow, a silhouette that was not quite clear. But as the figure solidified, it became a woman, her features delicate and ethereal, as though formed from the very water itself. Her eyes shone with a deep, ancient wisdom, and her lips curved into a soft, knowing smile. The figure spoke in a voice that seemed to come both from the water and from within Arya's own soul. "You have returned," she said, her voice soft but powerful, as if the very words were woven into the fabric of the grove. "You have walked the path of peace, and now you seek what lies beyond it. The grove has waited for you, for there is more to be learned than rest alone." Arya, though surprised, felt no fear. Instead, she felt a quiet excitement, a sense that the answers she sought were near, if only she could listen carefully enough. "What is it that I must learn?" Arya asked, her voice trembling slightly as she stepped closer to the water. The woman in the pond smiled again, her eyes glowing with an inner light. "The grove does not only heal the heart. It holds memories, ancient memories, that have been passed down through the roots of these trees. You are ready to learn of the old ways, to remember the stories long forgotten." Arya's heart skipped a beat. "The old ways?" The figure nodded. "The trees of this grove have seen many things, joys and sorrows, victories and losses. They remember the earth before it was divided, when the world was whole and connected. But with time, the world became fractured, and the stories of the past were lost." Arya looked down at the water, feeling the weight of her words settle within her. The figure in the pond continued, "You, child of the world, have been chosen to remember. The grove has awakened within you the power to reconnect these fractured pieces of time. But be warned, the path is not without danger. There are forces that do not wish for the past to return." Arya shuddered at the thought, but she didn't turn away. Instead, she leaned closer, her heart full of questions. "What must I do?" she asked. The figure's smile deepened. "You must listen. You must go into the world and hear the stories that have been forgotten. Only then will you understand how to restore the balance that has been lost. But do not forget that the grove is always with you, in your dreams and in your heart." As the figure began to fade, Arya felt a rush of emotions: excitement, fear, curiosity, and determination. The figure's voice lingered in her ears even as she felt the air around her grow still again. "The path is long, and it begins with one step. Follow your heart, and it will guide you to what you seek." The waters of the pond rippled once more, and the figure disappeared. Arya stood there for a long while, the weight of the words pressing upon her. She had come to the grove seeking rest and healing, but now, she had a new mission, a purpose that had been awakened deep within her. With a quiet breath, she turned away from the pond, knowing that her journey was far from over. The grove had shown her the way, and now it was up to her to walk it. As she stepped away from the clearing and the ancient trees, she could feel the soft whispers of the grove following her. Though she had left the physical space behind, the grove would always be a part of her, guiding her steps and offering its wisdom whenever she needed it. Arya knew that her quest had just begun. And as she left the forest, she carried the dreams of the grove with her, dreams of a world waiting to be remembered, a world waiting to be healed. Part 3. Arya's journey from the grove had been one of quiet reflection and growing anticipation. The weight of the message the figure in the pond had left her with lingered in her mind. The past, long forgotten, was calling to her. The old stories needed to be remembered, and only by listening would she be able to restore the balance that had been lost. But the question still gnawed at her. What did it mean? What stories was she meant to find? It was with this uncertainty that Arya traveled, but as she ventured deeper into the world, the echoes of the grove whispered to her more and more. She could hear them faintly in the rustle of the trees, in the hum of the wind, in the dreams that returned to her each night. Yet, no answers came to her directly. Instead, the world around her seemed to shift, to guide her in subtle ways, as if the trees themselves were working through her, nudging her towards something greater. It was as though a veil had been lifted from her eyes. The world seemed more alive than ever before, the ordinary imbued with an extraordinary sense of purpose. Her thoughts wandered to the people she had met along the way, strangers with stories of their own. She began to notice their stories more than ever, the little details that people so often glossed over, the fragments of their lives that seemed to hold a hidden weight. One evening, as she walked along a winding road that bordered a small village, Arya encountered a woman who sat alone on a weathered bench, her hands folded quietly in her lap. The woman looked to be in her late years, her face a soft tapestry of wrinkles and wisdom, her eyes hidden behind a veil of thick glasses. Yet, despite her frailty, there was something about her that held Arya's attention, a quiet power that was impossible to ignore. "Good evening," Arya greeted, her voice warm with curiosity. The woman looked up, meeting Arya's gaze. A soft smile curled on her lips, though her eyes held a shadow of something deeper. "Ah, it is you," she murmured, as if recognizing Arya before she had even spoken. Arya tilted her head, confused. "Me?" The woman nodded. "The grove has told me of your coming. It is not by chance that you sit beside me now." Arya felt a chill run through her, the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. Her heart skipped a beat. The grove? She thought. Could it be possible that the ancient power was reaching out to her even now? "Tell me, child," the woman continued, her voice low and rhythmic, "do you hear the whispers in the wind? Do you feel the stories that pass through the trees?" Arya's breath caught in her throat. She had felt them, of course. The whispers of the grove, faint and elusive, but undeniably there. She had thought she was imagining them. "They are not just whispers," the woman went on, "but fragments of the past, calling out to you. The balance of the world is fragile, and it is your task to bring back the stories that have been lost. But you will not be able to do it alone." Arya's pulse quickened. The woman's words were becoming clearer, like a map unfolding before her. She had been walking towards something all along, but the shape of it was only just starting to come into focus. Who are you? Arya asked, her voice trembling slightly. How do you know about the grove? The woman's gaze softened, and she nodded knowingly. I am but a vessel, a keeper of the old ways. I have lived many years, and in those years, I have seen the world shift, seen the stories fade away like leaves in the wind. The grove has told me of you, of your heart, and of the purpose you must fulfill. Arya sat down beside her, captivated. What is my purpose? What am I meant to do? The woman closed her eyes, and for a long moment, the silence between them grew thick, almost tangible. Finally, she spoke again, her words slow and deliberate. You must listen to the land. There are stories buried beneath the earth, hidden in the fabric of the wind and the sky. Every whisper you hear, every dream you have, is a thread pulling you closer to the truth. You are a bridge, Arya, a bridge between the past and the present. The world is calling out for the forgotten stories to be restored. But beware. There are forces that do not wish for these stories to return. Arya felt a shiver course through her. What forces? The woman's face darkened. The ones who thrive in the silence. The ones who have profited from the forgetting. They will stop at nothing to prevent the stories from being brought back to the light. A sense of dread settled over Arya, but she steadied herself. She had already come so far, and though she didn't fully understand the scope of the task before her, she knew she could not turn back now. The answers lay ahead of her, and the grove had already awakened something within her that could not be ignored. I will listen, Arya said, determination in her voice. I will find the stories. I will restore the balance. The woman nodded, her face softening. You are wise to choose this path. But remember, the journey will not be easy. The road will twist and turn, and you will face challenges that will test your resolve. Yet, you will not be alone. The grove is with you, and it will guide you when you need it most. Arya stood, her heart filled with newfound purpose. The woman had given her the clarity she had been searching for, the path was set before her. But there was still so much to understand, so much to uncover. Thank you, Arya said softly. The woman gave her a final, knowing smile before Arya turned away, walking once again into the evening light. The village was quiet, but Arya knew that she was no longer just passing through. The weight of the world was on her shoulders, and though she did not yet fully grasp its enormity, she felt the quiet pulse of the grove in her chest, urging her onward. As Arya moved further along her path, she noticed something different in the air. It was as though the very earth beneath her feet was vibrating with life, whispering secrets that she had yet to understand. Her mind swirled with the possibilities, the forgotten stories, the forces that sought to silence them, the way the world was somehow connected to everything around her. But no matter the challenges ahead, Arya felt ready. The grove had awakened something within her, and she could no longer ignore it. With a final glance toward the village behind her, Arya moved forward, ready to face the unknown and discover the stories waiting to be told. The wind in the trees called her name, and with each step, she came closer to the truth. Part 4. The path ahead of Arya seemed endless, winding and curling through the dense woods that had grown thicker the farther she walked. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, and every step she took felt like a journey into the unknown. The soft murmur of the wind in the trees was the only sound that accompanied her, a gentle but insistent reminder that she was not alone. Somewhere, deep within these woods, the answers to the mysteries of the grove lay waiting, and Arya felt as though each step was drawing her closer to some ancient truth. But despite the quiet, she could not shake the sense that she was being watched. At times, when the shadows between the trees deepened, she swore she saw movement, figures flitting just out of the corner of her vision. It was as if the very forest itself was alive, aware of her presence, watching her with intent. Arya shook her head, trying to clear the thought. There was nothing to fear in the forest. Or was there? She pressed on, determined to uncover the secrets she had been entrusted with. Every so often, she would hear a soft, almost imperceptible sound, like the rustling of leaves or the distant call of an owl, but when she looked around, she saw nothing. The path twisted and turned, becoming more narrow and treacherous with each step. Yet, no matter how difficult the terrain became, the grove seemed to encourage her, guiding her forward with an unseen hand. As she journeyed deeper, Arya began to notice something strange about the trees themselves. Their bark seemed to glisten faintly in the moonlight, and the leaves shimmered with a silvery glow. At first, she thought it was merely a trick of the light, but soon, she realized that the glow was not natural. It was as if the trees were imbued with something ancient, something powerful. She paused, kneeling beside one of the trees, running her fingers over the smooth bark. The sensation was unlike anything she had ever felt before, like the tree was alive, aware of her touch. She could almost feel a pulse under her fingertips, as though the tree was breathing with her, sharing its energy with her. A whisper of words, soft and indistinct, floated through her mind, though she could not make them out. The language was unfamiliar, a rhythm and cadence that felt both alien and strangely comforting. Suddenly, a voice broke through the silence, echoing through the trees. Arya looked up, startled. Who walks the path of the grove? It wasn't the voice of the woman from the village, nor was it a voice she recognized at all. It was a deep, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very earth beneath her feet. Arya stood, her heart racing, her eyes scanning the trees. The voice had come from somewhere near, but there was no one in sight. "I am Arya," she called out, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and curiosity. "I am searching for the forgotten stories. I was told the grove would guide me." The silence stretched out, thick and heavy, before the voice responded again, slower this time, as though considering her words carefully. "The grove does not give its knowledge freely," the voice intoned. "It tests those who seek it. It will show you the path, but only if you are worthy of its secrets." Arya's breath caught in her throat. The weight of the voice's words settled in her chest like a stone. She had thought that finding the stories would be simple, that the grove would simply share them with her, but now, it seemed that the forest itself had a much deeper purpose. It wanted something from her in return. "How do I prove myself worthy?" she asked, her voice steady despite the tremor of uncertainty running through her. The voice was silent for a moment, and Arya felt as though time itself had stopped. Then, it spoke again, the words slow and deliberate, as though they carried the weight of centuries. "Only those who understand the balance of the world can truly hear the stories. You must first listen to the land, to the trees, to the whispers in the wind. You must uncover the truths hidden in the silence. Arya felt a shiver run down her spine. She had been listening to the world around her for days now, but she had not understood what the voice meant by the silence. What truths lay hidden in the quiet spaces between the words, the sounds, the moments? Suddenly, she understood. The grove had not been speaking to her directly, it was speaking to her soul, to the part of her that was connected to the earth, to the deep rhythms of life that flowed beneath the surface. She had been hearing the whispers of the world all along, but she had not yet learned how to listen deeply enough to understand them. I will listen, Arya whispered, more to herself than to the trees. I will hear the stories. The voice in the trees seemed to soften, as if satisfied with her answer. Then you must begin your journey into the heart of the grove, it said, the words echoing in the air. There, you will find what you seek. With a deep breath, Arya stood up, her resolve hardening. She had already come so far, and now, it seemed, the grove was ready to reveal its secrets to her. But the path ahead was shrouded in mystery, and she did not know what lay waiting for her in the heart of the forest. What challenges would she face? What truths would she uncover? There was no turning back now. The grove had chosen her, and she had chosen to listen. She stepped forward, her steps sure, her heart filled with a new understanding. As she walked deeper into the woods, the glow of the trees grew brighter, the whispers louder, as if the forest itself was alive with energy, guiding her toward her destiny. And then, as if by some unseen force, the path opened before her, wider, clearer, leading her deeper into the heart of the grove, where the true stories lay waiting to be heard. Part 5. The air had thickened as Arya ventured deeper into the heart of the grove. The once distant whispers now surrounded her, weaving together in a soft murmur, almost like the hum of a distant lullaby. But it was not a comforting sound. It was as if the very woods themselves were breathing, alive with an energy she couldn't yet fully understand. The trees towered over her, their twisted branches like gnarled hands reaching toward the heavens. The path she walked seemed to stretch endlessly before her, fading into the shadows where the moonlight barely touched. Her heart beat steadily, but there was a lingering feeling of uncertainty. Every step felt like it was pulling her further into the unknown. Each breath drawing her closer to the secret that lay hidden in the depths of this ancient forest. She had heard the whispers before, but now they were growing louder, more insistent, like voices calling from the distance, beckoning her to follow. The trees began to change as she moved forward. Their once gleaming bark had become darker, almost black in the moonlight, and the leaves shimmered with an eerie silver glow. The ground beneath her feet was softer now, almost as if she were walking on moss, though she knew the forest floor was not quite so gentle. She could feel the pull of something deeper, something buried beneath the surface, but it was not just the land calling to her. It was the very essence of the grove itself, and she couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching her every move. A sudden breeze rustled through the trees, and Arya paused, her breath catching in her throat. In the distance, through the shifting shadows, she saw it, a flicker of light, soft but unmistakable. She moved toward it without thinking, her steps growing more urgent as her curiosity took hold. The glow became stronger, almost guiding her, until it revealed itself to be a small, hidden clearing at the center of the grove. In the heart of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, covered in thick ivy and moss, as if it had been there for centuries. The archway pulsed with an energy that made her skin tingle, its surface shimmering with a faint, otherworldly glow. As Arya approached, she could hear the faintest whisper again, this time clearer than ever before. It was a voice, soft yet commanding, "Step through, Arya." Her name echoed through the grove, and for a moment, she hesitated. This was the moment she had been waiting for, the moment she would uncover the truth of the grove. But the sense of dread that had followed her every step seemed to grow heavier, pressing against her chest. Was she truly ready for what lay beyond the archway? Was she willing to face the unknown? The whispering voice seemed to sense her doubt. "You have come this far," it said, the words like a caress. "Do you truly believe you have not already begun to understand? The grove has chosen you. The stories are waiting, but you must listen with your heart." Arya took a deep breath, steadying herself. She could feel the pull of the grove, the undeniable force that had been guiding her all this time. She had come so far, and there was no turning back now. With a final glance at the clearing, she stepped forward, her body tingling with anticipation. As she crossed the threshold of the archway, the world around her shifted, the air grew cooler, and the trees surrounding her faded into mist. She was no longer in the familiar, dense forest she had been walking through. Instead, she found herself in a place that felt both familiar and utterly foreign. The landscape stretched before her, an endless expanse of rolling hills covered in dark, twisted trees. The sky above was a swirling mass of purple and silver clouds, casting an eerie glow on the world below. A cold wind whispered across the barren land, carrying with it a sense of foreboding. This was not a place of peace, but rather a land caught between dreams and reality, where time itself seemed to bend and warp. The whispers around her grew louder, almost deafening. They came from every direction, swirling and converging into a cacophony of voices, all speaking at once, each trying to tell its own story. Arya closed her eyes, pressing her hands to her ears, but the voices would not stop. They were everywhere, in her mind, in her soul, and she could not escape them. "Listen," a voice, clear and powerful, cut through the chaos. Arya opened her eyes and saw a figure standing before her, silhouetted against the swirling mists. It was a woman, tall and regal, with eyes that shimmered like stars in the dark sky. She wore a gown made of shimmering threads, her hair flowing like liquid silver. The woman's presence seemed to command the very air around her, and the world seemed to still in her presence. "Who are you?" Arya asked, her voice trembling. "I am the keeper of the grove," the woman replied, her voice a gentle yet unyielding force. "I guard the stories, the memories, the dreams that have passed through this place for centuries. You, Arya, are here to witness them." Arya's heart raced. She had come to uncover the grove's secrets, but now she felt more uncertain than ever. "What do you mean, witness them?" The keeper's gaze softened, and she stepped closer, her eyes never leaving Arya's. "The stories of the grove are not mere tales, Arya. They are living memories, bound to the land, to the trees, to the very soil beneath your feet. These stories have been passed down through generations, and now they seek a new voice." "Your voice." Arya shook her head, confusion swirling in her mind. "But I don't understand. What do I have to do with these stories? I'm just me." The keeper's expression grew solemn. You are more than you realize. You have the gift of listening, of understanding. The grove has chosen you, and now you must listen with your heart. Only then will you be able to hear the stories that have long been forgotten. The ground beneath Aria's feet began to tremble, and the sky above her darkened. The voices in the wind grew louder, as if the very earth was calling out to her. Do not fear, Aria, the keeper whispered. The stories will come. You will hear them, and in time, you will understand. And with that, the mist around them swirled and parted, revealing a dark and ancient tree, its roots twisting deep into the earth. The tree seemed to glow with an otherworldly light, its branches stretching high into the sky, filled with thousands of shimmering leaves. Each leaf seemed to pulse with life, with a story waiting to be told. Aria took a tentative step toward the tree, her heart heavy with both fear and excitement. The keeper's voice echoed in her mind, urging her forward. Listen, Aria. The stories are waiting for you. With one final breath, Aria stepped forward, her hand outstretched toward the glowing tree. And in that moment, she knew, she had entered the realm where dreams and reality converged. Here, the stories would be revealed, and she would uncover the truth of the grove. The first story was waiting. Part 6. The moment Aria's hand touched the tree's bark, a surge of energy coursed through her, as if the entire grove had awakened. Her vision blurred, and the soft rustling of leaves became a roar in her ears, like 1,000 voices speaking at once. The world around her seemed to fade, as if she were being pulled into another plane of existence. She closed her eyes, trying to steady herself, but when she opened them again, the world had changed. The tree had become a doorway, a shimmering portal surrounded by twisting roots and glowing foliage. Beyond it, Aria could see an endless landscape stretching out before her, like a living tapestry woven from light and shadow. She felt a pull, a magnetic force, urging her to step through. Without thinking, she stepped forward, and as soon as her foot crossed the threshold, everything shifted. The grove had vanished, replaced by a vast, open plain under a sky that rippled with ethereal light. The landscape was strange yet beautiful, with rolling hills covered in silvery grass that seemed to shimmer under the light of a pale moon. Trees, unlike anything Aria had seen before, stood scattered across the land, their trunks twisting in impossible shapes and their branches reaching out like ancient hands. In the distance, she could see a dense fog rolling in, swallowing the horizon, and beyond that, nothing but an endless void. She was no longer in the grove, nor in any place she recognized. This world felt different, like a dream, yet it was too tangible to be one. It was as if she had stepped into a forgotten memory, a place lost to time but not to existence. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and damp earth, but there was something else, something faint, like a whisper calling to her from the farthest reaches of the land. Aria, a voice called, soft and clear, cutting through the stillness. The sound of her name echoed in the air, but it didn't come from any direction. It was as though the voice surrounded her, wrapping itself around her mind like a comforting lullaby. She looked around, but saw no one. It was only then that she realized that the voice was not merely speaking, it was resonating with the very fabric of the world around her. Do you hear it? The voice asked again, this time a little louder. Aria nodded instinctively, though she wasn't sure if the voice could see her. I hear it. Where are you? Look within, the voice replied, its tone gentle but insistent. The answer lies not in the world outside, but in the one within you. Confusion swirled in Aria's chest as she took a hesitant step forward. The land around her seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat, like the very earth was alive, aware of her presence. She took another step, and suddenly, the fog ahead of her parted. Through the mist, she saw something, a figure standing motionless at the edge of the plain. The figure was tall, cloaked in shadows, its features indistinguishable, but there was no mistaking the sense of familiarity. Something about the shape felt close, as though it had been waiting for her. Who are you? Aria asked, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and curiosity. The figure did not move, nor did it speak. It simply stood there, gazing into the distance, its presence like a silent sentinel. The more Aria stared at the figure, the more the world around her seemed to fade into the background. She couldn't explain it, but there was something in its stillness that called to her. Something ancient and unspoken. Do not be afraid, the voice whispered again, now seeming to come from within her own mind. This is where the stories are born. This is where they live. Aria took a deep breath, her pulse quickening. She couldn't explain why, but she knew she needed to approach. As if compelled by an invisible force, she walked toward the figure. The closer she got, the more the world seemed to shift. The fog grew thicker, swirling around her like a living entity, and the landscape began to distort, as though it were being seen through the lens of a dream. The air grew colder, and the ground beneath her feet softened, like walking on a cloud, when she reached the figure. It turned to face her. Its features remained hidden, but now, Aria could sense something familiar, like a faint memory that was just out of reach. She stopped, standing only a few feet away, her heart racing. The figure reached out a hand, slowly and deliberately, as if it had all the time in the world. And in that moment, Aria understood. This wasn't just a figure in front of her. It was a part of the grove, a manifestation of the very stories that had called her here. The stories weren't just tales. They were alive, breathing, waiting to be understood. As the figure's hand hovered near her own, the ground beneath them began to tremble, and the mist parted, revealing an intricate pattern beneath their feet. The earth glowed faintly with a silvery light, revealing a vast, sprawling labyrinth etched into the landscape. Aria could see the winding paths stretch out before her, each one leading in a different direction, each one holding a story. Some were dark and twisted, while others shimmered with light. They beckoned to her, each path offering a different tale, a different journey. This is the heart of the grove, the voice explained softly. Every story, every memory, every whisper is woven into this place. And you, Aria, are the one who must choose. She looked down at the labyrinth, her breath catching in her throat. Each path was a promise, a potential, a world unto itself. But she knew that choosing one would mean leaving the others behind. Her heart raced, torn between the unknown stories that awaited her. You must listen closely, the voice said, growing clearer now. The right path will call to you. Only then will you understand what you have come here to do. Aria closed her eyes, the silence of the land enveloping her. She let the calm of the grove wash over her, centering her mind. She listened, not with her ears, but with her heart. Slowly, a sense of peace settled over her, and as if guided by some unseen hand, she felt the path she was meant to take. When she opened her eyes, she knew which path to follow. With a deep breath, she stepped forward, her feet moving with purpose. The figure remained behind, fading into the mist as she continued down the path. The whispers grew louder, but they were no longer chaotic. They were rhythmic, like a song, a lullaby that matched the beating of her heart. The grove had chosen her. Now, the journey would truly begin. Part 7. Aria's heart beat with anticipation as she walked deeper into the labyrinth of the grove. The silvery light that bathed the ground around her seemed to flicker and pulse, guiding her way like a constellation in the dark. Each step she took seemed to draw her closer to the unknown, pulling her deeper into the realm of the stories that lived within the grove. The whispers she had once heard now transformed into soft, harmonious melodies, as though the land itself was singing a lullaby just for her. She couldn't explain it, but the longer she walked, the more she felt as though she was being guided, not just by the pathways beneath her feet, but by something within herself. She had entered the grove to find answers, to uncover the mysteries that had plagued her dreams, and now, she could feel the answers slipping into place like pieces of a forgotten puzzle. As she ventured further, the labyrinth began to shift. The air grew warmer, the ground beneath her softening as though it were a living, breathing entity. The trees that lined the path started to change as well, no longer twisted and gnarled. They grew taller, their branches stretching upwards in delicate arcs, their leaves shimmering with an ethereal glow. There was something almost comforting in the way the grove adapted to her presence, as if welcoming her as one of its own. At last, after what felt like an eternity of winding paths, Arya reached a clearing. It was unlike anything she had seen before. The clearing was bathed in the pale light of a distant moon, but there was no moon to be seen. Instead, the light emanated from the center of the clearing, a pool of water so still that it mirrored the stars above. The surface of the water shimmered with an otherworldly glow, casting long shadows across the surrounding trees. The air was thick with the scent of moss and earth, and the sounds of the grove had grown quieter, as if holding its breath. In the center of the pool, standing just above the water's surface, was a stone pedestal. Upon it rested an object, a book, bound in dark leather, its cover engraved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change as she gazed at them. The book pulsed with a strange, rhythmic energy, as if it were alive. Arya felt an undeniable pull toward it, her feet moving of their own accord as she stepped closer to the pedestal. Her hand trembled as she reached out to touch the book. The moment her fingers brushed against the cool leather, a surge of energy shot through her, and her vision blurred. For a split second, it felt as though she was falling, her body suspended in darkness. The air around her grew thick, suffocating, and the whispers returned, louder now, almost deafening. But then, everything stopped, the world around her shifted again, and the grove seemed to vanish. She was no longer standing in the clearing by the pool, but in an entirely different place. It was dark here, but not the comforting dark of the grove. This was a cold, unnatural darkness that seemed to close in around her, pressing against her skin like 1,000 unseen hands. She looked around, trying to make sense of her surroundings, but all she could see were shadows. The air was heavy with the scent of damp stone, and the faint sound of dripping water echoed in the distance. She could feel the weight of the book in her hands, but when she looked down at it, the cover had changed. The intricate patterns were gone, replaced by a single symbol, a circle with lines extending outward, like rays of light. The symbol seemed to pulse with an eerie glow. Drawing her attention, Aria's pulse quickened as she realized that she was no longer in the grove. She had entered another realm, one far darker and more dangerous. The book had brought her here, and now, it was up to her to navigate this strange new world. The whispers that had guided her so far were gone, replaced by an unsettling silence that pressed in on her from all sides. She stepped forward cautiously, her feet slipping on the slick stone beneath her. The darkness seemed to grow thicker with each step, the shadows shifting in ways that felt unnatural. The further she moved, the colder the air became, until she could see her breath clouding in front of her. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from the depths of the shadows, sending a shiver down her spine. Aria froze, the book clutched tightly to her chest. She strained her ears, trying to locate the source of the sound, but all she could see were the dark shapes that loomed at the edge of her vision. Then, without warning, something moved, fast and silent. Aria spun around, but there was nothing there. Her heart pounded in her chest as the growl came again, louder this time, closer. The shadows seemed to shift and ripple, and she could feel the presence of something watching her, something hungry. She took a step back, but her foot slipped on the wet stone, sending her sprawling to the ground. The book tumbled from her hands, and as it hit the stone floor, it opened. The pages fluttered violently, as though caught in an unseen wind, and the shadows around her seemed to draw closer, like tendrils of darkness reaching out for her. Aria scrambled to her feet, her breath coming in short, frantic gasps. She needed to get away from the shadows, but she had no idea which way to turn. The book, still open on the ground, glowed faintly, its pages now filled with strange symbols, symbols that seemed to move and shift as though alive. Aria didn't understand them, but she could feel their power, a pull that drew her back toward the book. She couldn't stay here. She had to find a way out, with a final glance at the shadows that were now closing in. She grabbed the book and ran. The growls grew louder, and the air around her grew colder, as though the very darkness itself was chasing her. She stumbled, the stone floor slick beneath her feet, but she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. The shadows reached out, their forms no longer distant but tangible, closing in like a flood. Aria's heart raced as she sprinted through the dark, her breath ragged and her mind focused solely on escaping the clutches of whatever waited in the darkness. The book pulsed in her hands, its light growing brighter with every step, as if it were guiding her toward something, and then, just as she thought the shadows would swallow her whole, she felt a sudden jolt. And the world around her shifted again. The air cleared, the darkness faded, and the growls disappeared. She stumbled, her legs weak from running, but when she looked around, she found herself back in the grove. The book in her hands was silent now, the symbol on its cover dimmed, its glow no longer threatening. The peaceful rustling of leaves returned, and the familiar light of the grove bathed her once again. Aria collapsed to her knees, the weight of what she had just experienced crashing down on her. She had escaped, but at what cost? The grove had led her here for a reason, but now, it seemed to hold more questions than answers. What had she encountered in that dark realm? And why had the book chosen her? The whispers began again, soft and distant, but this time, they carried a different message, one that made her blood run cold. Do not trust the book, Arya, they warned. For it has opened a door that cannot be closed. The grove had chosen her, yes, but it was no longer just a peaceful sanctuary. It had become something else, something darker. And now, Arya knew that the true test had only just begun. Part 8. Arya's breath quickened as she sat there on the soft earth of the grove, still clutching the book to her chest. The whispers had faded into silence again, leaving her in a disorienting calm. The moonlight filtered through the dense canopy above, but even this familiar light now felt distant and cold. The peaceful rustling of the trees had a strange edge to it, as if the grove itself were warning her of something she couldn't yet understand. Her fingers trembled as she ran them along the cover of the book. The intricate patterns that had once danced across its surface were now completely still, as if they had become etched into the leather itself. The symbol, the circle with the extending lines, was no longer glowing. The darkness of the realm she had just escaped still lingered in the corners of her mind, a persistent shadow that refused to be erased by the serenity of the grove. Arya had to understand what had happened. She had to know why the book had led her to that dark world, why the whispers had guided her through the maze-like paths of the grove, and what force was pulling at her from the shadows. For the first time since entering the grove, she felt truly lost, both in her surroundings and in herself. She stood up slowly, the book still clutched tightly to her chest. The trees around her seemed to lean in closer, their branches heavy with the weight of secrets long forgotten. The grove, once a place of comfort and mystery, now felt like a place of quiet danger. She could feel it in the air, the deep, unsettling energy that had awakened within her when she opened the book. Taking a deep breath, Arya made her way back toward the clearing where she had first encountered the book. The path she followed was still bathed in the same silvery light, but it no longer held the same magic. The soft murmur of the grove was interrupted only by the occasional rustling of leaves, the sound almost too deliberate. It was as if the entire forest was waiting for something. When she reached the clearing, she was surprised to find that it had changed. The once serene pool of water was now dark, its surface rippling as if disturbed by unseen forces. The air around the pool was thick with a low hum, a vibration that seemed to travel through her very bones. The trees that circled the clearing were no longer peaceful, but unnervingly still, their branches stiff and motionless. The atmosphere had shifted in a way that made Arya's skin prickle with unease. The book in her hands pulsed again, and the whispers began anew, but this time they were louder, clearer, and more insistent. Do not ignore the signs, Arya. You have awakened something ancient. Something that cannot be undone, the whispers warned. Arya stepped forward, the feeling of being drawn toward the pool stronger than ever. She wanted to resist, to turn back and run, but something deep inside her urged her to continue. The book seemed to call to her, its dark energy beckoning her forward, pulling her toward the unknown. As she knelt beside the pool, she could see her reflection in the still water. But it wasn't just her reflection, there was something else, something lurking beneath the surface. A pair of eyes, glowing faintly in the murky depths, stared back at her. The sight sent a jolt of fear through Arya, and she staggered back, dropping the book into the water with a splash. For a moment, everything was still. The world around her seemed to freeze, and the whispers fell silent. But then, the water began to ripple. The surface of the pool churning as if something was rising from below. A low, guttural growl echoed from the depths of the water, and Aria's heart pounded in her chest. She had heard that sound before, in the dark realm, when she had been chased by the shadows. It was the same growl, the same presence, but this time, it was much closer. Her pulse raced as the growling grew louder, the water now churning violently. From the depths of the pool, a dark shape began to rise, tall and indistinct, its form shifting as it emerged from the water. Aria couldn't look away, her body frozen in fear as the shape took form. It was a figure of shadows and smoke, its body shifting and twisting as though it were not entirely solid. Its eyes, glowing with the same eerie light as the ones she had seen beneath the surface, locked onto hers, and the growling grew louder still. The creature stepped forward, its movements slow but deliberate, as though it knew exactly what it was doing. Aria stumbled backward, her breath caught in her throat. She wanted to scream, to run, but her feet refused to move. The creature took another step, and its presence seemed to expand, filling the clearing with a suffocating weight. The whispers returned, now louder than ever, but their message was drowned out by the growl of the creature. "You have awakened the guardian, Aria," the whispers echoed in her mind. "Now you must face what you have brought into this world." The creature raised a hand, its fingers long and twisted, and Aria felt a sharp pain in her chest as though the creature's very presence was reaching inside her. The air around her crackled with energy, and she could feel her thoughts slipping away, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. But then, just as she thought she would be consumed by the creature's darkness, something else stirred within her. The book, which had fallen into the water, began to glow again. Its light seemed to pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat, brighter and brighter, until the entire clearing was bathed in its glow. The creature recoiled, its form flickering as if it were being pulled back into the depths of the pool. It snarled, a terrible sound that rattled the trees, but Aria's fear had begun to fade, replaced by a strange resolve. The book's glow grew even stronger, and as she reached out to grab it from the water, she felt a surge of energy course through her. The creature screamed, its voice distorted and frantic, as it was sucked back into the pool. The water surged, but the creature's presence was gone. Aria stood in the clearing, trembling, but no longer afraid. She had confronted the darkness and emerged victorious, at least for now. But she knew this was far from over. The grove had awakened something ancient and powerful within her, and she could feel it stirring beneath the surface. Whatever she had unleashed, whatever force had been drawn to her, would not be easily defeated, but for now, the grove was quiet again. The whispers had receded into silence, the trees returned to their gentle sway, and the pool was still once more. Aria knew that the journey ahead would be difficult. There were more answers to uncover, more mysteries to unravel. But she also knew that the grove would be her guide. She had faced the darkness and survived, and she would continue to walk its paths, no matter where they led. The whispers had spoken, but they were no longer warnings. They were promises of more to discover, more to face, and more to learn. The dreaming grove had opened its secrets to her. And she would not turn back now. Part 9. The morning sun began to rise, casting its soft, golden rays through the canopy of trees. The grove, once shrouded in unsettling shadows, now stood in tranquil silence, the gentle rustle of leaves accompanying the rhythmic chirping of distant birds. The air, filled with the sweet fragrance of moss and wildflowers, seemed to promise peace. Yet, despite the serene atmosphere, Arya felt the weight of the grove's secrets pressing down upon her. She knew deep in her heart that this was only a brief respite, a lull before the next storm. The book she had retrieved from the pool now lay on the ground before her, its pages closed, but still humming with an invisible energy. The moment her fingers brushed against its surface, the faintest of tremors traveled through her hand, as though the book itself were alive, watching, waiting. Arya hesitated, knowing that the grove's mysteries were far from solved, but at the same time, she felt an undeniable pull to open it once more. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees, Arya picked up the book, her fingers curling around its worn leather cover. The symbol, which had once seemed so menacing, now felt familiar, almost comforting. She opened the first page, and once again, the ancient text within seemed to shift and change before her eyes. But this time, it was different. This time, the words were clearer, as if the book had been waiting for her to unlock its true meaning. With each word she read, she could feel the connection between herself and the grove deepen. The whispers that had once been distant and cryptic now filled her mind, not as mere voices, but as a presence, something alive, something ancient, something that had always been there, watching her, guiding her. The words spoke of a forgotten legend, one that intertwined the fate of the grove with the fate of its keeper, the one who could commune with its spirit. The keeper of the grove is not bound by time or space, the words read. She is a part of the grove, as much a living being as the trees themselves. Her blood runs through its roots, and her heart beats in time with its whispers. Arya paused, feeling a chill run down her spine. She had never imagined herself to be anything more than an ordinary woman, living a life far removed from magic and mystery. Yet here she was, standing in the heart of the grove, a place where the very air pulsed with life, where time seemed to bend and stretch, and where she, herself, was a part of it all. Her heart began to race as she turned the page, knowing that this was only the beginning of the truth she had yet to uncover. But with each passing sentence, the book began to reveal more of the grove's history, the stories of its creation, of the beings who had once walked its paths, and of the dark forces that had once sought to consume it. The words spoke of a time when the grove had been at war with a great darkness, a force that had threatened to swallow everything in its path. It was a battle that had raged for centuries, but it was only through the intervention of a chosen one, someone with the power to wield the grove's ancient magic, that the darkness had been sealed away. But as the years passed, the memory of that war faded, and the grove had been left to grow quiet, its guardians long gone. Yet, even in its slumber, the grove's power had never truly vanished. It had simply waited, biding its time, until it found someone worthy to inherit its magic. Arya closed the book, her mind racing with the weight of what she had just learned. She had always believed that the grove was a place of beauty and mystery, but she had never imagined it held such power. She had never believed that she, of all people, would be the one to inherit that power, but now, standing there in the center of the grove, with the book in her hands and the whispers swirling around her, she knew that her journey was far from over. The darkness was not gone, it was merely waiting, lurking at the edges of the world, ready to return. The grove had chosen her, and she had accepted its call. As she stood there, contemplating the path that lay ahead, a sudden gust of wind swept through the trees, carrying with it a soft voice. It was familiar, yet distant. Like a memory from a forgotten dream, Arya. The voice whispered. The time has come. Arya's heart skipped a beat as she looked around, but there was no one there. The wind settled, and the grove fell into an eerie stillness once more. But the voice lingered, echoing in her mind. The darkness will return, it said. You must be ready. With a shiver, Arya closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She had felt the weight of the grove's ancient power before, but this time, it was different. This time, she knew that the time had truly come. The grove had chosen her as its guardian, and with that choice came great responsibility. She could not turn back now. The path ahead was uncertain. And the shadows of the past loomed large, but Arya felt a sense of resolve settling within her. The grove had given her a gift that would help her protect not only the grove itself but also the world beyond it. But she would need to learn to control that power, to harness it before the darkness found its way back into the world. Arya stood, her hand still gripping the book, and began walking toward the heart of the grove. She had much to learn, and the journey would not be easy, but she was no longer afraid. She had the grove's power within her, and she would protect it at all costs. The time for doubt had passed. Now, she would embrace her destiny, and as she walked deeper into the grove, the whispers followed her, the trees parting to reveal the path that lay ahead. Part 10. The air in the grove was thick with the promise of change. As Arya walked deeper into the heart of the forest, the whispers that had once felt alien now seemed to pulse in her veins. Every step she took resonated with the ancient magic that surrounded her, the trees themselves seeming to bend and sway, guiding her toward an unknown destination. The book in her hand, still warm from her touch, thrummed with life, as though it were speaking to her in its silent, cryptic language. The darkness that had once been so distant now loomed on the horizon, a growing shadow that threatened to consume the light of the grove and everything it held dear. Arya could feel it, creeping closer. Its cold fingers reaching for her, for the grove, for the secrets it protected. She knew she had no choice but to face it. The path ahead seemed endless, winding through the towering trees, their branches intertwined above her, casting eerie shadows on the ground. The farther she went, the more she felt the weight of her responsibility pressing down upon her. She wasn't just walking for herself anymore, she was walking for the grove, for the world that lay beyond it, for the countless lives that depended on her success. The whispers in the wind grew louder, coalescing into words that were clear, yet distant. Arya. They called, like a song carried on the breeze. You are the chosen one. Her heart raced as she hurried her pace, the voices growing louder, more insistent. She had always believed the grove was a place of beauty and mystery, a place of refuge and peace. But now she understood that it was so much more. It was a sanctuary, a battleground, a living, breathing entity with a will of its own. The deeper she walked into the grove, the more the trees seemed to change. The familiar, comforting sounds of nature, the chirping of birds, the rustle of leaves, had faded, replaced by a haunting silence. The air was colder now, thicker, charged with an electricity that hummed in her chest. She felt as though the very ground beneath her feet was alive, waiting for her to make the next move. Ahead, through the thick fog that had begun to roll in, Arya saw a faint glow. It beckoned her forward, like a distant beacon in the night. The light seemed to pulse, rhythmic, as though it was breathing, a heartbeat echoing in the stillness. Arya quickened her steps, compelled by the pull of the light. As she drew closer, the fog thickened around her, swirling like a living thing. It clung to her skin, chilling her to the bone. She could no longer hear the whispers, but she felt their presence, surrounding her, guiding her toward the source of the light. Finally, she emerged from the fog, standing in a small clearing at the center of the grove. At the heart of the clearing stood an ancient stone altar. Its surface worn and etched with symbols Arya had never seen before. The glow was coming from the altar itself, a pale, ethereal light that seemed to emanate from deep within the stone. The air around her was thick with power, the very atmosphere charged with the energy of the grove. Arya approached the altar, the book in her hands trembling as though it were calling to the stone, to the magic that lay within it. She had been prepared for this moment, for the moment when she would face the darkness, but nothing had prepared her for the raw power that surged around her. She knelt before the altar, the book held tightly in her hands. The whispers returned, louder than ever before, filling her mind with their ancient language. She could hear the voices of the grove, the voices of its ancestors, its guardians, all calling out to her. Arya, they whispered. You are the keeper. The time has come. A sudden wind blew through the clearing, carrying with it the faintest scent of earth and leaves. The fog began to retreat, and for the first time since her arrival in the grove, she felt the weight of the magic that pulsed around her. It was as if the very air had come alive, a living, breathing entity that had been waiting for her to take her place. She opened the book once more, her fingers trembling as she turned the pages. The symbols seemed to shift and change before her eyes, each word glowing with an eerie, unnatural light. She read the words aloud, her voice steady but filled with a sense of awe. The keeper of the grove shall rise with the dawn, and the grove shall rise with her. Together, they shall stand against the darkness, and through their unity, they shall protect the world from the coming storm. The words seemed to settle in the air, hanging there like a promise. The earth beneath her feet trembled as the power of the grove surged around her. The altar glowed brighter, the symbols etched into its surface beginning to glow with an otherworldly light. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet cracked open, and a dark, swirling shadow erupted from the earth. The darkness she had felt, the darkness that had been creeping ever closer, now poured forth from the depths of the grove, taking shape before her. It was a presence, a force, something ancient and malevolent, and it was hungry. Arya's heart raced as the shadow loomed over her, its cold, suffocating presence closing in. The whispers turned to screams, a chorus of voices that cried out in fear and desperation. But Arya stood firm, the power of the grove coursing through her veins. She raised the book high, its pages glowing with the energy of the ancient magic. The shadow recoiled, as if repelled by the light. Arya's heart thundered in her chest as she spoke the final words aloud. Her voice steady and clear, by the power of the grove, by the blood of its keeper, I bind you. You shall not pass. The darkness howled in fury, but it was too late. The energy that Arya had called upon surged from the book, enveloping the shadow in a blinding light. The darkness writhed, fought against the power, but it could not escape. With a final, piercing scream, the shadow dissipated, its presence vanishing as if it had never been. Silence fell over the grove, the air still once more. The fog, which had seemed so oppressive moments before, lifted, revealing the sun breaking through the trees. Arya stood in the center of the clearing, the book still clutched in her hands. Her heart pounding in her chest. The grove was safe, for now, but as Arya looked around, she knew that the battle was far from over. The darkness would always be out there, waiting, lurking in the shadows. But she, too, would be ready. The grove had chosen her as its keeper, and with that choice came the responsibility to protect it, to keep the balance between light and dark, and so, Arya made her way back into the heart of the grove, her path now clearer than ever. The whispers of the trees guided her, as they always had. For she was not alone. She had become one with the grove, and together, they would stand against whatever came, for the time of peace was fleeting, and the cycle would begin again. The Dreamweaver's Cottage, Part 1. The sun was dipping below the horizon as Elara trudged through the dense forest. The path, once familiar, had become a twisted maze of tangled roots and overgrown vines. The woods around her seemed alive with an ancient, forgotten magic, and the whispers of the trees brushed against her skin like a cool breeze. Every step she took echoed in the silence of the evening, but the air was thick with anticipation. There was something waiting for her. She had been walking for hours, guided only by the faint, flickering lights that danced on the edges of her vision. Glowing like fireflies, these ethereal sparks seemed to beckon her deeper into the forest, urging her forward. Elara had been searching for something for as long as she could remember. She didn't know what it was, but she had a feeling, an unshakable pull that had led her here, to the edge of the unknown, the Dreamweaver's Cottage. Elara had heard stories about it her whole life. Whispers passed down through generations, tales of a hidden place where time slowed, where dreams came alive, and where wishes could be woven into the fabric of reality. It was said that those who found it were destined to unlock their deepest desires, if they were brave enough to face the trials that awaited them. With each step, Elara felt the pull intensify. Her heartbeat quickened as she neared the clearing that had been described to her in the stories. It was said to be a place where the trees parted in reverence, revealing the cottage nestled deep within the heart of the forest, a humble, enchanted home that seemed to exist outside the normal flow of time. As she emerged into the clearing, Elara gasped. Before her stood the Dreamweaver's Cottage. It was an idyllic sight, bathed in the soft glow of the twilight sky. The cottage, made of ancient stone and timber, was surrounded by a wild garden of glowing flowers and plants that seemed to pulse with life. Vines wove around the cottage's sturdy walls, their leaves glimmering in the fading light. It was as if the house had grown organically from the earth itself, as though it had always belonged there. Hidden from the eyes of the world, the air was thick with the scent of jasmine and lavender, and the soft hum of the forest seemed to fade into a gentle melody. There was a calm, peaceful stillness that surrounded the cottage, as if the very air inside held secrets waiting to be uncovered. The cottage was not just a building, it was alive with magic, ancient and potent. Elara stepped closer, drawn by an invisible force. As she reached the front door, she paused for a moment. The door was slightly ajar, as though welcoming her, as though it had been waiting for her arrival. With a deep breath, Elara pushed the door open. Inside, the cottage was warm and inviting. The room was lit by candles, their flames flickering in the soft breeze that seemed to come from nowhere. Shelves lined the walls, filled with strange objects, crystal orbs, ancient books, delicate jars filled with shimmering dust, and curiosities that Alara couldn't even begin to name. In the center of the room stood a large fireplace, where the embers glowed with an eerie light. At the far side of the room, an old woman sat in a rocking chair, her long silver hair cascading down her back. She was hunched slightly, her gnarled hands resting in her lap, but her eyes sparkled with a knowing light. Her gaze was fixed on Alara, as though she had been waiting for her to arrive. "Ah, you've come," the woman said. Her voice soft and melodic, like the rustling of leaves in the wind. "I've been expecting you, child." Alara stood frozen in the doorway, her heart racing. The woman's eyes seemed to see through her, as though she knew everything there was to know about her. It was a strange sensation, intimate, yet distant. I don't understand," Alara stammered. "How did you know I was coming?" The woman smiled, a knowing, almost sad smile. "I am the Dreamweaver, dear. It is my task to guide those who seek their dreams, to help them find the answers they long for. You, too, have come seeking something, haven't you?" Alara nodded slowly, her mind racing. She had come to this place with a purpose. But the purpose felt distant now, like a memory she couldn't quite grasp. She had always known that there was something more to her life, something beyond the ordinary world she had known. But what exactly that was, she couldn't say. I don't know what I'm looking for," she admitted quietly, stepping into the room and closing the door behind her. "But I know that I must find it. Something is pulling me here. I need to understand why." The Dreamweaver's gaze softened, and she gestured for Alara to come closer. "Sit with me, child. Let us talk, and I will help you find what you seek." Alara hesitated for a moment but then walked toward the chair, her feet light, as if the air itself was encouraging her. She sat down across from the Dreamweaver, feeling a sense of peace wash over her. The warmth of the room, the gentle glow of the candles, and the soft rustling of the trees outside created a sense of tranquility she had never known before. The Dreamweaver studied her for a moment, her eyes seeming to pierce into Alara's very soul. "You have come to the right place, Alara," she said finally. "The path you seek lies here, but it is not an easy one. You must be willing to face your deepest fears and desires, to confront the shadows that linger in the corners of your mind. Only then will you discover what you are truly seeking." Alara's heart began to race. She had known this, in a way. The pull, the feeling that something was missing, had always been a part of her. But she had never imagined that it would be so complex, so intertwined with her own inner darkness. The Dreamweaver's voice grew softer, almost a whisper. "In this cottage, dreams are woven and unmade. The threads of your future are tied to the dreams you have yet to realize. But be warned, Alara. The dreams you seek may not always be what you expect. Sometimes, they reveal more than you are ready to face." Alara swallowed hard, her mind reeling. She wasn't sure she was ready for what lay ahead. But the pull inside her, the one that had led her here, was stronger than ever. She had no choice but to continue. To unravel the mystery of her life, to uncover the truth of what she had been seeking all this time. The Dreamweaver stood slowly, her movements graceful despite her age. She extended a hand toward Alara, her fingers warm and inviting. "Come now, child. It is time to begin. Your dreams await." With a mixture of fear and anticipation, Alara took the Dreamweaver's hand, and together they stepped deeper into the cottage, into a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where everything she thought she knew would be tested and transformed. The journey had only just begun, and Alara was about to step into a realm where the impossible became possible, where the dreams of the heart took shape and shattered the limitations of the world she knew. And so, her story in the Dreamweaver's cottage began. Part 2. Alara's heart pounded as she allowed the Dreamweaver to guide her deeper into the cottage. The air felt thicker now, infused with a strange, weighty calm that seemed to settle over her like a heavy quilt. She could sense that whatever she was about to encounter would alter the course of her life. This wasn't a mere visit, it was a step into the unknown, a leap into a world where every shadow and every glimmer of light held a story, a secret. The Dreamweaver led her through a narrow hallway adorned with ancient tapestries depicting scenes of ethereal beauty, rivers of silver moonlight winding through enchanted forests, birds made of stardust soaring in skies painted with colors that defied earthly imagination. It was as though time itself had been woven into the fabric of the cottage, each thread a story that had existed for centuries, waiting to be told. At the end of the hallway was a door, its surface covered in intricate carvings of swirling patterns, symbols that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The Dreamweaver stopped before it and turned to Alara, her eyes filled with a depth that made Alara's breath catch in her throat. "This is the door of unveiling," the Dreamweaver said softly. "Beyond it lies the realm where your dreams are woven and unraveled. But remember, once you cross the threshold, there is no turning back. You must be prepared to face what lies within." Alara nodded, though her mind raced with uncertainty. What did the Dreamweaver mean by unraveled? Was this place truly safe? Yet, the pull she had felt since her arrival intensified. She had to know the truth. She couldn't stop now. The Dreamweaver placed a hand on the door, and the wood groaned as if it had been waiting for her touch. Slowly, the door creaked open, revealing a room bathed in soft, golden light. Inside, an enormous loom stood in the center, its threads woven into patterns that danced and shimmered like the night sky. The loom was surrounded by shelves filled with delicate glass jars, each containing a swirling mist of colors, pinks, blues, purples, and greens, like fragments of forgotten dreams trapped in time. "Step inside, Alara," the Dreamweaver urged, her voice gentle yet commanding. "This is where dreams are born." Alara stepped over the threshold, her senses assaulted by the heady mixture of scents in the room, earthy, floral, and something sweet, like honeyed peaches. The moment she entered, a sudden stillness washed over her, and she felt as though time itself had paused. It was as if the world outside the cottage no longer existed. In front of her, the loom shimmered with the soft glow of the threads that seemed to stretch infinitely in every direction. The Dreamweaver gestured for her to approach. "These threads," she explained, "are the fabric of all existence. Every life, every choice, every dream is woven into them. They are delicate and powerful. If you understand them, you can shape your future. But tread carefully, for the wrong twist or pull can unravel it all." Alara approached cautiously, mesmerized by the intricate web of colors, each thread pulsating with a quiet rhythm. She reached out tentatively, brushing her fingers against one of the glowing strands. Instantly, a rush of images flooded her mind, fragments of memories, flashes of dreams, and scenes of futures she had never imagined. Her breath caught in her throat as the images coalesced into something more tangible. She saw herself standing in the forest, staring at the cottage, just as she had arrived. But this time, something was different. The scene shifted, and she saw herself walking through the forest again, but the path twisted and turned in impossible directions. The trees seemed to close in on her, their branches reaching out like long fingers, as though trying to pull her into the shadows. And then, in the distance, a figure appeared, tall, cloaked in a dark, flowing robe. Elara gasped and withdrew her hand from the thread, her heart racing. She looked at the Dreamweaver, who watched her with an expression that was almost knowing, as if she had seen this vision before. What was that? Elara whispered, her voice trembling. The Dreamweaver smiled softly, but there was a flicker of sadness in her eyes. That, dear child, is the beginning of your journey. The vision you saw is a glimpse of what could be. But the future is not set in stone. You have the power to change it. Every choice you make will alter the thread of your fate. Elara's mind whirled. How could she possibly understand all of this? She had just entered this world of dreams and magic, and already, she felt like she was being asked to make decisions of great consequence. The Dreamweaver's gaze softened, as if reading her thoughts. You don't have to understand it all right now, she said kindly. But you must trust in the process. This loom is the key to unlocking your path. But remember, you cannot weave alone. There are other forces at play here, forces older and more powerful than you can imagine. The air seemed to grow heavier with her words, as if an unseen weight pressed down upon the room. Elara's instincts told her that there was more to this place than met the eye. There was a darkness that lingered just beneath the surface, something that pulsed with a strange, magnetic energy. The Dreamweaver extended a hand, and Elara took it, feeling a strange warmth spread through her fingers. Now, it is time for you to begin. The loom will show you the first of your dreams, the one you seek the most. Trust in it, and follow the path it reveals. But remember, not all paths lead to the light. Elara nodded, though doubt still clung to her heart. She stepped closer to the loom. Feeling the cool air around it, the threads now glowing more brightly in anticipation. Slowly, she reached out again, her fingers brushing against the glowing threads. This time, she didn't pull away. As she touched them, the world around her seemed to dissolve into a haze of light and sound. She felt herself falling, not physically, but mentally, as if the very ground had disappeared beneath her. And then, the loom's threads twisted and began to weave a new vision, one that would guide her through the realm of dreams and into the truth she had sought for so long. But what she would uncover within the Dreamweaver's world was not what she expected. The thread she touched would reveal her deepest desires, but they would also show her the shadows of her soul. The more she unraveled the dreams of her heart, the closer she would come to understanding the mysteries that lay hidden in the cottage, and the true purpose of her arrival. Part 3. Elara's senses seemed to dissolve completely as the threads of the loom guided her deeper into the dream world. The moment her fingers brushed against the glowing strands, she was no longer in the cottage. The cottage was gone, and the air was no longer warm with the scent of forgotten dreams. Instead, she found herself in a vast, endless expanse. A sea of stars stretched far above her, each one flickering like the heartbeat of a distant world. The ground beneath her feet was soft and misty, as though the very earth was made of dream stuff. Her footsteps left no mark as she moved forward, a silent wanderer in a realm where time did not exist. The air was heavy with a sense of stillness, but also an underlying hum, almost imperceptible, but undeniably there. It was the sound of the universe's heartbeat, the rhythm of the stars and worlds that lay beyond her understanding. She looked around, and in the distance, she saw a figure. It was a woman, but not quite. Her features shimmered, as though they were being woven in real time, made of starlight and shadow. The figure was draped in a flowing gown that billowed like mist, her face obscured by a veil made of liquid silver. Elara hesitated for a moment, then felt an inexplicable pull to move toward her. The figure seemed to beckon her, though no words were spoken. Each step Elara took felt like it took her further into a dream she could not control. Yet, it didn't feel wrong. There was a strange comfort in the unknown here. As she approached the figure, she could hear a voice, faint but clear, like the soft whisper of the wind through the leaves of an ancient tree. "You've arrived," the voice said, echoing in her mind, not spoken aloud. "You've come to see the truth." Elara stood still, her heart racing. She had no words, no understanding of what this meant. Who was this figure, and why was she here? But somehow, she knew it was all part of the journey, the unraveling of her fate. The figure slowly turned to face her, and for the first time, Elara saw the full details of her face. Her eyes were pools of liquid silver, reflecting the stars that surrounded them. And her lips were curved into a knowing smile, as if she carried the weight of millennia of secrets. "You are here because the loom has chosen you," the woman said, her voice like a lullaby that wrapped around Elara's mind, calming her. "The dreams are not merely stories. They are woven paths, guiding those who are ready to see them. You have come to find the truth. But every truth comes with a price." Elara's pulse quickened at the mention of a price. "What price?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The figure smiled sadly, her gaze never leaving Elara's. "You will discover that answer soon enough. But first, you must walk the path that has been set for you. The loom has already begun to weave your future. But the journey you take will decide whether it is a dream or a nightmare." Before Elara could respond, the woman stepped back, and the space around them shifted. The stars above her seemed to twist and warp, pulling into a swirling vortex that opened beneath Elara's feet. She gasped as she felt herself being drawn toward it, her body weightless. But just as quickly as the vortex had appeared, it vanished, and Elara found herself standing in a different place altogether. She was now on the edge of a forest, a dense, mist-filled expanse of trees that seemed to stretch on forever. The air smelled of damp earth and pine. The silence of the forest was oppressive, but it wasn't entirely empty. She could sense something watching her from within the trees, something ancient and powerful. At the edge of the clearing stood a door. It was unlike any door Elara had ever seen. Carved from stone, its surface was covered in intricate symbols, faintly glowing with an eerie light. The door seemed to beckon her, the air around it vibrating with an energy she could not explain. "Go ahead," the voice of the figure echoed in her mind again, though she could no longer see her. "The door leads you to the next stage. But remember, there is always a choice. You can walk through it, or you can turn away. Every choice has its consequence." Elara hesitated, her hand hovering over the door. A strange pull urged her forward, but there was a sense of foreboding as well. The door felt like a test, an invitation to uncover more, but at what cost? What would happen if she walked through it? What would be waiting on the other side? Before she could make up her mind, a whisper reached her ears, soft and faint at first, like the sound of the wind rustling through leaves. But then, the whisper grew louder. It became words, clear words that seemed to echo within her mind. "Come, Elara, step through the door, and the path will reveal itself. But be warned, the truth you seek is not always what you expect." "Not all dreams are kind," the voice faded, leaving Elara standing in the quiet. The door before her now glowing brighter, as if calling her name. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for what was to come. Her hand reached out slowly, grasping the cool, smooth surface of the door. She felt a rush of energy pulse through her fingers as she pushed the door open. The moment it cracked, a brilliant light flooded the space around her. The light was warm, golden, and inviting. It wrapped around her like a blanket. The moment the door cracked open, a brilliant light flooded the space around her. The light was warm, golden, and inviting. It wrapped around her like a blanket, yet there was a strange pull, like a current in a river that carried her deeper into the unknown. Elara's heart pounded in her chest as she stepped forward, into the light. The moment she crossed the threshold, she was no longer in the forest, and she wasn't in the cottage either. She found herself standing on the edge of an immense lake, its surface calm and still like a mirror, reflecting the sky above. The trees around the water were tall, their trunks twisted and gnarled, like ancient sentinels watching over her. A soft breeze whispered through the leaves, carrying with it the scent of jasmine and something else, something unfamiliar, like the perfume of dreams. The light around her softened, casting a golden glow over the water, and for a moment, she felt at peace. But deep within, something stirred. A quiet unease lingered in her chest. Ahead of her, in the distance, stood an island. It was small but shrouded in mist, its silhouette barely visible through the haze. There was something about the island that felt familiar and yet foreign. Elara felt herself drawn toward it, her legs moving almost of their own accord, guided by the pull of the dream. As she walked toward the water's edge, the sound of her footsteps seemed muffled, swallowed by the thick fog that was beginning to curl around her ankles. The surface of the lake remained undisturbed, not a ripple to be seen. The air felt dense now, as if the very atmosphere was charged with an energy she could not understand. The stillness was unnerving, and yet, she couldn't turn back. She had come too far. The water was cool as Elara dipped her toes in. It was soft, like liquid silk, and as she stepped further in, the water rose up around her calves. She expected it to be cold, but it was warm, soothing even. With each step, she felt herself growing lighter, more connected to the dream world around her. The further she moved, the more everything seemed to blur, her surroundings. The air, the very space she inhabited. It was like being suspended in time, between waking and sleeping, between reality and the world of dreams. Finally, she reached the island, stepping out of the water onto the soft, mossy earth. The mist around her thickened, and the world seemed to narrow, focusing entirely on the island and the single figure that awaited her. There, standing beneath an ancient oak tree, was a man. He was tall and draped in a long, dark cloak, his features hidden in the shadows. His eyes, however, gleamed brightly, like two burning embers in the darkness. "You've come," the man said, his voice low and smooth, like a melody that played just on the edge of her consciousness. "The dreams have led you here." Elara felt a shiver run down her spine as she took a step closer, her heart racing. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling despite herself. The man smiled, though it was not a warm smile. It was as if he knew something she didn't, something she wasn't ready to understand. "I am the keeper of dreams," he said, "the one who guards the gateway between the waking world and the world of dreams. You have crossed that threshold now, Elara. There is no turning back." Fear and curiosity tangled within her. "What do you mean? Why am I here?" The keeper's smile widened, though there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. "You came seeking answers, did you not? To understand the threads that bind dreams and waking life. But not all truths are kind, Elara. Some dreams can be dangerous, and the path you've chosen is fraught with peril." She stepped back, suddenly aware of the danger that lingered in his words. "What do you want from me?" she asked, her voice firm despite the uncertainty that churned within her. The keeper's gaze softened, as though he saw the fear within her and felt a twinge of regret. "I do not seek anything from you. I am merely the guide. You must choose your path now. The loom has chosen you, but the threads it weaves are yours to follow, or to break." Before Elara could ask more, the keeper raised his hand, and the mist parted around them. Ahead of her, a glowing pathway appeared, winding through the trees and leading deeper into the heart of the island. The light that illuminated the path was soft and inviting, but something about it seemed ominous. "You must follow the path," the keeper said, his voice now a mere whisper on the wind. "But remember, not all paths lead to the same destination. Choose wisely." Without another word, he turned and began to fade into the shadows of the trees, his form dissipating like smoke in the wind. Elara watched him disappear, a sense of dread filling her as she looked at the path ahead. There was no choice now but to move forward. Taking a deep breath, she began to walk, her footsteps slow and measured. The air grew thicker with every step, and the mist swirled around her, obscuring her vision. The path seemed endless, winding and twisting as if it was alive, pulling her deeper into the unknown. The trees on either side of her were twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like long, skeletal fingers. There was no sound except for the soft rustling of leaves and the occasional creak of wood, and then, she heard it. A voice, soft and melodic, but distant. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, Elara. She froze. The voice was familiar, but she couldn't place it. It was calling her name, gently coaxing her forward. The path ahead seemed to stretch endlessly, and the mist grew heavier, making it harder to see. But the voice. It was pulling her, guiding her. And she had no choice but to follow, Elara. The voice was closer now, and she felt a strange warmth in her chest, as though the voice was a beacon, leading her towards something important. But what? And who was it? She couldn't answer her own questions, couldn't even form the words. The fog thickened, and her sense of reality began to unravel, like a dream slipping through her fingers, and then, she saw it. At the end of the path, barely visible through the dense mist, was a figure standing in the glow of a soft light. A woman. Her silhouette was delicate, ethereal, and she was beckoning Elara to come closer. Elara felt her legs move as if they were being guided by an unseen force. The woman's presence was magnetic, soothing, and the closer Elara came, the more she felt herself falling into the dream of the cottage, the loom, and the answer she sought. "Welcome," the woman said softly as Elara drew near. Her voice was a lullaby, comforting and deep. "You've come far, child. You're on the right path," Elara's heart fluttered. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling. The woman smiled gently. "I am the Dreamweaver. The one who shapes the dreams of those who seek them." Elara looked into the woman's eyes, and for the first time, she felt a sense of peace settle in her heart. But even as she felt comforted, a deeper question lingered. Why was she really here? To find the answers, Elara knew, she would have to journey further. To discover the truth, to face the darkness within herself, and the shadows of the world of dreams. Part 6, The Final Weave. As the hours passed in the Dreamweaver's cottage, Elara felt the pull of the weaving threads grow stronger. The visions she had seen earlier, scattered and disjointed, now began to merge into a coherent tapestry. The loom before her shimmered with an ethereal light, casting soft shadows that danced around the room like specters of forgotten dreams. The Dreamweaver stood silently beside her, watching with a mix of anticipation and awe. His once unkempt hair now seemed to glow in the pale light, and his eyes, though kind, held a depth of wisdom that stretched back through time itself. "You are almost ready, Elara," he whispered, his voice a soothing hum in the quiet. "The final threads must be woven with care. Once they are in place, the dream will be completed." Elara nodded, her hands instinctively moving to the loom. She could feel the presence of each thread, each one a memory, a dream, or a wish. She was no longer just weaving for herself. The threads represented not just her past, but the future of everyone she held dear, and even those she had yet to meet. Each weave was a promise, a fragment of fate that would tie her to the world beyond. She could hear her breath quicken, as though the weight of the task was too great. But then, she remembered the Dreamweaver's words, "Trust the weave, and the weave will trust you." She exhaled slowly and focused. The loom hummed beneath her hands, its rhythm steady, like a heartbeat that echoed through the walls of the cottage. The threads began to glow brightly, and she felt an overwhelming sense of connection to the loom, to the threads, and to the world outside. It was as if she could hear the whispers of everyone who had ever touched the fabric of her life, her family, friends, and even those she had lost. The threads intertwined, a mosaic of color and light, creating a vision of what was to come. In the far corner of the room, the Dreamweaver watched silently, his eyes glinting with something that seemed like pride. "You've done it," he said softly. "You've woven the dream. But remember, Elara, the dreams you weave do not belong to you alone. They belong to all who dare to dream. To all who choose to live beyond their fears. The loom began to slow, and the glowing threads settled into place. Elara leaned back in her seat, breathless, as the final weave shimmered into being. The tapestry she had created was magnificent, an image of a world where dreams and reality intertwine seamlessly. In the center, a figure stood with arms outstretched, bathed in golden light, reaching for something beyond the horizon. She smiled, a sense of peace filling her heart. She had completed the weave, but more than that, she had unlocked a part of herself she hadn't known existed. The dream was not just an art to be created, it was a reflection of the soul, and now, Elara's soul was whole. The Dreamweaver stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder. "You are ready," he said gently. "Your journey has just begun, Elara. But remember, the world is full of endless dreams. Continue to weave, continue to dream." As the last threads settled into place, the light in the cottage dimmed, leaving only the soft glow of the tapestry behind. Elara stood, looking out through the window. The sky was streaked with vibrant hues of orange and purple as the sun began to rise, a new day full of possibilities unfolding before her. She took a deep breath, knowing that the dream she had woven was more than just a tapestry, it was a reflection of her heart. Her desires, and the endless journey ahead. The Dreamweaver smiled softly, his figure slowly fading into the shadows of the cottage. "Goodbye, Elara," he whispered, his voice drifting like a dream on the wind. "Go, and weave the dreams of the world." With that, Elara turned towards the door, stepping out into the morning light. She knew her path would never be the same again. Every step she took, every breath she inhaled, would be part of the endless weave of dreams that connected all of existence. And she was no longer afraid. She was the weaver. The echoing labyrinth, beneath the bustling city of Hollowridge, there exists a secret that few have dared to explore. A labyrinth of tunnels winds endlessly beneath the streets, carved into the earth by hands long forgotten. To most residents, the labyrinth is the stuff of urban legends, its existence whispered about in late-night conversations over dimly lit tables. But for those who know the truth, it is a place of both wonder and terror, a realm where echoes seem to hold memories of their own. The legend of the labyrinth is shrouded in mystery. Some say it was built as a refuge during ancient wars, while others believe it to be a forgotten prison for those who committed unspeakable crimes. The most persistent tale, however, is that the labyrinth was created to imprison a voice so powerful that it could reshape reality itself. The curious scholar, Amara, was a historian with a fascination for the arcane. She had spent years studying the myths and legends of Hollowridge, and the labyrinth was her greatest obsession. While others dismissed the stories as mere folklore, Amara believed there was truth hidden within the whispers. Her office was filled with maps, sketches, and old journals, each hinting at the existence of the labyrinth and the secrets it held. One evening, while poring over a particularly cryptic manuscript, Amara found a clue she couldn't ignore. The text spoke of an entrance hidden within the ruins of an old cathedral on the outskirts of the city. The words were accompanied by a crude drawing of a spiral staircase descending into darkness. Amara's heart raced. She packed her bag with supplies and set out before the sun could rise, determined to uncover the truth. The cathedral was a skeletal remnant of its former glory, its stone walls overgrown with ivy and its stained glass windows shattered. Amara's footsteps echoed as she ventured inside, her flashlight casting long shadows that danced across the walls. She found the staircase exactly where the manuscript had described, hidden beneath a trapdoor in the floor. As she descended, the air grew cooler, and the silence became oppressive. The stone steps spiraled downward for what felt like an eternity, the faint sound of dripping water growing louder with each step. When Amara finally reached the bottom, she found herself in a cavernous chamber. The walls were lined with intricate carvings, their details worn smooth by time. In the center of the room stood a massive stone door, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to pulse faintly in the dim light. Amara approached the door, her fingers tracing the carvings. They felt warm to the touch, as though the stone was alive. She whispered a few words from the manuscript, and the door began to shift. It opened slowly, revealing a narrow passageway that led deeper into the labyrinth. The labyrinth awakes. The moment Amara stepped through the door, she felt a change in the air. The labyrinth was alive with sound, but not in the way she expected. It was not the creak of stone or the rush of wind, but voices, soft, overlapping whispers that seemed to come from every direction. They spoke in a language she didn't understand, their tones fluctuating between soothing and unsettling. As she ventured further, Amara noticed that the whispers grew louder in certain areas, guiding her like an unseen force. The passageways twisted and turned, their walls adorned with more carvings that depicted scenes of chaos and creation. She felt as though she was being watched, though she saw no one. Her flashlight flickered, and she was forced to rely on the faint glow emanating from the carvings. Hours passed, or so it seemed, as Amara navigated the labyrinth. She came across chambers filled with strange artifacts, a mirror that reflected not her own image but that of a younger woman, a clock that ticked backward, and a pool of water that shimmered with colors she couldn't name. Each object seemed to hum with energy, as though it was alive. The voice, eventually, Amara reached a vast chamber at the heart of the labyrinth. At its center stood a pedestal, upon which rested a glass orb. The whispers were deafening here, their intensity causing Amara to clutch her ears. She approached the orb cautiously, feeling a pull that she couldn't resist. As her fingers brushed the surface of the orb, the whispers ceased. The silence was so sudden and complete that it was disorienting. Then, a single voice spoke, clear and resonant, echoing through the chamber. "You have come far," it said. "What is it you seek?" Amara hesitated, her mind racing. She had spent so long chasing the legend of the labyrinth that she hadn't considered what she would do if she found it. "I want to know the truth," she finally said. "About the labyrinth." "About you," the voice chuckled, a sound that sent shivers down her spine. "The truth is a burden," it said. "But it is also a gift." The orb began to glow, and Amara felt herself being pulled into a vision. She saw the creation of the labyrinth, the hands of countless workers carving its passages. She saw the voice, a being of pure sound, neither male nor female, bound within the orb to prevent it from unraveling the fabric of reality. The labyrinth had been built to contain its power, each echo a fragment of the voice's essence. "Why was I brought here?" Amara asked, her voice trembling. "Because you are like me," the voice replied. "A seeker of knowledge." But knowledge comes at a cost, a choice. The voice offered Amara a choice. She could leave the labyrinth, her memories of this place erased, and return to her life. Or she could take the orb and its burden, becoming its new guardian and ensuring that its power remained contained. Amara's heart ached at the thought of forgetting everything she had discovered. Yet, the responsibility of guarding the orb was immense. She wrestled with the decision, weighing her thirst for knowledge against the cost it would demand. After what felt like an eternity, she made her choice. The return. Amara emerged from the labyrinth changed. Her eyes held a depth that spoke of secrets too vast to comprehend. She told no one of what she had seen, her silence a shield against the questions she knew she couldn't answer. The labyrinth remained, its entrance hidden and its echoes undisturbed. But sometimes, late at night, Amara would hear the faintest whisper, a reminder of the voice that still lingered in the shadows of her mind. She had become its keeper, a living link to the mysteries of the labyrinth, and though the burden was heavy, she bore it with quiet resolve. The Enchanted Lantern, Part 1. On a chill autumn evening, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of a vast and mysterious forest, a peculiar item arrived at the doorstep of an unsuspecting shopkeeper. The package bore no name or return address, only the faint scent of incense and wax. Inside was an ancient lantern, its brass frame etched with delicate vines and celestial patterns. Its glass panes shimmered faintly, as if holding an inner glow that refused to be extinguished, even in the absence of a flame. The shopkeeper, a pragmatic man named Elias, considered the lantern a mere curiosity. He set it on the highest shelf of his antique shop, where it sat for weeks, unnoticed by customers. Until one fateful evening, a young woman named Clara entered the shop. Her curiosity was insatiable, her love for antiquities well known in the village. She was drawn immediately to the lantern, unable to explain the magnetic pull she felt toward it. "How much for this?" Clara asked, her fingers brushing the cool brass. Elias, eager to rid himself of the unsellable oddity, shrugged. "It's yours for a few coins. But it's an old thing, might not even work." Clara smiled, paid the modest sum, and carried the lantern home, unaware of the extraordinary journey that awaited her. A lantern unlike any other. That night, Clara polished the lantern until its brass gleamed like gold. As she finished, a peculiar sensation swept through the room. The air grew warm, carrying the faint aroma of lavender and cedar. Before Clara could investigate, the lantern's glass panes began to shimmer, and a soft, golden light ignited within. Startled, Clara stepped back. She hadn't lit the lantern, nor did it contain any obvious mechanism for illumination. The light pulsed gently, rhythmic as a heartbeat. Then, the whispers began. At first, they were indistinct, like the rustling of leaves in the wind. But as Clara leaned closer, she could discern words, fragments of sentences, carried on a voice both comforting and commanding. "Follow the light. Seek the path. The lantern chooses the worthy." Clara shivered but couldn't look away. The lantern's glow intensified, and the room around her faded. Suddenly, she found herself standing not in her small cottage but in the middle of an unfamiliar forest, bathed in the lantern's golden light. The forest beyond time. The trees here were impossibly tall, their trunks etched with symbols similar to those on the lantern. The air hummed with energy, and the ground was soft, covered in moss that seemed to glow faintly underfoot. Clara clutched the lantern tightly, its warmth reassuring in the eerie stillness. As she ventured deeper, the whispers returned, guiding her steps. The lantern's light revealed a narrow path that twisted and turned through the forest. Shadows danced at the edges of her vision, but each time she turned to look, there was nothing there. Eventually, Clara reached a clearing. At its center stood a stone pedestal, engraved with the same celestial patterns as the lantern. Upon the pedestal lay an ancient tome, its cover bound in leather that seemed to ripple like water. "You have been chosen," the whispers declared, more distinct now. "The lantern holds the key to the hidden realms, and you are its guardian." Clara hesitated, her mind racing with questions. Why her? What was this place? And what did it mean to be a guardian? Before she could voice her doubts, the forest began to shift. The trees creaked and groaned as if alive. And shadows began to coalesce into shapes, human-like figures with hollow eyes and elongated limbs. The lantern flared, its light pushing back the encroaching darkness. Clara felt an inexplicable surge of courage. She reached for the tome, her fingers brushing its surface. Instantly, a rush of knowledge flooded her mind, visions of distant lands, forgotten histories, and the immense power of the lantern. The first test, the shadowy figures advanced, their movements slow but deliberate. Clara opened the tome, and the pages turned as if guided by an unseen hand. Words in an ancient language glowed on the parchment, and the lantern's light seemed to respond, growing brighter and more intense. Clara spoke the words aloud, her voice steady despite the fear clawing at her chest. The lantern's glow expanded, forming a protective barrier around her. The shadows recoiled, their forms dissolving into mist. The forest grew silent once more, and the whispers returned, their tones soothing. "You have passed the first test. The path ahead is long, but the lantern will guide you. Trust in its light, and you will uncover the truth." A mysterious mission. As dawn broke, Clara found herself back in her cottage, the lantern resting on her table. The ancient tome lay beside it, its pages filled with glowing text. The whispers were gone, but Clara could feel the lantern's presence, a comforting warmth that seemed to resonate with her very soul. She knew her life would never be the same. The lantern had chosen her for a purpose, one that extended beyond the confines of her quiet village. There were hidden realms to explore, ancient secrets to uncover, and a darkness to confront. With the lantern in hand, Clara stepped outside, ready to embrace the unknown. The Enchanted Lantern, Part 2. Clara stood at the edge of the forest, the morning sun casting a golden hue over the trees. The lantern in her hand felt heavier now, as if the weight of its secrets had grown overnight. The ancient tome rested in her satchel, its glow faint but persistent, like an ember waiting to ignite. Though the forest ahead seemed tranquil under the daylight, Clara knew better. The whispers, though silent for now, lingered in her mind. They had promised that the lantern would guide her, but toward what? The call of the forgotten path. Clara's first step into the forest was met with a peculiar sensation, a ripple beneath her feet, as though the ground itself acknowledged her presence. The lantern's light flared momentarily, casting intricate patterns on the mossy ground. As she ventured deeper, the forest seemed to shift subtly around her. The trees appeared taller, their bark etched with more of the mysterious symbols. The air grew cooler, carrying a faint scent of earth and flowers that didn't belong to this season. The whispers returned, soft and melodic, weaving through the rustling leaves. Follow the stream. Seek the bridge forgotten by time. A faint trickling sound reached Clara's ears. She followed it, the lantern illuminating her path. Soon, she came upon a narrow stream, its water unnaturally clear and reflecting the light of the lantern like a mirror. The stream led her to a stone bridge, weathered and overgrown with vines. It arched gracefully over the water, its surface carved with celestial patterns identical to those on the lantern and the tome. As Clara stepped onto the bridge, a deep hum resonated through the air. The lantern's light pulsed, and the carvings on the bridge began to glow, revealing a series of symbols that seemed to shift and rearrange themselves. "The key is in the book," the whispers urged. Clara opened the tome, her fingers trembling. The glowing text on the pages seemed to respond to the bridge's symbols, aligning themselves into a coherent sequence. Clara read the words aloud, her voice steady despite the growing unease in her chest. The air shimmered, and the bridge transformed. Its worn stone surface became smooth and polished, the vines retreating as if commanded. Beyond the bridge, the forest opened into a new realm, a place bathed in twilight, where the trees bore golden leaves and the sky shimmered with faint stars. The twilight realm. Clara hesitated, her heart pounding. The whispers were stronger now, their tone both soothing and insistent. "Step forward, keeper of the light. The twilight realm awaits." Clara crossed the bridge, the lantern's light growing warmer with each step. As she entered the realm, the air grew thick with an otherworldly energy. The ground beneath her feet glimmered faintly, and the leaves above rustled with an unnatural rhythm. In the distance, Clara saw a structure, a towering spire of crystal and stone, its surface reflecting the faint starlight. It seemed impossibly ancient, yet it radiated a sense of power and purpose. The lantern's light flickered, and the whispers shifted. "The first fragment lies within. Beware the echoes of the past, the Tower of Echoes." The path to the spire was winding and treacherous, lined with jagged rocks and strange, luminous plants that seemed to sway as Clara passed. The lantern's glow kept the shadows at bay, but she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. When she reached the base of the spire, Clara found a set of massive doors, each carved with intricate scenes of battles, rituals, and celestial events. The images seemed to move subtly, as if alive. The tome in Clara's satchel grew warm, and she opened it instinctively. A new passage had appeared, its words glowing faintly. "The lantern's light reveals the truth. Face the echoes to claim the fragment." Clara raised the lantern, and its light swept over the doors. The carvings began to shift, their figures stepping out of the stone as ghostly apparitions. Warriors, robed figures, and shadowy beasts surrounded Clara, their translucent forms flickering like dying flames. The apparitions moved closer, their hollow eyes fixed on Clara. She gripped the lantern tightly, its warmth anchoring her in the midst of the growing dread. "Who dares disturb the tower?" one of the robed figures demanded, its voice resonating like a thunderclap. "I was guided here," Clara replied, her voice firm. "The lantern brought me." The apparitions paused, their forms wavering. The robed figure stepped forward, its gaze shifting to the lantern. "The keeper of the light has returned," it said, its tone reverent. "But the path is not without peril. Prove your worth." The trial of shadows. the apparitions dissolved, leaving Clara alone before the doors. They creaked open, revealing a grand chamber filled with swirling shadows. At its center floated a crystalline shard, its surface shimmering with an inner light. As Clara stepped inside, the shadows coalesced into a single, monstrous form. It towered over her, its eyes burning with malice. The lantern flared, its light forming a protective barrier around Clara. The whispers guided her movements, their words sharp and clear. The light must prevail. Focus, keeper. Channel its power. Clara raised the lantern, its glow intensifying. The shadow beast roared, lashing out with tendrils of darkness. Clara dodged and countered, the lantern's light slicing through the tendrils like a blade. The battle was fierce, but Clara's determination never wavered. She chanted the words from the tome, her voice a beacon of strength. With a final surge of light, the shadow beast disintegrated, its form scattering like ashes on the wind. The shard descended gently, its glow merging with the lanterns. The whispers returned, their tone triumphant. The first fragment is yours. The path to unity begins, a new purpose. As Clara exited the tower, the twilight realm seemed brighter, its oppressive atmosphere lifted. The lantern's light was steadier now, its warmth filling Clara with a sense of purpose. The whispers guided her back to the bridge, where the forest awaited. Clara knew this was only the beginning. The lantern's fragments were scattered across realms, and each would test her resolve, but Clara was ready. With the lantern in her hand and the whispers in her heart, she stepped forward, determined to uncover the truth and fulfill her destiny. The Enchanted Lantern, Part 3. The morning after Clara had claimed the first fragment, the air felt thick with anticipation. Her senses seemed heightened, as though the world around her had come alive, watching, waiting. The lantern pulsed gently in her hand, its light steady yet carrying a deep, untold secret within its glow. The whispers, which had been faint echoes in her mind, now grew louder and more insistent, guiding her toward her next destination, the Whispering Meadows. Clara followed the path that led out of the twilight realm, the soft hum of the lantern urging her forward. She crossed the bridge again, her feet light on the stone as she made her way back into the familiar forest. However, this time the atmosphere had changed. The trees were still towering and ancient, but now the air felt electric, as though something immense was about to unfold. After hours of travel, the trees began to thin, and before her stretched an open meadow. It seemed peaceful, bathed in golden light that filtered through the branches of the surrounding trees. But Clara knew better than to trust appearances. The whispers had warned her, this was no ordinary meadow. It was the Whispering Meadows, a place where ancient forces stirred, their voices hidden just beneath the surface, ready to speak to anyone who dared to listen. She stepped cautiously into the meadow, the soft grass beneath her feet sending gentle ripples through the air. Her lantern flickered as if in response to the shifting winds. The meadow seemed endless, a vast expanse stretching out in every direction, the horizon lost to a thick fog that rose from the ground like smoke. The whispers swirled around her, voices soft yet urgent, calling her deeper into the field. The next fragment lies beyond the fog. Trust in the light, keeper. As Clara ventured deeper, the fog thickened, and she could no longer see where she was going. The air became cold, and the whispers turned darker, more desperate. The fog is not just mist, it is memory. A reflection of those who have passed this way before you. The lantern's light flickered again, struggling against the encroaching mist. Clara tightened her grip on it, her heart pounding. She had no choice but to press forward, the shadow of the past. As Clara moved through the dense fog, she began to see shapes flickering in the distance, figures moving in and out of view. At first, they were just shadows, fleeting glimpses of figures that seemed almost human but were not. But as she drew closer, their forms became clearer, revealing faces twisted in agony, eyes hollow and staring. They were the souls of those who had entered the whispering meadows before her, lost to the fog, their memories trapped in the mist. One of the figures stepped closer, its translucent form shimmering in the mist. It was a woman, her face obscured by a veil of shadow. But her eyes were full of sorrow. "Who are you?" Clara whispered, her voice trembling. The figure didn't respond, but her presence was suffocating. The whispers grew louder, surrounding Clara in a whirlwind of voices. "Help us, release us, find the fragment." The woman reached out, her hand icy and cold. Clara recoiled but stood her ground. "What happened to you?" she demanded. The woman's voice was a soft murmur, barely audible over the howling wind. "The fog, it traps those who fail. You must pass the trial, or you will become one of us." Clara's heart raced. She had to move forward, but how could she break free from the fog? The whispers were becoming overwhelming. A cacophony of desperate voices pleading for release. "The lantern," the figure murmured, her voice fading. "The lantern is the key." Clara glanced down at the lantern in her hand. It was glowing brightly now, its light pushing against the fog, but the shadows seemed to press in from all sides. The woman's warning echoed in her mind, "You must pass the trial." The trial of the forgotten. The fog parted briefly, and Clara saw before her a large stone archway. It stood alone in the mist, surrounded by swirling darkness. The whispers grew quiet, expectant, as though they were waiting for her to make the next move. Clara approached the archway, and the air shifted. The fog thinned enough for her to see what lay beyond. Inside the arch was a courtyard, bathed in soft moonlight. The ground was covered in delicate, silver leaves that seemed to shimmer in the night. But the peace of the courtyard was deceptive. Clara could feel the weight of something dark lurking just beyond the moonlit path. As she crossed the threshold of the archway, the air grew heavier, thick with the scent of old, decaying leaves. The lantern pulsed stronger now, its light flickering with urgency. Clara hesitated but knew she had no choice but to move forward. The courtyard was silent, save for the sound of Clara's footsteps. She walked slowly, every step feeling like an eternity, her senses straining for any sign of danger. The ground beneath her feet felt softer here, as if the earth itself was alive, waiting to reveal its secrets. The lantern suddenly flared, casting a brilliant light that illuminated the entire courtyard. At the center, a pedestal stood, upon which rested a small crystal. Its surface glowed faintly, but Clara could feel an ancient power emanating from it. She approached the pedestal cautiously, the whispers rising in her mind, urging her to take the crystal. As she reached out to touch it, the courtyard shifted. The ground cracked open, and the air became suffocating. Shadows rose from the cracks, reaching for Clara, their forms twisted and unnatural. The whispers turned into screams. Sharp and unbearable, as if the souls trapped within the fog were fighting to be freed, the lantern pulsed with a blinding light, and Clara, filled with determination, held it high. The shadows recoiled at the light, but Clara was not finished. She needed the crystal. With a final, resolute breath, Clara seized the crystal, and as soon as her fingers made contact, the shadows screamed in rage and dissolved into the mist. The courtyard returned to its peaceful state, the fog lifting, and Clara was left standing in the silence. The crystal glowed brightly in her hand, and the whispers began again, though this time, they were calm and reassuring. The second fragment is yours. You are one step closer. The path ahead. Clara stood in the courtyard for a moment longer, allowing the calm to settle within her. The fog had lifted, and the whispers were no longer haunting her. She felt a sense of accomplishment, but also an undeniable pull to continue. The lantern's glow had deepened, and the crystal now pulsed with it, its energy merging with the light from the lantern. With the second fragment in her possession, Clara knew her journey was far from over. She had faced the trial of the fog, but greater challenges awaited her on the path ahead. The next realm would require her courage, her strength, and the unbreakable resolve she had gained from the trials so far. The whispers guided her forward. And with a steady hand, she continued, the lantern lighting her way as she ventured deeper into the unknown. The Enchanted Lantern, Part 4. The path ahead stretched far into the unknown, cloaked in twilight as Clara continued her journey. The air around her had shifted, the whispers growing softer, almost as if they were retreating into the distance. She could feel the weight of the second fragment in her hand, the crystal now pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. Its soft glow cast an ethereal light, dancing across the darkened landscape that surrounded her. Yet, even with the quietude, Clara couldn't shake the sense that something, or someone, was watching her, waiting for her to make the next move. The realm of shadows. The lantern flickered once again, its light steady but unrelenting. As Clara moved forward, she passed through a small gate, ancient and weather-worn, its iron bars twisted like forgotten bones. Beyond the gate, the landscape was starkly different from the meadow and the courtyard she had left behind. This place seemed untouched by time, yet it carried an air of forsakenness, as though it had been forgotten by the world itself. The air was cooler here, and the sky above was a dim shade of purple, dotted with stars that twinkled ominously. A faint mist crept across the ground, swirling in uneven patterns as if it, too, were alive. Clara took a cautious step forward, the crunch of leaves beneath her boots the only sound in the silence. The lantern's glow cast long shadows across the path. But as she walked deeper into the realm, the shadows seemed to stretch, creeping toward her as if eager to consume the light. The whispers became urgent again, echoing through the mist. Beware, keeper. The shadows are not what they seem. They know you. They will test you. Clara's heart raced. She could sense it, the presence of something ancient, something powerful, hidden just out of her view. The whispers were no longer just voices, they were warnings, speaking of the danger that awaited her. As she moved deeper, the path became more treacherous, twisted vines rising from the earth, blocking her way. The lantern flickered again, but Clara wasn't afraid. She knew the lantern was more than a source of light. It was a companion, a protector, and a guide. With the crystal in hand, it had become even more powerful. She lifted the lantern high and pushed through the thick, overgrown branches, forcing her way through the dense forest. The further Clara ventured, the stronger the presence around her became. It felt as though the forest itself was alive, watching her every move, reacting to her presence. And then, she heard it, a faint, low whisper, not from the lantern but from the shadows themselves. "Come closer. Come, keeper, the phantom of the forest." Clara froze. The voice was smooth and soft, but there was a malicious edge to it, a hunger that sent chills down her spine. She turned, trying to pinpoint the source of the voice, but the shadows only seemed to deepen, concealing everything from view. "Who's there?" Clara called out, her voice trembling slightly, though she tried to steady it. The whispers came again, louder now, surrounding her from every direction. "You will see. You will understand." Suddenly, the mist shifted. A figure emerged from the darkness, a tall, shadowy figure, its form indistinct but its eyes glowing with an eerie, unsettling light. The figure stood just within the reach of the lantern's glow, yet it was difficult to make out its features. It was as if the shadows themselves had taken form, merging with the very fabric of the forest. Clara took a step back, instinctively tightening her grip on the lantern. The figure stepped forward, its shape becoming clearer. It was a woman, though her face was hidden beneath a shroud of darkness, her eyes glowing like twin stars in the night. The air around her was thick with an oppressive energy, and Clara could feel the temperature drop with each step the figure took. You are the keeper," the shadowed figure intoned, her voice resonating with ancient power. "The one who has come to claim what has been forgotten." Clara swallowed hard, her heart pounding in her chest. "What do you want from me?" The woman's laughter echoed through the forest, low and unsettling, like the creak of old wood under strain. "What I want is simple. You have something that belongs to me, keeper." The lantern pulsed in Clara's hand, its light flaring brightly as if responding to the growing tension in the air. She felt the pull of the crystal in her palm, its energy vibrating against her skin. The whispers intensified, and she knew the moment had come. "Are you the one who created this trial?" Clara asked, her voice steady despite the fear gnawing at her. "Are you the one controlling this place?" The figure took another step closer, and the shadows seemed to recede from her form, revealing more of her twisted visage. The darkness that clung to her flickered like an illusion. But there was something far more ancient in her presence. "I am not the creator, keeper. But I am the guardian of the shadows. I protect the secrets of this realm, and you have trespassed too far. You seek the fragments, but you do not understand the price you will pay." Clara's mind raced. The lantern's glow pulsed more fiercely, as if warning her of the danger in this exchange. The woman's words were cryptic, but they were laced with truth. She could feel it in her bones. Whatever had brought her here, whatever power the lantern wielded, it was drawing her closer to a fate she didn't yet fully understand. "Then tell me," Clara said, her voice unwavering. "What price must I pay?" The woman's expression twisted into a cruel smile. "The price, keeper, is that you must choose. You must decide who you are and what you are willing to sacrifice to claim the final fragment." Suddenly, the ground beneath Clara's feet cracked open, a deep, resonating sound echoing through the clearing. The earth trembled as if alive, shifting and opening like a gaping wound. Clara jumped back, her breath caught in her throat as she tried to steady herself against the sudden onslaught of energy. The woman stepped back, her form beginning to dissolve into the shadows once more. The choice is yours, Keeper. Choose wisely, for the shadows are unforgiving. Clara's heart pounded, the weight of the moment pressing down on her. She could feel the pull of the final fragment somewhere within the realm, but she knew that the trials ahead would only grow more intense. As the woman's voice faded into the ether, Clara stood alone in the clearing, the shadows swirling around her as the whispers returned, urging her onward. The next trial awaited. The final fragment was close, but so too was the moment of reckoning. Would Clara be able to confront the ultimate truth of the lantern's power? Only time would tell. The Enchanted Lantern, Part 5. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and Clara could feel the weight of the shadows pressing in on her, the forest alive with whispers that seemed to grow louder with each passing moment. Her heart pounded in her chest as she clutched the lantern tightly, its glow the only thing that separated her from the consuming darkness. The final fragment was close, but Clara could sense that with every step, the challenges before her would become even more daunting. The ground trembled again, the earth beneath her feet shifting as if reacting to the whispers that filled the air. The trees around her swayed, their gnarled branches reaching out like claws, scratching at the sky. But Clara could not afford to hesitate. She had come too far, and there was no turning back. The descent into the abyss, the path ahead was narrow, a jagged trail carved between towering rocks that loomed on either side. The air had grown colder, and the once distant whispers now seemed to be right next to her, curling around her ears like serpents. It felt as though the very forest itself was trying to swallow her whole, each step taking her deeper into a realm where reality seemed to bend and break. Clara moved forward, the lantern casting long shadows on the uneven ground. The light flickered and dimmed, struggling to push back the ever-encroaching dark. It was then that Clara saw it, a vast, gaping chasm stretching out before her, its depth hidden in the pitch-black void. The mist rose from the depths, curling upward like tendrils of smoke, and from the blackness came a faint, eerie sound, soft and melodic, yet unsettling. The whispers had stopped. The only sound now was the haunting song that echoed from within the abyss. Clara's heart skipped a beat. The melody was both beautiful and terrifying, as if it were calling to her, beckoning her to step into the void. The lantern trembled in her hands, and she could feel its energy surge, as if sensing the danger of the abyss before her. "Who's there?" Clara called out, her voice barely above a whisper. The melody stopped, silence fell, heavy and oppressive, pressing in from all sides. Clara strained her ears, trying to make sense of the sudden stillness, but the silence was suffocating. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her, hidden just out of sight, waiting for her to make a mistake. The lure of the abyss. Clara hesitated, her instincts screaming at her to turn back. But the call of the abyss was undeniable. The lantern's glow pulsed in her hands, its light brighter now, urging her forward. She knew that the fragment was somewhere within the chasm, waiting for her to claim it. But the price, what would it be? With a steadying breath, Clara stepped forward. The ground beneath her feet shifting with each step, as if the earth itself was alive. The chasm yawned wider, and the mist thickened, wrapping around her like a shroud. The melody returned, faint at first, but then growing louder, clearer, more insistent. She reached the edge of the chasm and peered into the darkness. It seemed to stretch on forever, an endless void with no bottom in sight. Yet, through the blackness, Clara could just make out a faint, shimmering light. The final fragment. Without thinking, Clara took a step forward, and the ground beneath her feet cracked. For a moment, she was suspended in the air, her heart in her throat as the abyss below beckoned. The lantern pulsed wildly, its light flaring to life as Clara reached out with her free hand, her fingers brushing the edge of the cliff. In that instant, the abyss seemed to come alive. The shadows reached out, tendrils of darkness curling around her limbs, pulling her toward the chasm's depths. Clara gasped, the cold grip of the shadows tightening around her as the ground continued to crumble beneath her. But then, the lantern flared to life. The light blazed brighter than ever before, its glow pushing back the darkness, casting the shadows away from her body. Clara felt the weight of the abyss lighten as the lantern's power surged. The light became a shield, a force that kept the shadows at bay, and with all her strength. Clara pushed herself back from the edge. She landed with a soft thud on solid ground, the shadows recoiling as if repelled by the lantern's brilliance. Clara scrambled to her feet, breathless, heart pounding in her chest. The abyss still loomed ahead, but now, she could see it for what it truly was, a manifestation of her fears, her doubts, her darkest thoughts. It was an illusion, a trap designed to break her. Clara turned away from the chasm and looked toward the shimmering light in the distance. The final fragment was within her reach. She could feel it calling to her, urging her forward. The final trial. Clara made her way toward the light, the whispers growing louder again, rising to a cacophony of voices that filled the air. They weren't warnings anymore, they were commands, pleading with her to stop, to turn back. But Clara couldn't afford to listen. She had come too far. The lantern in her hands pulsed with energy, a beacon of hope amidst the storm of shadows. The light grew brighter as she approached, the glow now unmistakably coming from a stone pedestal at the heart of the clearing. Upon the pedestal, the final fragment rested, bathed in an ethereal light. It was more beautiful than Clara could have imagined, its surface glowing with an otherworldly brilliance. The lantern's glow flickered in response, the light almost eager, as if it recognized the fragment's power. Clara reached out, her fingers brushing the crystal. As soon as she made contact, a surge of energy pulsed through her, the light from the fragment blinding. She staggered back, her body filled with warmth, the light inside her chest burning brightly. The whispers rose to a crescendo, and then, just as suddenly, they stopped. Clara stood there, breathing heavily, the final fragment now in her hands. The lantern flickered one last time, and then, with a brilliant flash of light, it went dark, the world around her went silent. The forest, the shadows, the whispers, they were all gone. The return, Clara blinked, the sudden calmness of the moment overwhelming. The final trial had ended. The lantern had fulfilled its purpose, and with it, Clara had completed her journey. But as she looked down at the fragments in her hands, now whole and pulsing with a soft, steady light, Clara realized something. Her journey wasn't truly over. The lantern, now fully charged with its ancient energy, was more than a relic of the past. It was a key, a gateway, to something beyond, the shadows had been only one part of the puzzle. The true mystery lay in what came next. Clara turned back toward the forest, the lantern's soft glow lighting her way. There were still questions to be answered, and mysteries to uncover. The final fragment had revealed its secret, but the lantern's power was only beginning to show its true potential. With a steady heart and the lantern in hand, Clara walked forward, ready to face whatever came next on her path, knowing that her journey had only just begun. The Enchanted Lantern, Part 6. The path ahead was unclear. As Clara walked deeper into the dense woods, the once dominant chorus of whispers now reduced to a faint murmur, like the final echoes of a forgotten dream. With the lantern glowing softly in her hands, she felt its warmth, an almost protective aura, surrounding her. Yet, despite the comfort it brought, there was still an undeniable sense of anticipation lingering in the air, as if the forest itself was waiting for her next move. She had completed the trials, yes, but the true purpose of the lantern, the final piece of the puzzle, still eluded her. Clara continued forward, the trees seeming to close in around her, their branches twisting in unnatural shapes. The leaves trembling as if in response to her every step. She could feel the eyes of the forest upon her, but not in the way she once had. It was not the oppressive weight of danger that had followed her in the past, but something more mysterious, a subtle invitation to delve deeper into the unknown. With each step, the air seemed to thicken, more alive, more laden with secrets. The lantern pulsed gently, its glow growing slightly brighter as if drawing from some unseen source of energy deep within the heart of the forest. The faint sound of chimes rang softly in the distance, as if beckoning her forward. Clara quickened her pace, the unknown drawing her in like a moth to the flame. The hollow of the moonlit path, the forest opened up before her, revealing a glade bathed in an ethereal moonlight that seemed to glow from within the earth itself. The trees, now towering and ancient, arched high above, their trunks gnarled with age and covered in luminous moss. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine and wet earth, a heady combination that seemed to hold secrets beneath its fragrance. The lantern's light flickered as if responding to the magical aura surrounding her. At the center of the glade was a stone circle, its stones weathered and covered with ivy, but in the center of the circle was something far more extraordinary, an enormous stone door, half buried in the earth. Its intricate carvings glowing softly in the moonlight. Clara's heart skipped a beat as she approached the door. There was no mistaking it, the stone was ancient, older than anything she had encountered in the forest before. Its designs were complex, twisting shapes that seemed to shift as if alive, telling a story she could not yet comprehend. The lantern pulsed brightly in her hand, and as she stepped closer to the door, a low hum resonated from within the earth, vibrating through the soles of her boots. The stone door trembled slightly, as if it recognized her presence, as if it was waiting for her. Clara stood before it, the fragments of the lantern now fully assembled in her hands. She felt its power grow stronger, filling her with a sense of clarity that she had never known. The glowing symbols on the door seemed to respond to the lantern, glowing brighter as if feeding on its light. It was as though the two were meant to be together, each one incomplete without the other, but there was something else, something that Clara could not quite grasp. A strange, tugging sensation deep in her chest, like a magnetic pull that guided her toward the door. Is this the next step? She murmured to herself, her voice soft but steady, as she reached out to place her hand on the cool stone. the symbols began to shift and swirl. The ground beneath her feet rumbled, sending ripples through the air, and with a soft groan, the massive stone door began to open, revealing a dark, cavernous passage leading deep underground, the passage to the heart of the forest. Without a moment's hesitation, Clara stepped forward, the lantern's light flickering as she descended into the darkness. The air grew colder as she ventured deeper into the earth, the walls of the passage narrowing around her. The faint hum that had filled the air earlier now became louder, more insistent, like a heartbeat echoing from deep within the heart of the forest. As Clara descended further, the passage seemed to widen, and the walls began to pulse with an otherworldly energy, veins of light coursing through the stone like blood through the arteries of some great sleeping beast. The lantern pulsed in response, glowing with an intensity that Clara had never seen before. It felt as though the very earth was alive, breathing beneath her feet, guiding her, urging her to continue. She felt the presence of something ancient, something powerful, deep beneath the surface of the forest. It had been waiting for her, calling to her. And now, she was finally here, the heart of the lantern. At last, Clara reached the bottom of the passage. She stepped into a vast underground chamber, its size so immense that the far walls were lost in shadows. The ceiling above was dotted with thousands of glowing crystals, casting a soft, ethereal light that bathed the chamber in a dreamlike glow. In the center of the chamber stood an altar, and upon the altar rested a pedestal with a single, shining crystal, its surface pulsing with the same energy that Clara had felt in the forest, in the lantern, in the air. It was the heart of the forest itself, the source of the magic, the key to everything. Clara approached the pedestal, her breath quickening. The lantern's light seemed to surge in her hands, its glow brighter than ever before. As she set the lantern upon the pedestal, the crystal's pulse grew stronger, syncing with the light of the lantern. The chamber hummed with energy, the walls vibrating as if the very earth was awakening to her presence. A sudden voice, soft and melodic, filled the chamber. It was not spoken aloud, but seemed to come from deep within her mind. The journey you have taken, the trials you have endured, have led you here, to the heart of the forest. You have awakened what was once dormant, and now, the true power of the enchanted lantern can be realized. But beware, for power carries with it a price. Clara froze. She could feel the weight of the warning, and for a moment, she hesitated. But the crystal before her pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat, and the lantern's glow became blinding, forcing her to make a choice. She reached forward and touched the crystal. The awakening, as soon as her fingers brushed the smooth surface of the crystal. The entire chamber erupted in light. The force of the energy threw Clara back, and she cried out, her body racked with a sensation that felt both excruciating and exhilarating. The lantern's power surged into her, flooding her veins with pure, unfiltered magic, and for a moment, Clara thought she might be consumed by the force of it, but then, everything stopped, the light faded, and Clara found herself lying on the cold stone floor, gasping for breath. The energy still hummed around her, but it had settled into something familiar now, something more peaceful. The forest was still with her, its magic now a part of her, and the lantern, though no longer glowing, pulsed softly in her hand. Clara slowly stood, looking around the chamber. The ancient power of the lantern had awakened, and with it, she had unlocked the secret of the forest itself. The veil that had once shrouded its mysteries had lifted, and Clara understood that her journey was not just about discovering the lantern's secrets, it was about becoming part of something far greater than herself. The Enchanted Lantern, Part 7. Clara stood at the heart of the chamber, her breath slow and steady as the remnants of the immense energy she had absorbed swirled around her. The crystal, now dormant, rested at the center of the pedestal, its once blinding light now a soft, inviting glow. Her heart still pounded in her chest, not from fear, but from the realization of what had just transpired. She was no longer just an observer in this world. She had become one with it, but that unity also carried an unspoken weight, an expectation that Clara had yet to fully comprehend. The voice that had echoed through her mind earlier, gentle yet firm, resonated in the back of her thoughts. You have awakened what was once dormant. Now, the forest has chosen you. Her hands shook slightly as she held the lantern in her palm, the once humming object now perfectly still. It was almost as if it had accepted her as its rightful bearer. But what did it mean for her, for the forest, for the world she had known? There were still so many questions that lingered, unanswered. Clara carefully approached the altar, her fingers brushing the edge of the pedestal. The moment her skin made contact with the ancient stone, the air around her thickened with an unseen pressure. A pulse rippled through the chamber, and the walls began to glow softly, as if awakening from a long slumber. The faint hum returned, but it was now accompanied by a low, melodic whisper that echoed around the vast space. The forest's magic has merged with your own, Clara. The voice spoke again, clear and resonant, though it did not come from any visible source. You now carry within you the power to heal, to protect, and to guide those who seek solace within the forest. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility. The balance between the natural world and the mystical must be maintained. What you have unlocked is a fragile harmony, and it must not be disturbed. Clara's mind raced as she processed the voice's words. Heal, protect, guide. It was as if she had been granted the ability to weave the very fabric of nature itself. The implications were staggering, but they were also deeply tied to her heart, her desires, her intentions. A sudden warmth flooded her chest, and she realized the power within her was not just a tool, it was a connection to everything around her. The trees, the animals, the earth itself, each was intertwined in a delicate, yet unbreakable, bond. She was a part of them now, just as they were a part of her. The forest, she realized, had not chosen her out of random chance. She had always belonged here, in some profound, cosmic way. She closed her eyes and focused on the energy within her, feeling it flow like an endless river beneath her skin. With every breath she took, the forest seemed to respond, its ancient magic calling back to her. The winds that had been still moments before began to stir, rustling the leaves of the trees outside the chamber. Do you feel it? The voice asked, a note of anticipation threading through its tone. The heartbeat of the forest. It is yours to guide now. Clara nodded, even though she wasn't sure if anyone could see her. She did feel it, a deep, rhythmic pulse that reverberated through her very bones. It was as though the entire world around her was alive, breathing in sync with her own body. For a moment, Clara stood still, taking it all in, letting the magic of the forest and the lantern flow through her. There was a responsibility now that rested heavy on her shoulders. But there was also a sense of peace. The forest was not an entity to fear. It was a world to protect, and now, it was her world too. The first test, Clara's reverie was broken when a low, distant rumble echoed through the cavernous space. The ground beneath her feet trembled, the stones vibrating with an ancient energy that seemed to stir in response to something unseen. Her pulse quickened as the air became thick with tension. The balance is shifting, the voice said, its tone heavy with concern. The path you must walk is not without trials. You are now the guardian of this forest, but there are those who would see it undone. Forces from beyond the veil have begun to stir. Clara's heart skipped a beat. The voice's words struck a deep chord within her, a primal instinct rising from within her chest. Forces from beyond the veil, what could that mean? What kind of threat was she now facing? The ground rumbled again, and Clara felt a shiver run down her spine. She instinctively clutched the lantern, as though the very act of holding it would provide her with the answers she sought. Before her, a dark shadow began to form in the air, coalescing into a twisted shape. It was not human. Not even animal. It was something else, something ancient, hungry, and filled with a malice that Clara could almost taste in the air. The dark figure loomed larger, taking shape with each passing second. And Clara knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was no ordinary creature. This was a being born from the very cracks of the world, a creature that sought to destroy the balance of the forest. Without thinking, Clara stepped forward, her voice ringing out as she shouted into the growing darkness, "I will protect this forest. I will not let you destroy what is sacred." The creature paused, as though contemplating her words. Its form flickered, changing shape in a grotesque dance of shadow and light. Its eyes, if they could be called eyes, glowed with an unnatural intensity, and its voice, when it spoke, was like the hiss of wind through dry leaves. "You think you can stop me?" it crooned. Its voice low and threatening. "I am the harbinger of decay. The forest will crumble, just as all things must." Clara's hands tightened around the lantern, and for the first time, she understood the true extent of her power. The lantern's energy thrummed in her hands, amplifying her thoughts, her emotions. She was no longer just a keeper of the forest's magic, she was a conduit for its very essence, summoning all the strength within her. Clara held the lantern high, its glow intensifying until it cast a brilliant beam of light that seemed to pierce through the darkness. The creature recoiled, its form flickering and wavering in the face of the light. "You will not win," Clara whispered, her voice steady with determination. "This is my forest now. And I will protect it, no matter what." The darkness shrieked, a terrible, discordant sound that filled the chamber, before it began to unravel, dissipating like smoke in the air. Clara's heart raced, her breath quick, but the lantern's light continued to burn bright, pushing back the shadows. The peace restored, as the last remnants of the creature dissolved into the air. Clara stood in the now silent chamber, the pulse of the forest returning to its natural rhythm. The threat had passed, for now, but Clara knew that the balance of the forest would always be in jeopardy. Her role as the guardian was no longer just a title, it was her purpose. But there was peace in the aftermath, a calm that settled over her like a warm embrace. The lantern, still glowing in her hands, seemed to hum in approval, its light now steady and reassuring. With a final glance at the pedestal and the now quiet crystal, Clara turned and made her way back up the winding passage, her mind filled with thoughts of what lay ahead. She knew that her journey as the guardian of the forest was just beginning, and though the path would be fraught with challenges, she was ready to face whatever came next. The Enchanted Lantern, Part 8. Clara's heart was still racing as she emerged from the depths of the ancient chamber, the heavy door closing behind her with a low, resonating thud. The lantern in her hands continued to pulse with a soft, steady glow, its warmth comforting and steady, yet it carried an undeniable weight. It wasn't just a lantern anymore, it was her link to the forest, her duty, and her strength. As she stepped out into the twilight, the sky a soft mix of pinks and purples, the air around her seemed to hum with an invisible energy. The forest was alive in ways Clara had never truly understood. The leaves on the trees shimmered with a life of their own, and the wind seemed to carry whispers of secrets, of memories, of things that had long been forgotten. The trees, once just towering pillars of nature, now seemed like sentient beings, their branches reaching out as if to touch her, to guide her. She breathed in deeply, feeling the connection between herself and the land she had sworn to protect. Her powers were still new, raw, and unrefined, but there was a sense of belonging, of purpose, that anchored her. It was as if the forest itself had accepted her, its magic intertwining with her soul. As Clara walked through the dense woods, she couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The challenge she had faced in the chamber had only been the beginning. The creature she had banished might have been defeated, but it was not gone forever. The forest's balance was delicate, one wrong move, one misstep, and everything she had fought for could unravel. Her footsteps echoed softly in the silence, and her eyes scanned the dense undergrowth, every rustle and shift in the shadows making her senses sharp. But nothing moved. The forest was eerily still. It was as if the very air held its breath, waiting for something. Suddenly, a sharp, high-pitched cry broke the silence, sending a chill down Clara's spine. It was distant, but unmistakable, like a creature in pain. She stopped in her tracks, every muscle tense, every fiber of her being alert. It wasn't the sound of a typical animal call, it was something darker. Something more ominous. Without thinking, Clara followed the sound, her pace quickening as the light from the lantern flickered erratically in her grasp. The forest seemed to shift around her, the trees twisting in unnatural ways as she moved deeper into the shadows. The path ahead was obscured, as if the forest itself was closing in on her. Soon, she reached a clearing. It was unlike any Clara had seen before, a place where the air seemed thick, heavy, charged with something she couldn't quite place. The ground was soft and wet, and the trees surrounding the clearing had an otherworldly appearance, their bark pale and slick with moisture. At the center of the clearing, a dark pool of water glowed faintly, its surface reflecting the eerie glow of the lantern. Clara felt an undeniable pull toward the water, but something about it made her hesitate. The high-pitched cry sounded again, this time much closer. It was coming from the water. Her instincts screamed at her to turn back, to leave this place before whatever was waiting in the depths could reach her. But she couldn't ignore the cry, the anguish that seemed to echo in her very soul. Taking a step forward, Clara knelt beside the water's edge. The surface shimmered and rippled, and for a moment, she thought she saw something, someone, moving beneath the water, She reached out, her hand trembling as she hovered just above the surface. The air around her grew colder, and the shadows in the clearing seemed to grow darker, more oppressive. The sound of her heartbeat pounded in her ears as her fingers brushed the water. Instantly, the surface of the pool surged violently, sending ripples across the clearing. Clara jerked back, startled by the sudden movement, but before she could react, a shape emerged from the water. It was a figure, humanoid but twisted, with long, sinewy limbs and pale, waterlogged skin. Its eyes glowed with an eerie, unnatural light, and its mouth stretched into a grotesque grin, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Clara froze, her heart racing, the lantern flickering wildly as the figure slowly began to rise from the water. It didn't speak, but Clara could feel its malevolent energy, the hunger, the rage, the desperation. It was ancient, a creature that had been hidden beneath the surface for centuries, waiting for someone to awaken it. And now, Clara had done just that. The figure extended a long, clawed hand toward her, and Clara's pulse quickened. She felt the weight of the forest pressing in on her, but she also felt the lantern in her hands, its energy growing stronger, more intense, as if urging her to act. With a steadying breath, Clara raised the lantern high, its light shining brightly in the clearing. The figure recoiled as the light pierced the shadows, its form flickering, as though the illumination burned it. "You cannot banish me so easily," it hissed, its voice like the scraping of stones, but Clara was not afraid. She had faced darkness before, and she knew that the power of the forest, the magic of the lantern, was her ally. She focused, channeling every ounce of strength into the light, letting it grow and expand until the entire clearing was bathed in its warmth. The creature shrieked, its body twisting in agony, before it began to dissolve, turning to smoke and ash before her eyes. The ground trembled once more, and the pool of water began to retreat, slowly draining back into the earth. Clara stood still, her hand still gripping the lantern, the light now steady and calm once again. The clearing, which had been filled with malevolent energy moments ago, was now quiet, peaceful, as though the darkness had never existed, but Clara knew better. The battle had been won, for now. But the balance of the forest remained fragile, and the forces she faced were far from over. She turned back, the lantern now a beacon in the deepening twilight. As she walked away, the trees seemed to shift, their branches bowing slightly in acknowledgement of her strength. The forest was alive with whispers once more, and Clara knew that she was not alone. The journey was far from over. The Enchanted Lantern, Part 9. Clara's footsteps grew heavier as she journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest. The events of the clearing weighed on her, but they also fueled her resolve. She had come too far to turn back now. The creature beneath the water was only a fragment of the dark forces she knew lurked in the depths of the enchanted woods. Each encounter left her with more questions, and every answer seemed to bring with it more danger. The lantern's glow had become a steady companion, its light illuminating the path ahead, but even with the warmth it provided, Clara couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. The trees seemed to whisper in the wind, and the shadows, which had once been reassuring in their calm, now seemed to move with a life of their own. It was as if the forest was shifting around her, trying to guide her, or perhaps lead her into something far more dangerous. As Clara continued her journey, the canopy overhead thickened, blocking out most of the light. The deeper she went, the darker the forest became, until even the lantern's light seemed to struggle against the oppressive gloom. The trees now had gnarled roots that seemed to twist and coil underfoot, and the air felt colder, heavier. Ahead, a distant sound reached Clara's ears, an eerie, melodic hum that seemed to float on the wind. It was faint at first, like the sound of a lullaby carried from a distant world. But as she drew closer, it grew louder, clearer. It was a sound that called to her, pulling her forward, drawing her into the unknown. There was no mistaking it now. The sound was coming from a clearing up ahead. But it wasn't a normal clearing. The trees surrounding it were unlike anything Clara had ever seen. They were massive, their bark slick and shimmering, their branches twisting and curling toward the sky in unnatural patterns. It was as if they were reaching for something, or someone. As Clara approached the clearing, the hum intensified. Her heart began to race. She had encountered many strange and unsettling things in the forest, but this felt different. The air around her seemed to crackle with magic. And she could feel the weight of something ancient, something powerful, settling around her. When Clara stepped into the clearing, she stopped dead in her tracks. In the center of the space stood a stone structure, ancient and weathered, yet oddly intact. It was a pedestal, adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to pulse with an eerie glow, much like the lantern in Clara's hands. The hum came from the pedestal itself, as though it were alive, singing a song of forgotten magic. Atop the pedestal was a small, delicate object, a crystal orb. It glimmered faintly in the dim light, its surface reflecting the soft glow of the lantern in Clara's hands. The orb seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own. As if it had been waiting for her, Clara felt an overwhelming urge to approach it. Something deep within her, something primal and instinctive, told her that this orb was tied to the very essence of the forest, and to her. She couldn't explain why, but she knew that it was meant for her. As she reached out to touch the orb, a strange sensation washed over her, a rush of energy, of magic, unlike anything she had ever felt before. Her fingers brushed against the smooth surface of the crystal, and in that moment, everything around her seemed to freeze. The forest, the wind, even the whispers of the trees all ceased to exist, and then, the voice came, "Clara," it whispered, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from all around her. It was neither male nor female, but something in between, like the wind itself had taken on a voice. "The time has come." Clara's heart skipped a beat. She had heard this voice before, or at least something like it. It was the same voice that had guided her through the trials of the forest, the same one that had warned her of the dangers lurking within. But this time, the voice was different. There was a sense of finality in its tone, a heaviness that Clara couldn't ignore. "You have proven yourself worthy, Clara," the voice continued. "But the journey is not over. You have come to claim the heart of the forest, the source of all magic. The lantern's true power. But be warned, the price of this power is great." Clara's breath caught in her throat. The lantern's true power. She had always known that the lantern was special, that it held more than just light. But she had never imagined that it was tied to the very core of the forest itself, the source of its magic. And now, it seemed she was meant to wield that power. What price? Clara asked, her voice barely a whisper. She felt both terrified and exhilarated at the thought of what lay ahead. The voice answered, its tone somber and cryptic. To hold the heart of the forest, to wield its magic, you must give up what you hold most dear. A part of you will remain bound to the forest forever, and you will never be able to leave. Do you accept this fate? Clara's mind raced. Could she truly make this choice? Was the power of the forest worth the sacrifice? She thought of everything she had been through, the trials, the challenges, the dark forces she had faced. She had come this far, and now it seemed that the very heart of the forest was within her reach. But the price, was it worth it? Could she bear to stay in the forest forever, never returning to the world she had known? The voice lingered in the air, waiting for her answer. Clara closed her eyes, the weight of the decision settling on her shoulders. She had always known that her journey would not be easy, but this was something else entirely. Finally, she spoke, her voice steady, though her heart was uncertain. I accept, she said. I will bear the cost. The forest's power will be mine to protect. There was a long pause before the voice replied. Very well, it said. You have chosen your path. The forest's heart will now be yours to command, and the bond between you and this land will be eternal. As Clara placed her hand fully on the crystal orb, a brilliant light exploded from its surface, engulfing her in a torrent of energy. She felt her body lifting off the ground as the magic of the forest surged through her, filling every fiber of her being. She could feel the forest, its essence, its heartbeat, pulsing inside her. She was one with the land, with its ancient magic, its mysteries, its secrets, and then, as the light began to fade, Clara opened her eyes. The orb was gone, but the lantern still gleamed brightly in her hand, now more powerful than ever before. She had claimed the heart of the forest, but as the last echoes of the voice faded away, Clara knew one thing for certain: her journey was far from over. Part 10, Finale. Clara stood still, her breath shallow as the echoes of the voice faded into the now quiet forest. The lantern in her hand pulsed with an energy that hummed through her very being. She could feel the power of the forest coursing through her veins, ancient and alive, connecting her to the land in a way she had never experienced before. The lantern, no longer just a guide or a mere source of light, had become an extension of her soul, and with it, she felt an overwhelming sense of both awe and responsibility. The forest around her had shifted again. Where the trees once towered, their branches now swayed with an ethereal rhythm, as if acknowledging her newfound bond. The once distant hum of magic now harmonized with the soft rustling of the leaves, creating a song that only Clara could hear. It was a melody that seemed to sing of protection, of ancient secrets, and of promises made long ago. But with the weight of this newfound power came an understanding, a realization of the price she had paid. The voice, though distant, still lingered in her mind. A part of you will remain bound to the forest forever. She could feel it now, the connection, deep and unyielding. She had taken the heart of the forest into herself, and in return, the forest would never let her go, yet there was no fear in her heart. No regret. Instead, there was peace, a quiet acceptance. She was the protector now, the guardian of the enchanted woods. The lantern, glowing softly in her hand, was a beacon, not only for herself but for all who might seek refuge within the forest's ancient embrace. As Clara began to walk, the path ahead of her was no longer veiled in shadows. The trees, sensing her every step, shifted to open the way. The whispers of the forest were now songs of praise, of welcoming. She could feel the spirits of the land around her, those who had lived and passed through the ages, their presence woven into the very earth. They were with her now, guiding her, just as the voice had promised. She had become a part of the forest's eternal rhythm, as she moved deeper into the woods. She came to a small clearing where the moonlight shone through a break in the canopy. The air was still, but there was a sense of quiet joy, as if the forest itself was celebrating her choice. The flowers that dotted the clearing bloomed at her presence, their petals glowing softly in the moon's embrace. Clara stopped in the middle of the clearing, letting the calm wash over her. This was the beginning of her new life, but she knew she would face challenges ahead. Not all was as peaceful as it seemed. There were whispers still hidden deep within the forest, lurking at its edges, threats that would test her newfound strength. The forces that had tried to corrupt the woods, the dark magic, were never truly gone. But now, Clara had something they could not take from her. She had the lantern's power, and with it, the strength to defend the forest she had come to love. With the lantern held high, Clara made her way to the heart of the forest, the place where the trees grew the tallest, their roots intertwined with the very foundation of the earth. It was said that this was where the first light had been born, the magic that had given life to the land, to the creatures that dwelled within it. And now, it was hers to protect. As Clara stood in the center of the sacred grove, a soft breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it the scent of the forest's rich soil and blooming flowers. The sounds of the woodland creatures, owls hooting, insects chirping, and the distant rush of water, seemed to echo in perfect harmony. The very world around her seemed to breathe in time with her own heartbeat, each thrum a reminder of the deep, ancient bond she now shared with this place. She looked down at the lantern in her hands. It no longer shone with the same ordinary light it had once held. Now, it pulsed with an otherworldly glow, illuminating the clearing in hues of gold and emerald. The forest's magic had seeped into its very core, and in turn, it had become a beacon not just for her, but for all who sought the protection of the woods. Clara closed her eyes, and in that moment, she could feel the forest's heartbeat aligning with hers. The power, the energy, the magic, it all flowed through her, merging with her very essence. The weight of her new role settled comfortably on her shoulders. She was no longer just a visitor in the forest, she had become one with it. A soft voice whispered through the trees, carried by the wind. It was the voice she had heard before, gentle and familiar. "You are the keeper now, Clara. The protector of all that is sacred here. Your journey has only just begun, but you will not be alone. The forest is with you, always." Clara's lips curved into a smile as she took a deep, steadying breath. She had made the right choice. She had embraced the magic, and in doing so, she had found her true purpose. As the guardian of the enchanted woods, Clara knew she would face challenges ahead, battles against the darkness that sought to corrupt the forest, but she was ready. She had the strength, the magic, and the lantern to guide her. With one last look at the clearing, Clara turned toward the forest, knowing that her journey was far from over. She would protect the land, its creatures, and its magic with all her heart. The enchanted lantern glowed brightly in her hand, lighting the way as she stepped deeper into the woods, her new life beginning in the embrace of the forest she had vowed to protect. And so, the legend of Clara, the guardian of the enchanted lantern, was born, a tale of magic, of bravery, and of the eternal bond between a protector and the land she loved. The Whispering Pines. Deep in the heart of the Whispering Pines forest, there was a legend, a story passed down through generations about an old, forgotten cabin hidden amongst the trees. No one had seen the cabin for years, and many believed it to be nothing more than a ghost story, a way to keep children from wandering too far into the woods. One autumn evening, just as the sun was beginning to set, Sarah and her friends decided to take a hike through the forest. They had heard the stories about the cabin but dismissed them as nothing more than rumors, urban legends meant to scare the curious. As they walked deeper into the woods, the air grew colder, and the trees seemed to close in around them, their branches whispering in the wind. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting strange, dancing shadows on the forest floor. It was then that they heard it, a soft, almost melodic sound, like a woman singing in the distance. "Do you hear that?" Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Her friends nodded, their eyes wide with unease. "Sounds like singing," one of them said, her voice shaky. "I think it's coming from up ahead," Sarah replied, her heart pounding in her chest. Curiosity got the better of them, and they pressed on, following the sound through the dense underbrush. After what felt like hours of walking, they stumbled upon a small clearing, a place where the trees seemed to part as if to reveal a hidden secret. In the center of the clearing stood an old cabin, rotted wood and moss covering the walls, the roof sagging in places. Smoke curled from the chimney, though there was no visible fire inside. The windows were covered with tattered curtains, the glass so dirty they could barely see through it. "Do you think anyone's in there?" one of Sarah's friends asked, her voice trembling. "I don't know," Sarah replied, her gaze fixed on the cabin. "Maybe it's abandoned." But as they stepped closer, the singing grew louder, clearer. It wasn't a song they recognized, and there was something unsettling about the sound, the way it seemed to echo in the trees, as if it was coming from everywhere at once. "Let's check it out," one of Sarah's friends said, her voice resolute, though her hands were trembling. They approached the cabin cautiously, the door creaking as they pushed it open. Inside, the air was musty, filled with the scent of decay and old wood. The floor was covered in dust and leaves, as if no one had stepped inside for years. The singing continued, now louder, more urgent. Sarah led the way through the dark rooms, her flashlight flickering as they moved from one dusty corner to another. It was in the back of the cabin that they found her, an old woman, sitting in a chair by the window, her eyes closed, her fingers moving rhythmically as if playing an invisible instrument. "Hello," Sarah called, her voice louder this time. The woman's eyes fluttered open, and she turned to look at them, a small smile on her lips. "Ah, visitors," she said, her voice musical, as if she were singing each word. "Who are you?" Sarah asked, her fear mounting. "I'm just a lonely old woman," the woman replied, her gaze distant. "Trapped in these woods, waiting for someone like you. Why are you here?" Sarah pressed, her voice steady, though her fear was palpable. "I was lost," the woman said, her voice soft, almost hypnotic. "Trapped between worlds, between the living and the dead." "What do you mean?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. "This cabin, it's a doorway." The woman explained, her fingers still moving as if she were playing an invisible piano. A place where the lines between reality and dreams blur. Is that why you're singing? Sarah asked, her voice barely a whisper. Yes, the woman replied, her eyes closing again as if she were sinking into the music. I can't leave, can't go back. So I sing, hoping someone will hear. Can we help you? Sarah asked, her voice breaking. No, the woman replied, her tone gentle. I've tried everything, tried to find my way out. But the trees, they keep me here. Is there a way to get out? Sarah asked, her voice filled with hope. The woman opened her eyes and looked at Sarah, her gaze steady. Not for me, she said, her voice calm. But maybe for you, if you listen carefully. Listen to what? Sarah asked, her heart pounding. Listen to the whispers in the wind, the woman replied, her fingers slowing, her eyes growing distant. They'll guide you, they always do. With that, the woman's singing grew softer, the sound fading into the distance as if she were drifting away. Sarah and her friend stood in silence, watching as the woman disappeared, vanished into the shadows. They left the cabin that night, their minds spinning with what they had seen, the woman's voice still echoing in their heads. As they made their way back through the whispering pines, they could hear the trees whispering, soft, mournful sounds, as if the forest itself was crying for the lost soul trapped within it. They never spoke of the woman again, never told their friends what they had seen in the old cabin. But every so often, when they were alone, they would hear the singing, soft, haunting melodies, lost in the wind, as if the woman was still searching for a way out, and as they walked through the whispering pines, they couldn't help but wonder, what if they were next? What if the forest was calling to them, too? The Whispering Road, in a small, forgotten town in the heart of America, where the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the occasional howl of the wind, there was a road, an old, narrow stretch of asphalt that wound its way through the dense forest. This was the Whispering Road, a place that locals would avoid talking about, especially after dark. They knew the stories, the tales of strange occurrences, of cars that disappeared without a trace, and of the dark shadows that seemed to follow those who dared to travel the road. But for Clara, the Whispering Road was the fastest route home. She had spent the weekend visiting friends in the neighboring town and, as the sun began to set, she knew she needed to take the road if she wanted to get back before it was completely dark. It wasn't her first time driving this route, but it always left her feeling uneasy. She checked her phone one last time for signal, nothing, but that wasn't unusual for this part of the forest. As Clara drove, the trees seemed to close in around her, the road narrowing until it felt like a tunnel of darkness. The air grew colder, and Clara turned up the heat in her old sedan, trying to shake off the chill. She drove slowly, her eyes scanning the trees that loomed on either side, branches scratching against the car as if reaching for her. The sun had set completely, leaving only the glow of the dashboard lights to guide her. Clara had just passed the last turn before the main stretch of the Whispering Road when she saw something out of the corner of her eye, a flicker of movement. She turned her head, but there was nothing there. She told herself it was just her imagination, a trick of the light, but a knot of fear began to form in her stomach. The road seemed to go on forever, and as Clara drove, the temperature in the car continued to drop. She turned the heat up even higher, but it felt as if the cold was seeping through the fabric of the car, invading the space around her. The air was thick with a heavy, oppressive silence. The only sound was the soft hum of the engine and the occasional creak of the car as it moved over the uneven road. As she drove, Clara's headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating only a few feet ahead of her at a time. It was as if the road itself were swallowing the light, pulling it into the shadows. Clara could feel her heartbeat quicken, the fear growing stronger with every passing moment, and then she saw it, an old wooden sign on the side of the road, barely visible in the darkness. Clara slowed to get a better look, her heart pounding in her chest. The sign was weathered and covered in moss, but the letters were still clear enough to read, Whispering Road, do not enter after dark. A shiver ran down Clara's spine as she reached for her phone to take a picture, anything to prove that she had seen it. But just as she pulled her phone from her pocket, the screen went black, no signal, no response. Clara tried to turn it back on, but it remained dead. Great, Clara muttered to herself, trying to keep calm. Just what I needed. She put the phone back in her pocket and resumed driving, her hands clenched tightly on the steering wheel. As she turned the next bend, she saw something, figures moving just at the edge of the road, tall and shadowy, their features obscured by the darkness. Clara's breath caught in her throat, and she pressed the gas pedal harder, hoping to get through this stretch of road as quickly as possible, but the figures began to follow her, keeping pace with her car. Moving silently through the trees. Clara could see their shapes out of the corner of her eye, their eyes glowing with a faint, eerie light. She turned the radio on full blast, trying to drown out the whispers that seemed to be coming from the shadows. The sound of static filled the car, almost as if the radio itself was trying to warn her. Just keep driving, Clara told herself, her voice trembling. Just keep driving. The road stretched on, and the figures grew closer, their presence more oppressive with every passing moment. Clara could feel their eyes on her, their gaze like a weight on her shoulders. She tried to remember the stories she had heard, the ones about people who had driven this road at night and never returned, but she couldn't allow herself to think about what might happen if she stopped. As the minutes ticked by, Clara felt the car begin to shake, small tremors that seemed to come from the ground itself. The shadows moved closer, their whispers growing louder, more insistent. Clara could feel their fingers brushing against her skin, icy and cold, as if they were trying to pull her from the safety of her car. Just keep going, Clara repeated, her voice barely more than a whisper. Just keep going. And then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, the shadows vanished. The silence returned, and Clara felt a wave of relief wash over her. She was almost through. The end of the Whispering Road was just ahead, a break in the trees that led to open fields and the lights of the town in the distance. Clara pushed the gas pedal to the floor, her car speeding through the gap in the trees. She could see the lights ahead, her way out of the darkness. And just as she reached the edge of the woods, she looked in her rearview mirror, and saw the shadows again, standing just at the edge of the road, watching her as she left. Clara didn't stop to think, didn't stop to wonder what they were. She just kept driving, her heart pounding in her chest, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. As she drove into the town, she glanced back once more, and saw that the shadows were gone. She never spoke of the Whispering Road to anyone, no one would have believed her anyway. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls through the trees, She can still hear the faintest whispers, telling her to turn back, to never forget what she saw, and every time she hears them, she knows, some stories are better left untold. The Whispering Trees, it was a summer they would never forget. Emily and Jake had been planning this getaway for months, an escape from the noise and chaos of the city, a chance to reconnect with nature. They found the perfect place, a remote cabin nestled deep in the woods, far from any neighbors, a place where they could be alone and at peace. The cabin was small but cozy, wooden walls, a stone fireplace, and a porch that overlooked a thick forest. The owners assured them it was a safe and quiet place, a retreat from the world. As they unpacked their bags and settled in, Emily felt a sense of calm settle over her. This was exactly what they needed. Their first few days were idyllic, long walks in the woods. Starry nights spent by the fire, the rustling of leaves in the breeze. But as the days passed, Emily noticed something odd about the trees. They seemed to whisper at night, their branches moving as if they were talking to each other. "Did you hear that?" Emily asked Jake one evening as they sat outside, listening to the wind rustling through the leaves. Jake shrugged, his eyes scanning the dark woods. "Hear what?" "The trees," Emily said, lowering her voice. "They're talking, whispering." Jake laughed. "You're just hearing things, Em. It's probably just the wind." But Emily wasn't so sure. She had always been sensitive to the sounds of nature, to the way the world seemed to come alive in the darkness. As the days grew shorter and the nights colder, the whispering grew louder, soft, barely audible voices, as if the trees were discussing something important. That night, Emily couldn't sleep. She lay in bed, the sound of the whispering trees filling her ears. It was like a low hum, a constant murmur that seemed to echo through the cabin walls. Jake was snoring softly beside her, his face relaxed and peaceful. "Jake," Emily whispered, her hand brushing his shoulder. "Wake up." Jake grunted, rolling over. "What is it?" "The trees," Emily said, her voice barely a breath. "They're talking again." Jake sat up, looking around the room as if expecting to see someone else there. There's no one there." "Exactly," Emily said, her voice trembling. "That's what's weird. It's like they're communicating, like they know something we don't." Jake didn't have an answer for that. He slid out of bed and walked over to the window, looking out at the dark woods. "I don't hear anything," he said, his voice tinged with doubt. Emily joined him, her eyes scanning the shadows. "It's quiet now," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "But it's been happening all week, every night." That's when they decided to investigate. The next morning, they packed a lunch and set off into the woods, hoping to find the source of the whispers. The air was cool and damp, the trees thick around them, their leaves rustling in the wind. Emily led the way, her eyes scanning the ground for any sign of disturbance. "Do you think they're real?" she asked Jake as they walked, her voice barely more than a murmur. "I don't know," Jake replied, his brow furrowed. "Maybe it's just our minds playing tricks on us." But as they walked deeper into the forest, the whispering grew louder, the sound of it now a constant background noise, a low hum that seemed to vibrate the air around them. Emily felt a chill crawl down her spine as she realized they were walking right into the source of the whispers. Let's go back, she said, her voice suddenly panicked. This isn't right. Jake hesitated, his eyes scanning the trees around them. Just a little further, he said, his voice steady. Let's see if we can find anything. But as they walked, the trees seemed to close in around them, branches reaching out, shadows growing darker. The whispering grew louder, the voices now more distinct, soft, feminine voices, their words indistinguishable but full of emotion. What do they want? Emily asked, her voice breaking. I don't know, Jake said, his grip tightening on her hand. But I think we need to find out. They pressed on, following the sound of the whispers deeper into the woods. The trees seemed to part for them, creating a path that led them to a small clearing, a circle of tall, ancient oaks, their branches intertwined as if protecting something in the center. What is this place? Emily asked, her voice trembling. Jake shook his head, his eyes wide as he looked around. I don't know. But something feels wrong here. As they stepped into the clearing, the whispering grew louder, the voices almost deafening now, hundreds of them, all speaking at once. Emily and Jake moved closer to the center, their eyes scanning the ground for any sign of what might be causing the noise, and then they saw it, a small, worn stone tablet, half buried in the ground. Emily knelt down, brushing away the dirt to reveal words carved into the surface, a language they didn't recognize. What does it say? Jake asked, his voice tense. Emily reached out, her fingers tracing the letters. I don't know, she said, her voice barely a whisper. It's not like anything I've ever seen. The whispering grew louder, the voices now almost a roar, the air vibrating with their sound. Emily felt herself being pulled towards the stone, as if the words were drawing her in. We need to go, Jake said, his grip on her hand tightening. This isn't safe. But Emily couldn't move. She was drawn to the tablet, her fingers tracing the letters as the voices seemed to speak directly to her, warnings, stories of loss and regret. Help us, the voices seemed to say. Save us. What do they want? Emily whispered. Her eyes wide with fear. Jake didn't answer. He grabbed her arm and pulled her away from the stone, his eyes scanning the trees as if expecting something to emerge from the shadows. Come on, he said, his voice low and urgent. We need to get out of here. As they ran from the clearing, the whispering grew fainter, softer, as if the trees were calling after them. Emily stumbled, falling to her knees as the words continued to echo in her mind. We need to leave, Jake said, his voice shaking. Now. They made their way back to the cabin, their hearts pounding in their chests. The whispering followed them, the sound now a low murmur, like the distant hum of bees. Emily and Jake stayed awake all night. The sound of the trees outside a constant reminder that they were not alone. The next morning, they packed their bags and left the cabin, not looking back as they drove away. They didn't speak much during the drive, just listened to the radio, their thoughts on the strange events that had unfolded over the past few days. We can't go back there, Emily said finally, her voice steady. Jake nodded. No. Whatever those trees were trying to tell us, I don't think we want to hear it. They never spoke of the whispering trees again, at least, not to each other. But Emily couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her, that the trees were still listening, still waiting for them to come back. In the months that followed, she had strange dreams, visions of the clearing, the words carved into the stone tablet. Sometimes, she could almost hear the whispers, as if the trees were speaking directly to her, asking for help. Emily and Jake never returned to the cabin. They moved to a new city, started over, and tried to forget about the whispering trees. But sometimes, late at night, Emily would wake, her heart pounding as if the voices were calling her name once more. "Help us," they seemed to whisper, their words echoing in the darkness, and Emily would just lay there, listening, knowing that she would never truly be free of the whispering trees. The Whispering Waters. It was a quiet, moonlit night in the small town of Willow Creek. The town was nestled on the banks of a winding river, its waters glistening under the silver light of the full moon. Grace had lived in Willow Creek her whole life, but tonight felt different. There was an unusual stillness in the air, as though the town itself was holding its breath. Grace had always been a night owl, but tonight she couldn't sleep. She had a restless feeling, a sense of unease that wouldn't go away. Maybe it was the storm that had passed through earlier, leaving behind a heavy mist over the river. Or maybe it was the memory of the strange dreams she'd been having, dreams of a woman standing by the water. Her face hidden by shadows. At around midnight, Grace decided to go for a walk by the river. She wrapped herself in a thick sweater and stepped out into the cool night, the mist wrapping around her like a shroud. The sound of the water was soothing, soft and rhythmic, like a lullaby, but there was something else in the air, a whispering, as though the river itself was trying to tell her something. As Grace walked along the riverbank, she noticed something strange, footprints in the mist. They were small, delicate, almost as though a child had been playing by the water. Grace followed them, her heart quickening as she moved deeper into the mist. The footprints led her to a small, hidden cove, surrounded by thick, tangled trees. As she stepped into the cove, Grace felt a strange sensation. The air was colder here, the whispering of the river louder, as though it was trying to tell her a secret. She turned in a circle, her eyes scanning the darkness, but there was no one there, just the sound of the water, lapping against the rocks. "Hello?" Grace called, her voice breaking the silence. "Is anyone there?" There was no answer, just the whispering of the wind through the trees. Grace's unease grew, and she took a step back, her eyes fixed on the shadows. It was then that she saw it, a flicker of movement, just at the edge of her vision, a woman, her hair long and dark. Her eyes glowing in the moonlight. "Who are you?" Grace asked, her voice steady despite the fear that clenched her stomach. "What do you want?" The woman didn't answer, just stood there, watching Grace with eyes that seemed to be full of secrets. Grace felt a shiver run down her spine as the woman moved closer, her presence growing stronger with each step. "Are you real?" Grace asked, her voice barely a whisper. The woman didn't respond, just continued to move closer, as though drawn to Grace by some invisible force. Grace took a step back, her heart pounding. "I don't know what you want," she said, her voice trembling. "But I'm not afraid of you." The woman's lips curved into a faint smile, and she reached out a hand. Grace flinched, expecting to feel a cold, icy touch, but instead, the woman's hand passed through hers as though she were made of smoke. "Don't be afraid," the woman said, her voice barely a whisper. "I just want to tell you a story." Grace hesitated, her fear battling with her curiosity. "A story?" she asked, her voice barely audible. The woman nodded, her eyes never leaving Grace's. "Yes, a story," she said. "A story about the river, about the secrets it holds." Grace felt herself drawn to the woman, as though there was no other choice. She moved closer, her fear forgotten for a moment, replaced by the strange fascination with the woman and the river. "Tell me," Grace said, her voice barely above a whisper. The woman began to speak, her voice low and melodic, like the sound of the river at midnight. "Long ago, this river was not as it is now," she said. "It was dark, filled with secrets and whispers, a place where the dead would come to tell their stories. But over time, those stories were forgotten, lost to the currents." As the woman spoke, the water seemed to come alive, shimmering under the moonlight, the whispers of the river growing louder. Grace listened, entranced by the story, the woman's voice, the sound of the water, the mist swirling around them. When the wind blows just right, the woman continued, "You can still hear those whispers, stories of love, of loss, of regret. The river is a mirror, reflecting the lives of those who come here, those who seek its secrets." Grace felt herself drawn deeper into the story, her fear replaced by a strange sense of calm. "But why are you telling me this?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The woman's eyes flickered, and for a moment, Grace saw something: pain, longing, a desire to be heard. "Because you're like me," the woman said, her voice breaking. "You're one of the lost, one of the ones who needs to hear the stories." Grace felt a tear slip down her cheek as she looked into the woman's eyes. There was so much sadness there, so much she couldn't understand. "What do you want me to do?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Listen," the woman said softly. "Listen to the river, to the stories it tells. Let it guide you, let it show you the way." As the woman spoke, the mist around them began to thin, the moonlight breaking through, casting the cove in a silver glow. The woman moved closer, reaching out to touch Grace's hand. This time, her touch was warm, comforting. "Remember," the woman said, her voice almost a sigh, "the river never forgets. It knows everything, every story, every secret." And then she was gone, disappeared into the mist, leaving Grace standing alone by the river, the sound of the water now soothing, almost hypnotic. Grace stood there for a moment longer, letting the story sink in, letting the whispers of the river fill her mind. As she turned to leave, she knew she would never forget what she had heard, that the river was a place of secrets, of stories waiting to be told. As you listen to this story, let the sound of the rain be a comfort, the gentle patter against the roof, the soft lull of water on the window. Think of the whispering waters. What secrets do you think the river holds? What stories is it waiting to share? Leave a comment below and let's keep the conversation going. And remember, sometimes the things that scare us the most are the ones we don't see, the ones that whisper just out of reach. The Whispering Willow. Imagine a small village nestled deep within a thick forest. The trees here were tall and ancient, their branches interwoven to form a canopy that blocked out the light of day. But at night, when the moon was full, the forest seemed to come alive with whispers, a gentle, almost musical sound carried by the wind. This was the Whispering Willow, an ancient tree that had stood at the heart of the village for centuries. the villagers spoke of the whispering willow with a mix of awe and fear. It was said that if you sat beneath its branches at night, you could hear the secrets of the forest, the stories of the trees and the animals that roamed beneath them. Sarah had always been curious about these whispers. And tonight, as the rain fell softly outside, she found herself imagining what it might be like to listen to them. Sarah could picture the whispering willow clearly, a massive tree with a trunk that seemed to stretch endlessly toward the sky. Its leaves were large and curved, shaped almost like hands reaching out to the heavens. The branches swayed in the breeze, their rustling creating a melody that seemed to speak directly to the heart. As the narrator continued, Sarah could almost feel the weight of the world lift from her shoulders. The story was simple, but there was something profoundly comforting in the way the narrator spoke, calm, measured, with just the right amount of warmth. It was as if the voice was wrapping around her, creating a safe space where she could let go of her thoughts and worries. The whispering willow is not just a tree, the narrator explained. It's a guardian of the secrets of the forest, a place where stories are kept safe and shared only with those who are willing to listen. Tonight, as the rain falls, let the whispers guide you to a place of peace. Sarah felt herself relax further, her breathing slow and steady. The narrator's voice was so gentle, so soothing, that it felt as though each word was carefully chosen to create a sense of calm. She could almost see the villagers, their faces lifted to the branches of the tree, their eyes closed as they listened to the stories of old. "Close your eyes now," the narrator suggested, his voice growing even softer. "Feel the rain outside your window. The sound of each raindrop is like a whisper of the whispering willow. Let it wash over you, calming your mind, letting go of the day's worries." As the rain outside grew heavier, Sarah allowed herself to drift further into the story. The narrator's voice was a lullaby, guiding her into a state of half-sleep where dreams and reality blurred. She could imagine the tree's branches swaying more gently now, almost as though they were speaking directly to her. The whispers of the whispering willow are like the stories we keep hidden in our hearts, the narrator continued. They remind us of who we are and where we come from. Let the rain carry them away, and find peace in the silence. As the story ended, Sarah felt herself finally slip into a deep sleep. The rain continued to fall outside, its rhythmic tapping against the window a comforting reminder of the whispering willow's presence. She dreamed of a place where secrets were safe and stories were shared under the cover of the night, a place where nothing could disturb the peace. In the morning, when she woke, the rain had stopped, but the memory of the whispering willow lingered with her, a reminder that sometimes, the most comforting stories are the ones that help us let go and find peace in the silence. Sarah smiled, her mind clear and calm. She knew that the whispering willow would be there whenever she needed it, on rainy nights, when the world seemed too loud and the whispers of her own thoughts were too much to bear. And as she drifted back to sleep, the gentle rhythm of the rain returned, soothing her into a dreamless rest. The next time you find yourself lying in bed, unable to sleep, remember the whispering willow and the stories it holds. Perhaps they'll help you find the peace you need to drift off into the quiet embrace of the night. The haunting of Hillcrest Manor. It was a stormy night when Amy and her friends decided to visit Hillcrest Manor. They had heard the stories, the whispers of the townspeople about the old mansion, left abandoned for decades after a family tragedy. The rain was pouring down as they parked their car in front of the decaying building, the trees around it swaying in the wind like ghostly apparitions. The manor was dark and imposing, its windows covered with grime and cobwebs. Amy could feel her heart racing as she stepped out of the car, her flashlight flickering in the sudden gusts of wind. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Come on, Amy," said Mark, pushing open the creaking front door. "It's just an old house. What's the worst that could happen?" The group hesitated for a moment, then followed him inside. The hallway was cold and musty, the air heavy with the scent of mildew. Amy felt a shiver run down her spine as she took in the darkened rooms, the shadows lurking just out of sight. They moved cautiously through the house, exploring the different rooms. There was the grand ballroom, still partially intact with its cracked mirrors and faded wallpaper. The kitchen was a mess, with broken dishes and old pots scattered across the floor. Upstairs, the bedrooms were dusty and abandoned, each one filled with the remnants of the past, a cracked mirror, a forgotten toy, a dress still hanging in the closet. As they explored, the wind howled outside, and the rain pounded against the roof. Amy felt as though they were surrounded by an almost supernatural stillness. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside seemed magnified in the quiet. "Do you hear that?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Hear what?" Mark replied, looking up from his flashlight. "Like someone calling my name," Amy said, her eyes scanning the darkness around them. "Come on," said Mark, moving toward the stairs. "Let's find a place to settle down. We can wait out the storm here." They chose a bedroom on the second floor, the one with the least damage. Mark and the others set up their sleeping bags while Amy sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes fixed on the door. "This place gives me the creeps," she admitted. "Just relax," Mark said, handing her a flashlight. "We're safe here. Just a little storm and an old house." But as the night wore on, Amy's unease grew. The wind seemed to be getting louder, howling through the broken windows like the moans of a lost soul. She could still hear her name being whispered, softly, almost seductively. "Amy." It seemed to say, over and over again, "Mark," she whispered, "I think we should go. I don't feel right about this." "Just a little longer," Mark insisted, his voice barely audible over the storm outside. "The rain will let up soon." But as the night deepened, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. Amy was starting to feel lightheaded, her mind unable to focus on anything but the sound of her name. She tried to ignore it, to block it out, but the voice seemed to be inside her head, speaking directly to her thoughts. "Mark," she said again, her voice trembling. "We have to go. Now." "I think you're just imagining things," Mark replied, his flashlight flickering as he moved around the room. "Please, Mark," Amy pleaded. "Let's leave." But as she reached for her bag, the door to the bedroom slammed shut with a force that made the whole house shake. The friends jumped, looking at each other in panic. "What was that?" Sarah whispered. "Maybe it's just the wind," Mark said, his voice shaking, but Amy knew better. She had seen the way the door moved. No wind could slam it like that. "We have to go now," she insisted. They tried the door, but it wouldn't budge. It was as though someone, was holding it closed from the other side. The whispers continued, growing louder and more frantic. "Amy." They seemed to say, The voice now edged with a sense of urgency. Amy was starting to panic. "Mark, what do we do?" "Stay calm," he said, his voice barely steady. "Maybe if we find another way out," but before he could finish, the room grew colder, the air thick with an unnatural presence. Amy felt as though she were being watched from every corner, her skin crawling with the sensation of unseen eyes. "Look," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "The mirror. It's moving." The friends turned to see the mirror on the wall, the one with the cracked glass, beginning to fog up. Figures seemed to appear in the mist, faces that were familiar but somehow wrong, twisted into expressions of fear and anger. "Get away from the mirror," Sarah cried, grabbing Amy's arm, but it was too late. The figures in the mirror started to move, stepping out of the glass and into the room. The friends could see them now, hear their whispers. "Amy. Mark. Sarah. Run." Amy screamed. Her voice breaking, they tore through the house, the figures in the mirrors always just behind them, their whispers growing louder and more insistent. The friends didn't stop until they were outside, panting and drenched from the rain. The old mansion loomed behind them, its windows dark and silent. "Do you think?" Mark began, looking back at the house. "We need to leave," Amy said, her voice trembling. "This place isn't safe." As they drove away, the figures in the mirrors seemed to watch them, their whispers fading into the storm. Maria could still hear them, the sound of shadows following her in the rain, the echoes of a haunting that would never let go. Maybe it was just the storm. Mark said finally, breaking the silence, but Amy knew better. The haunting of Hillcrest Manor had left its mark on them all, a reminder that some stories are better left untold, some places better left unexplored, and as they drove into the night, the rain continued to fall, a constant reminder of the whispers they could never escape. The hollow house, in the dense woods of the American Midwest, hidden from the well-trodden paths, there stood a house, an old, decrepit building that seemed to be swallowed by the trees around it. The locals called it the Hollow House, a name that reflected not just its empty appearance but the strange atmosphere that surrounded it. It was a place of rumors, of whispered stories that were passed down from generation to generation, each one more terrifying than the last. The Hollow House had stood there for as long as anyone could remember, a relic of a bygone era. Once a grand home, it was now a shadow of its former self, windows broken, paint peeling, the once lush garden reduced to a tangle of weeds. No one knew who had built it, why it had been abandoned, or what had happened to its occupants. All that was certain was that no one who ventured inside ever returned. It was in the middle of winter that Sarah found herself drawn to the Hollow House. She was new to the area, having moved there for a fresh start after the end of a long-term relationship. Desperate for a distraction from her recent heartbreak, Sarah had been exploring the woods when she stumbled upon the house. Its presence was unsettling, silent, watching her as though it knew she was there. Curiosity killed the cat, Sarah murmured to herself as she approached the front door, which swung open with a creak that echoed through the still air. She hesitated for a moment, then stepped inside, the cold air inside making her shiver. It was like stepping back in time, dusty furniture draped in cloths, old photographs scattered on the floor, and a smell of decay that seemed to hang in the air like a thick fog. "Hello?" Sarah called, her voice echoing through the empty rooms. "Is anyone here?" The only response was silence, the kind of silence that was almost tangible, pressing against her eardrums. Sarah moved cautiously from room to room, her flashlight flickering as she examined the decay, walls cracked, the roof sagging under the weight of years of neglect. It was as though the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. It wasn't until she reached the back of the house, into what must have been a library or study at some point, that she found something unusual, a small wooden box hidden in a drawer of an old desk. The box was intricately carved, with symbols that Sarah didn't recognize etched into its surface. Inside, there was a collection of faded letters, each one written in a script that was almost impossible to read. Sarah's curiosity got the better of her. She sat down on the floor, her back against the desk, and began to sift through the letters. They were dated from the early 1900s, letters between a man named Henry and someone named Eleanor. The words were filled with longing, with a sense of desperation that seemed out of place for a correspondence between lovers. As Sarah read on, the letters became more cryptic, mentions of a hidden room, of secrets that couldn't be shared, of a fear that seemed to grip both Henry and Eleanor. Sarah, a voice whispered, causing her to jump. She turned quickly, but there was no one there, only the empty room, the shadows moving as though they had a life of their own. "Who's there?" Sarah called, her heart pounding. There was no response, only the soft creak of the floorboards, as though someone were walking just behind her. Sarah stood, her flashlight sweeping across the room, but there was nothing, no sign of anyone else. "Maybe I'm just hearing things," she muttered, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. As she continued to read the letters, Sarah's unease grew. The final letter in the box was written in a hurried script, the words almost illegible. It spoke of a hidden room, a place where Henry and Eleanor had once gone, where they had found something they weren't supposed to find. The letter warned that the house was not just abandoned, it was locked in a trap of its own making, that once you entered, you couldn't leave. Sarah's fingers trembled as she read the last few lines, the words filled with fear, with a sense of urgency that made her blood run cold. "Find the room," it said. "Find it before they find you." Her heart racing, Sarah pushed aside the letters and began to search the room for any sign of a hidden door. A passage that led somewhere else. It wasn't long before she found it, a small, inconspicuous panel in the corner of the room. The panel was old, the wood splintering as she pressed against it, but it gave way, revealing a narrow staircase that disappeared into the darkness below. With no other choice, Sarah took a deep breath and began to descend the stairs, the light from her flashlight flickering as she made her way down. The air grew colder with every step, the smell of damp earth becoming stronger as she descended deeper into the ground. The staircase led to a small, cramped room, stone walls, a low ceiling, and no windows. In the center of the room was a metal door, its surface covered in strange symbols that seemed to pulse with a faint light. "Help me," a voice whispered, so softly that Sarah almost didn't hear it. She turned quickly, her flashlight sweeping across the room, but there was no one there, only the door and the symbols glowing with a soft, steady light. "Who are you?" Sarah demanded, her voice echoing off the stone walls. "What do you want?" The whispers grew louder, the words forming shapes in the air, a plea, a warning, a cry for help. Sarah approached the door, her hand shaking as she reached out and touched the symbols. As her fingers made contact, the light from the symbols grew brighter, illuminating the room in a ghostly glow. "Find me," the voice said, its tone urgent. "Find me and let me out." Sarah hesitated for a moment, then reached for the metal door, pushing against it with all her strength. It creaked open slowly, revealing a passageway beyond, a passageway that seemed to pulse with energy, as though it was alive. "Who are you?" Sarah asked again, her voice trembling as she took a step into the darkness. There was no response, only the soft whispering, an invitation, a promise. Sarah knew she had no choice but to follow, knew that if she didn't, she would never leave the hollow house. With a final deep breath, she stepped into the passageway, the door closing behind her with a loud clang. Sarah was alone in the dark, the whispers growing louder as she made her way deeper into the heart of the house, deeper into its secrets. As you listen to this story tonight, let the whispers guide you, through the darkness, through the unknown. Leave a comment below, tell me what you think is waiting for Sarah in the hollow house. What do you believe is down that passageway? And if you dare, share your own story of the unexplained. Let's keep the conversation going as we explore the mysteries together. Remember, the Whispering Hills are just one part of a larger world, where the line between reality and the unknown is thin, and the whispers are never far away. The house that called them, on the outskirts of a forgotten town, stood a sprawling Victorian mansion, its once grand facade now weathered and overgrown with ivy. Locals called it Ravenwood Manor, though no one had lived there for decades. Children dared each other to approach its rusted gates, and travelers passing by swore they saw lights flickering in the windows. Despite the house being abandoned, Amara, a writer searching for inspiration, found herself drawn to Ravenwood. A haunted house, she mused, her curiosity overpowering her apprehension. When she learned the property was for sale at a shockingly low price, she decided to buy it, hoping its secrets would inspire her next novel. From the moment she stepped through the door, Amara felt the house's presence. The air inside was heavy, carrying the faint scent of damp wood and something metallic. The grand staircase loomed ahead, its banisters carved with intricate designs, and the walls were lined with faded portraits whose eyes seemed to follow her. Ignoring the unease prickling at the back of her neck, Amara explored the house. She found a library filled with dusty tomes, a parlor with a piano covered in cobwebs, and a locked door at the end of a long hallway. The door wouldn't budge, but as Amara leaned closer, she thought she heard faint whispers behind it. "Hello," she called, but the whispers stopped. Shaking off the chill that crept down her spine, she decided to leave it for another day. That night, Amara set up her bedroom in one of the less decayed rooms. She lit a few candles, pulled out her notebook, and began jotting down ideas. But as the hours passed, a rhythmic tapping sound interrupted her thoughts. She searched the room, finding nothing. The tapping grew louder, coming from the hallway. Heart pounding, she opened the door and peered out. The corridor was dark, the faint moonlight from a cracked window barely illuminating the space. The tapping continued, leading her toward the locked door at the end of the hall. Amara reached the door, her hand trembling as she touched the knob. This time, it turned easily. The door creaked open to reveal a small room with a single window, its pane streaked with grime. In the center of the room was an old rocking chair, swaying gently as if someone had just left it. On the floor lay a child's toy, a wooden top carved with strange symbols. Amara picked it up, feeling an inexplicable sadness wash over her. "You shouldn't have come here," a voice whispered behind her. She spun around, but the room was empty. Over the following days, the house seemed to come alive. Doors opened and closed on their own. The piano in the parlor played soft, haunting melodies at night. Shadows moved in the corners of her vision, vanishing when she turned to look. Amara's dreams were filled with images of children playing in the halls, their laughter echoing eerily. But the dreams always ended the same way, with the children disappearing, their laughter replaced by screams, and the rocking chair swaying in the dim room. One night, she woke to find her notebook missing. Following a trail of papers scattered down the hall, she ended up in the library. The fireplace, unused for decades, roared to life, illuminating a figure standing by the shelves. It was a woman, dressed in a tattered black gown, her face pale and gaunt. "You shouldn't have come," the woman said, her voice layered with despair and anger. Amara found herself rooted in place as the woman stepped closer. "This house is hungry," she continued. "It calls to those it needs, and once you're here, it doesn't let go." "What do you mean?" Amara managed to ask, her voice shaking. "The children," the woman said, gesturing toward the shadows flickering on the walls. "It took them first. Then their parents. Now it's your turn." Amara tried to run, but the room seemed to twist and stretch, the door moving farther away with every step. Laughter filled the air, not joyful, but mocking. The house's hold on Amara tightened with each passing day. Her reflection in the mirror grew pale and hollow-eyed, and the whispers became constant, calling her name. She realized she wasn't writing her novel anymore. The words scrawled in her notebook weren't hers. They were fragmented thoughts, pleas for help, and warnings in a child's handwriting. Desperate, Amara tried to leave. But no matter how far she walked, the road always brought her back to Ravenwood. The house loomed before her, its windows glowing like eyes watching her every move. One final night, as the whispers reached a deafening crescendo, Amara returned to the locked room. The rocking chair swayed violently, and the symbols on the wooden top glowed faintly. "Take my place," a child's voice whispered. "Let us go." Amara understood then. Ravenwood needed a caretaker, someone to hold its secrets and bear its curse. If she stayed, the others might be free. Tears streaming down her face, she whispered, "I'll do it." The house fell silent. The shadows retreated, and the whispers faded. For a moment, Amara thought she was alone. But as she sat in the rocking chair, she felt the house settle around her, its presence enveloping her completely. Outside, the townsfolk noticed the lights in Ravenwood's windows glowing steadily for the first time in decades. Travelers no longer saw flickering lights or heard eerie sounds, but none dared approach. Amara's name was never spoken again, but those who passed by the mansion sometimes swore they saw a figure in the window, a woman, her face pale and sad, watching over the house that had claimed her.